Hey, it's your boy, Big Swift, and it's come to this. There comes a time in every YouTuber's career, and what an illustrious career it's been. When eventually you come down to meme reviews. You come down to going on Reddit and just seeing what the hot trend is, and just why make content when you could just talk about other people's content, you know? PewDiePie gets it. At a certain point, the system just runs itself. I don't know if you know this, but PewDiePie has been a text-to-speech artificial intelligence program for the last 5 years, and considerable improvement on the original, in my opinion. What are we doing? We're talking about this. We're going Arctic with this one. We're going into the far north. We're going to look at some of these icebergs. You've probably seen some of these. It's a popular meme format, and you know us YouTubers, we got to hop on the trends, bro. So an iceberg format means that we start with like the really common, vanilla, well-known, easy to see ideas, and then we descend deeper into the more eldritch and crazy and esoteric ideas. It's a really fun format. They do these for like real world conspiracy theories. There are some really fun ones. Today we're going to look at some Song of Ice and Fire theory icebergs, and I'm going to tell y'all objectively which ones are true, which ones are false. So like this is going to clear everything up. I know there's a lot of confusion about the Night of the Laughing Tree, the Frey Pies, Tyrion being a time-traveling fetus. We're going to resolve all of that right now, and it's going to be great. So, first iceberg. We're doing like multiple icebergs here. There's like a triple, so like be ready. And since we're Alt Swift X, we're going to acknowledge sources. So this iceberg was posted to Reddit 2 hours ago by Mo Exy, and I think it's good to cite your sources. So let's go down the iceberg. I love these little portraits down the side. So like on this meme format, you start with an image of like, you know, this is like the basic level. This is like the easy peasy level. Then we start getting weird and dark towards the end, and then we get truly enlightened with this cursed bold eye image. And that's what we're gonna look like once we get to the bottom of this iceberg. Okay, this is how deep it goes. But let's start easy. Let's start in the shallow waters before we get real deep sea kraken. You know. All right. So R plus L equals J is the top theory here. You'll heard of R plus L equals J. That motherfucker Alt Shift X made a video about it like what 6 years ago. So it's not even a spoiler at this point. If you've heard of Jon Snow, you've heard of his parents. Well, that's not true. But if you're like a nerd who like is into theories, you know that Jon Snow is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. And like for a long time, there were still holdouts. There were still people going, "Ooh, Jon might actually be Ned and Ashara's son," or "Ooh, there's no mystery at all, and it was just Ned Stark with Wyler or whoever." For a long time, there were holdouts. Then the season 6, episode 10 of the show, and then finally confirmed in season 8 of the show, he's the bloody son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. And yes, the show is not canon to the books. And yes, George Martin could pull out some crazy triple twist out his ass, which I imagine would be uncomfortable, getting a triple twist through a sphincter. But I think it's uncontrovertible. Unless George decides to fuck with us, I think it's uncontrovertible that Jon is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. And I think the main reason why there's all these alternative theories around Jon being some other more elaborate conspiracy behind his birth, I think the reason for that is just that it's been too long between books. Like if we were getting books out every 2 years, we would not have had the time to descend into the depths of these really crazy alternate theories. I think that there is a mystery, and the mystery has an answer, and the answer is Rhaegar and Lyanna. And some people say it's too obvious, But it only seems obvious once you've been a part of the fandom and the theory's been around for so long. That's why it seems boring for Jon to be the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. It's a shame that mystery has had so much of the wind taken out of its sails by the show coming out and everything. Ola in the chat says, the name's so nice that Rhaegar used it twice. It is fucking absurd that in the TV show they decided that Jon Snow's real name was Aegon Targaryen when Rhaegar already had a son called Aegon Targaryen. That is dumb. Maybe in the books his name will be Jaehaerys Targaryen or Jonaerys Targaryen or maybe fucking Stacey. I don't know or care, but R plus L equals J is true. Robert Strong is the Mountain. Shouldn't really be a theory. I mean, in the books there is a lot more ambiguity whether the mysterious silent knight who arises in A Dance with Dragons really is the same person as Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, after he was poisoned in his duel with Oberyn Martell. There is, like, you know, it is a bit, ooh, is it him in the books? Whereas in the show that there's never any question about whether the Mountain, whether Robert Strong is the Mountain. They don't even use the name Robert Strong in the show, I think. I'm like 90% sure that they don't use the name Robert Strong. So, you know, it becomes more obvious because of the show, but yeah, even in the books it's pretty bloody obvious. But I like that there's that ambiguity. I think that ambiguity does add to the horror of it. And of course in the books there is all this horror and this mystery around how exactly was Robert Strong created? What exactly is the nature of this zombie that Qyburn has created in his basement? And what happened to those poor women who were used up in the creation of Robert Strong? It's some real, like, dark Frankenstein, spooky-ooky shit. So I'm glad that, you know, I think that mystery adds to the horror of it. Jon will be resurrected. Yep, that is obvious, yes. But of course there are all these questions around how Jon will be resurrected. Will there be a sacrifice? Will there be a change? Will Jon be a fire white? Will Jon's soul be inside his direwolf ghost? How will Melisandre be involved? There's lots of mystery around how Jon will be resurrected, but very little mystery around whether Jon will be resurrected. The Hound is the gravedigger. I honestly would put that, well, like a step down if I made this Iceberg. Because that's not like super obvious that the Hound is the gravedigger. If you'll remember, I think it's in book 4 when Brienne goes to the Quiet Isle and she sees this sworn brother of this little community of priests who and this guy's digging graves, and we know that it's the Hound because his leg hurts and he stops to pat a dog, which is very cute as a way of connecting the Hound to a dog, you know. So I enjoy that a lot. Mucky Mucks in the live chat said that the name Robert Strong was used in the show one time in his intro scene. Yeah, I thought I was going crazy because, I mean, there's this other YouTuber you might have heard of, AltShiftX, like made a whole video about, like Robert Strong versus the Mountain, blah blah blah. And that seemed kind of stupid in retrospect because the show entirely dropped the Robert Strong name and dropped the mystery. It's weird that they used the Robert Strong name once and then forget it. It's almost like they weren't planning out those later seasons of the show very well, but whatever. Alleras equals Sarella. I love that. Sarella is low-key like one of the coolest characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, if you're talking about like tertiary characters, Alleras Sarella is just cool as fuck. Because she's part of this whole mysterious Old Town plot with Marwyn the Mage, and Pate the Pig Boy, who's secretly a faceless assassin, and Samwell Tarly, and Aemon Targaryen pickling in brine, and meanwhile Euron Greyjoy is descending with all his eldritch power upon Old Town. All that stuff is badass, and Alleras is the Sphinx at the center of it, this mysterious character who is secretly one of the bastard daughters of Oberyn Martell, who is masquerading as a male maester of the Citadel for no reason other than she likes learning. Like, I like, you know, there are theories about, she's secretly working for Doran Martell to, you know, assassinate someone or do whatever. But I like the idea that not everyone's part of a political conspiracy. Some people just, like, have interests and personal goals and want to pursue them. And Sarella being one of those people and just being like, I love learning, bitch, so I'm going to go to goddamn school, thank you very much, and I'm not going to let any gender barriers stop me from doing it, so I'll bind up my breasts and bring my bow and shoot some fucking apples, man. How's them apples? So that's how I feel about Sarella. And you could read the books and not notice that, ooh, Alleras, that's an interesting name. That is the same name as Sarella, who is also mentioned, who is kind of weird. I enjoy that very much. Thanks very much for the super chat from Haydox, who says book release date theory. Well, I mean, the theory at the top of the iceberg is, of course, Christmas 2021. The theory in the middle of the iceberg is 2029. After George dies, we find 3 different completed versions of the Winds of Winter with 3 different endings. And then the bottom of the iceberg is actually Winds of Winter has already been released. But we forgot it because our brains exploded, and so now all that we're experiencing now is our life flashing before our eyes in an infinite cycle of prolonged anticipation forever until we can achieve enlightenment and escape. Go check out Haydox's YouTube channel, by the way. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of intricate video editing going on there, which is pretty dang impressive in my opinion. Okay. So Alleras Sarella, Jon is Robb's heir. This one I've got a bone to pick. I'm gonna do some picking with my bone right here. Because I don't think it's really a theory that Jon is Robb's heir. Like, what this refers to is in Storm of Swords, when Robb is doing all these battling and being king of the North and the Riverlands, Robb sensibly considers what should happen when he dies, because spoiler, he dies. And he and Catelyn have a discussion about who his heir should be. And Robb talks about, well, I think Jon should be my heir because he's cool and I trust him and he's my bro. And Catelyn says, ooh, you should not legitimize Jon, because if you legitimize him and make him like a trueborn legitimate heir, then his bloodline will forever be a threat to your bloodline, just like the Blackfyres. And that's one of the really early mentions of House Blackfyre that we get in the books. And so that conversation between Robb and Catelyn concludes with Jon saying, nah, Catelyn, I disagree with you. I'm going to make Jon my heir. He doesn't say exactly the words that Jon is my heir, but he very heavily implies it. And I think what we're meant to take from that scene is that Jon is written as Robb's heir in his will. They don't super explicitly state it, but like from the context of the scene, you can tell that that's what happened. So I don't think it's really a theory. What is a theory is what the implications of that might be. Like who has Robb's will, and who might enforce it, and what might that have to do with Howland Reed and Mage Mormont and Galbert Glover, and how might that assist Jon in eventually becoming King of the North? Like all of that is mysterious. That is interesting. But the fact that Jon is Robb's heir, I don't think is a mystery at all. Ola in the live chat says, when was the last time we saw anyone who knows about Robb's will? There was a big meeting when Robb sent Galbert Glover and Mage Mormont to Howland Reed in the Neck, and so they are sort of the people I think are important. But there were other people there. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Jason Mallister might have been there. Edmure Tully might have been there. There's a bunch of sort of northern lords who are all sort of aware of this. It's not like it's a big secret. So, you know, it'll come up. All right, one step deeper down the iceberg, okay? The Manderlys will betray the Boltons. One of the coolest plot lines in Dance is the Winterfell plot line, with all the northern lords and the soldiers and the armies crowded in during this snowstorm during during A Dance with Dragons, and you got Theon as our point of view character, who's this broken ghost wandering the castle, and you've got all these fascinating characters like Barbary Dustin and Wyman Manderly and Roose Bolton and Hotha Horsebane Umber, and all these people of very uncertain loyalties and uncertain motivations. Just all sort of circling each other in this claustrophobic, intense clusterfuck with Stannis looming outside, marching towards the castle. Wonderfully, wonderfully tense writing, very slow boil, which of course is why these books are taking fucking forever to finish. Because George is just drawing it out. It's delicious the way he's drawing it out, but it's very slow. But it's very obvious that the Manderlys want to betray the Boltons because they come to blows at the end of the book. The Freys and the Manderlys are slinging barbs and arrows at each other, and Wyman Manderly gets some of his chins cut, but he's got so many chins that, you know, it's like a cat with 9 lives. Wyman Manderly has 9 chins, and he only dies after all of them have been cut. So Manderly is bleeding, but he seems to be alive. And you know, we've seen Wyman Manderly give his speech to Davos. The North remembers, and my son is home. And it's this whole Northern Conspiracy thing where it's very obvious that Wyman is against the Boltons. And so what's happened at the end is that Roose Bolton has ordered Wyman Manderly and the Freys to go attack Stannis. It's exceedingly likely that the Manderlys will just stab the Freys in the back. So I think that's going to be enormously exciting. The Battle of Ice to open the Winds of Winter. Thanks so much for the super chat from Matthew Ross, who says George R. Martin plus ASX equals best YouTube channel, and that's a fact, not a theory. Hot damn, Matthew, thank you. Next theory. N plus A equals J. So this is one of those alternative R plus L equals J theories. N plus A is the theory that Ned Stark and Ashara Dane are the true parents of Jon Snow. We do know that Ned had like a crush on Ashara, and that they danced at the tourney of Harrenhal after Brandon asked for the dance for him. And there is, you know, there's a connection there, because someone, I think it's Edric Dane says that Ned and Ashara were in love. And there was also Barristan Selmy saying that a Stark dishonored Ashara at the tourney of Harrenhal. So, you know, and then Ashara committed suicide under somewhat mysterious circumstances. And so it's all a bit mysterious. And, you know, I totally can see how someone might think that, oh, maybe that's sort of what's going on. But here's the thing, like in the first book, A Game of Thrones, like from Catelyn's perspective, she sort of tells the story of, like, you know, her husband Ned bringing this bastard home and how horrible she felt, and that this name Ashara Dane was whispered at Winterfell, and then Ned forbade anyone from naming Ashara Dane, and so everyone quietened up until then. So like the significance of that is that Ashara Dane is the first answer we're given at the start of the first book to the mystery of R plus L equals J. And that's how you know that it's not the correct answer. Like, the way George Martin works, and the way just mysteries in fiction work, you don't give someone the answer to the mystery right at the start after you've raised the question. You give them a red herring first. You give them a few different possibilities, and then at the end, you reveal the true answer. I don't know why I've got to explain this to you, bro. And the very fact that Ashara is, like, suggested as the true parent of Jon Snow right at the start, that's how you know it's a red herring. And that's how the real answer is R plus L equals J, which will be revealed later. And again, I can hear you saying, no, it's so obvious that it's too obvious to be R plus L equals J. It has to be Ashara and Ned, because that's more interesting and less obvious. But the only reason you think that it's too obvious is because of the fandom, and because it's been so many goddamn years since the last book. I think Ned and Ashara is definitely false. I think there could have been a relationship there. There could have been a crush. I think it's more likely that Brandon had sex with Ashara at the tourney of Harrenhal, but that's besides the point. I think that R plus L equals J is the truth, not N plus A. But it's a cool thing to think about. And the Danes are certainly a very interesting family. Oberyn is the Lord of the Waters. That's another theory. So Oberyn, what's his name? Oberyn, yeah. So Oberyn Waters, he's a Velaryon bastard, I think. And Cersei empowers him as her master of ships for no other reason than she thinks he's pretty and looks a bit like Rhaegar. So, this is one of many examples of like people crushing on Rhaegar years after he died, like John Connington. Rhaegar's ghost is so influential so many years after he died. But anyway, Oberyn is like kind of a piece of shit, and he just runs off with the very expensive warships that Cersei builds. And then a bit later, we hear about a pirate king called the Lord of the Waters, who's off raiding and pirating around the Narrow Sea. Seems a bit of a fucking coincidence, doesn't it? So I completely agree that Oberyn is the Lord of the Waters. And I think it should be here on the Iceberg chart as well. It's in the right spot because it's not super obvious. Like, it's a very minor thing. And it's entirely possible that we'll never hear about the Lord of the Waters again. I could entirely believe that it won't come up again. But it's a cool little minor theory, and I enjoy it. Lemongate. I haven't done like a really deep dive on Lemongate, and that motherfucker AltShiftX should do a video on it sometime, I reckon. But Lemongate basically, so Daenerys Targaryen has these fond memories of a house with a red door in Braavos, and that's sort of her idealized past. Like so many other characters in A Song of Ice and Fire, she has like an idealized time when everything was better, and that's what she sort of wants to have come back. Glidus in the live chat says, if only someone had made some stylish videos digging into Oberyn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Glidus, the YouTube channel, has some excellent videos about Oberyn Waters, so y'all should check that out. Glidus's channel. Dig it. Lemongate. So Daenerys has this house with the red door, and it had a lemon tree. And some clever arborists and herbologists and lemonologists out there have gone, hang on one gosh darn minute. Lemons don't grow in Braavos because Braavos is a cold climate, and lemons only grow in more temperate climates, say Dawn. And so and also, like, someone says no trees grow on Braavos. I think at some point someone says trees don't grow on Braavos. So people are like, man, this doesn't make sense. There's no way that there's a lemon in Braavos. Therefore, Daenerys must be misremembering somehow, and actually the house with the red door must have been in Dorne. And therefore, Daenerys' upbringing was involved somehow with a conspiracy with the Dornish, maybe related to the whole plan to marry Viserys to Arianne, with Duran's whole plot. And like maybe, but like also maybe just the Magister of Braavos or the Sea Lord of Braavos just like, paid a bit of money for like a really nice garden. Like in Castle Black, they have those glass gardens, or in Winterfell they have those glass gardens that allow trees and fruit trees to grow even in a very, very cold climate. Maybe the Sea Lord of Braavos has something similar. I bet if you spend enough money, you can get a lemon to grow wherever you goddamn want. But I'm not a lemonologist, so don't ask me. So yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion about Lemongate, honestly. I think it's probably bullshit because I don't really see what it adds to the story unless you want to get really ridiculous. But yeah, someone will have to do a deep dive and make a video about that sometime. I have seen that George Martin has commented on the whole Lemongate thing, like in the So Spake Martin archives. George has sort of gone, yeah, it is sort of interesting that there's lemons there, huh? So, there could be some significance there, but yeah, I don't know for now. I'm not even going to weigh in that hard. Lyanna was the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Yeah, I think that's by far the best answer to the mystery of the Knight of the Laughing Tree. So if you'll remember, at the tourney of Harrenhal, there was a knight who stuck up for Howland Reed by defeating a few knights who had been rude to him, a mystery knight. And I think that the hints all line up that it's Lyanna, especially like the booming helmet thing, which would cover like the female voice of Lyanna Stark. And it's just a much more interesting answer than if it's Ned or Brandon or Benjen, you know? The night lamp theory, this is great. I think Brynden Beefish is one of the big proponents of the night lamp theory. It's the idea that, you know, with Stannis planning to attack Winterfell in A Dance with Dragons, it's the idea that Stannis is going to use a false beacon or a false light to draw the Frey army onto some weakened ice that his men have been fishing through, and will use like catapults or something to break the ice, and all of the Freys will fall in and die, and it'll be a glorious, clever 5,000 IQ victory for Stannis the Manus. And I think that's smart, and I'm convinced by it, because there are like some textual hints that are like very pointed, where Stannis used a false beacon strategy before in the past, and like the lighthouse on in the Crofters village, and like it all adds up. That guy Old Shift X did a video about it, in the Pink Letter video, or the Hooded Man video. So yeah, I think the night lamp theory is a cert, and I think it's a really cool one. Oberyn poisoned Tywin. This one's kind of weird. So Tywin Lannister died because this fellow Tyrion shot him in the gut with a crossbow bolt, and that'll do it. But there is the theory that maybe before Tywin was shot by Tyrion, maybe Oberyn poisoned Tywin, because Oberyn, of course, really wanted Tywin dead, as revenge against him for the death of his sister Elia. My question is, like, what does that really add to the story? The biggest part of, like, evidence that people bring up for this theory is that Tywin's corpse really, really stank after he was dead and he was left in the church and whatever. And, like, I think that has a symbolic meaning, which is it shows how Tywin's legacy is crap, how he really just didn't accomplish anything when what he left behind was such a mess, like a family that hated each other, and was you know, Tyrion and Cersei being against each other. There's no solid political future. It's all based on incest and lies and corruption, and I think the stench of Tywin's corpse is a symbolic representation of that rot and corruption that is Tywin's legacy, you know? So I don't think we need like an elaborate theory to explain that stench. And of course the fact that, you know, his bowels were pierced by the crossbow bolt, so of course he smells like shit. So, you know, I don't think we need Oberyn to poison Tywin, but if you want to believe that as your headcanon, I guess you can. I ain't got a strong opinion about that one, I suppose. Glidus in the live chat says, Oberyn arrived in King's Landing already planning to fight the Mountain. The Mountain was not in King's Landing at the time. So yeah, I think what some people believe is that Oberyn planned to poison Tywin. Oberyn planned to be accused of poisoning Tywin, and then planned to demand trial by combat with the Mountain so that he could kill the Mountain and Tywin and get all the revenge in the world. Which is like, it's a little bit elaborate for my tastes. But if you want to believe that, you can. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, we get contradictory mixed messages about what Oberyn and Duran's plan was at that point. Because like Duran at one point said that, oh, you know, I didn't want to let Oberyn go to King's Landing, but then he told me about the time at the Water Gardens where he like knocked big boys off people when they were playing in the Water Gardens, and he promised me that he was going to knock down a really big man again, which tells us that, yeah, like Oberyn went to King's Landing to fight the Mountain. But then there's like another thing that like Oberyn said. It's just, I don't know. It's weird. I think that I think a lot of the time George Martin isn't really sure. Like, we all know that George Martin has changed his plans dramatically as like the story has gone on, and there's lots of little sort of plot threads that don't necessarily add up. Like, I don't know, like the Valyrian steel knife and the cat's paw and fucking Hugh of the Vale and like the whole Blackfyre thing, which George kind of pulled out of his ass towards the like. There's a lot of stuff that was just sort of made up as he went along, and I think the Dawn plot is one of the big ones there, actually. So like I don't think even George Martin knows exactly what Duran and Oberyn were planning all along, and so I wouldn't necessarily build too elaborate a theory when we have so little to go by, you know. But if you want to have that as your headcanon, cool. All right, we're going beneath the water level now, so fucking hold your breath. We're going deep on this one. Here's a good one. fAegon is a Blackfyre. And this is like low-key one of the best theories. Like, this might be my favorite A Song of Ice and Fire theory. So fAegon is what the fans call young Griff, who's the boy who Varys and Illyrio are trying to make king in A Dance with Dragons. And there's a lot of very good reasons to believe that he's not who they say he is. They say that young Griff is Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, who was believed to have died in the sack of King's Landing, killed by Gregor Clegane. But Varys says, no, we actually secretly saved Aegon Targaryen by swapping him with a random drunk peasant's baby son in return for a jug of wine. So he's the pisswater prince, and we swapped the babies just in case someone murdered him. But we didn't swap Rhaenys, his sister, because we don't need her, she's just a girl. We just swapped the baby Aegon, and I guess Elia Martell was just cool with that. Like, the mother of this baby was just fine with her baby being taken away by a sinister eunuch and his Pantoshi cheesemonger friend. Or maybe Elia didn't know. Do you expect Elia to not notice that her baby was replaced by a different baby? You think that wouldn't be noticed? You think you're gonna get away with stealing the queen's I have so many questions about the whole baby swap thing. But that's not even cutting the surface. The much bigger issue is that the Golden Company support young Griff, and the Golden Company for 5 generations have supported the House Blackfyre against the Targaryens. So why the fuck would they be supporting a Targaryen all of a sudden? And you could say, well, the Blackfyres are all dead, red or black, a dragon is still a dragon, they just want to go home, and yeah, like, sure, that, plausible deniability. But then you got all the weird Illyrio stuff, where he's like, ooh, I've got debts of affection to repay, and like, some oaths are written in blood, and the whole the Sarah thing. Illyrio had a wife with suspiciously blonde hair and blue eyes are so often used as a cover for purple eyes that are of a Targaryen or Blackfyre, like Egg and Daemon II. So like, it's a great mystery because it's not certain. Like, you can't say with a certainty, because there is like sort of enough plausible deniability that, oh, maybe Aegon really is just a Targaryen. But like the bigger stuff for me is that, Daenerys has that vision in the House of the Undying where she's warned about the Mummer's dragon, some kind of a fake Targaryen, and the false dragons described by Maquaro. All of that is extremely weird, unless Aegon is somehow a fake and he's not who he says. Glidus in the live chat says, completely believe that Aegon isn't Aegon, but why the fuck did Varys lie to Kevin if he was just going to kill him? Because yeah, in the epilogue of A Dance with Dragons, is that the epilogue of A Dance with Dragons? I think it is. Weird cliffhanger to leave us on for the last motherfucking decade. Yeah, Varys does tell Kevin that this kid is Aegon Targaryen, and he's the perfect prince, and it's going to be great, and then Varys kills Kevin. So you got to ask, well, why would Varys lie to Kevin? Why wouldn't Varys say that, oh, this kid's actually a Blackfyre, he's actually my homie Illyrio's son, or maybe he's my nephew, if Varys is the sibling of Sarah Blackfyre. Like, why would Varys lie? Why would Varys hide that? And I agree, that is weird. I think the answer is that, George didn't want the reader to know that young Griff is a Blackfyre yet. But I agree, that's like kind of a plot hole. But I'm not quite, I don't think that's enough to overturn the Blackfyre theory, with all the evidence around the Golden Company and Sarah and the Mummer's dragon and everything. But yeah, the alternative theory, like Christopher Jazzcat in the live chat says, Dany is the Mummer's dragon. Which, yeah, that's like the alternative theory that you can take. If Daenerys is actually the daughter of fucking Ned and Ashara or whatever, you can take that alternative thing. I'm not sure why the Undying would be warning the Mama's Dragon about the Mama's Dragon, especially when Daenerys is the Slayer of Lies. Like, surely she can't be the Slayer of Lies and the lie, can she? Like, you gotta start doing some real 5D chess to use the alternative theories here. But I know there's people out there who do. Alright. Next theory. Tyrion was the real target of the Purple Wedding. This one I'm not very read up on. I guess it's possible. I mean, Olenna put poison in Joffrey's cup, but when Tyrion was like being the cupbearer to Joffrey, like, yeah, maybe the intent was for Tyrion to be poisoned. I'm not sure why why Olenna would want Tyrion dead. I mean, I guess because Littlefinger was in on that plot, and it makes sense that Littlefinger might want Tyrion dead, seeing as Littlefinger screwed over Tyrion with the whole dragon bone dagger Valyrian Michigas that kicked off this whole war. So I could see why Littlefinger would want Tyrion dead. I'm not entirely sure why Olenna would want Tyrion dead. So yeah, I'd have to sort of read up on that theory. But I like it, I guess. It makes more sense to me that Joffrey was the target, but I like it. It could be cool. Okay. Mance wrote the pink letter. This one is... I don't think Mance wrote the pink letter. Because you've got to do some real fucking 15-dimensional chess about Mance writing the pink letter, knowing that it would make Jon angry, and knowing that Jon would come south with a bunch of Northmen and wildlings to help save Mance from the Boltons in Winterfell, which is an insane amount of foresight, and it doesn't even work because Jon gets stabbed as a result of deciding to ride south. And like some of the evidence for Mance writing the pink letter is like some of the language and words that are used in the pink letter are words and language that are used by Mance, like calling the Night's Watchmen crows, and calling Melisandre a red witch. I think like there are some sort of interesting connections there. But I tend to think that the pink letter was just written by Ramsay. I don't really see what it adds. I do think Mance is up to some shit. Like Mance and Melisandre have some kind of secret reason for Mance being in Winterfell. Like Jon thinks that, like there's something going on here several times. So I think there's definitely some shady shit, and whether that's Mance like searching for the Horn of Winter, or something, I don't know. So it's a very interesting mystery, like Mance's role in Winterfell at that point. I don't think he wrote the pink letter. But I'm looking forward to Mo XL. What up, Mo XL? So as we said at the start of this video, we're looking at an Iceberg theory that was posted 2 hours ago to Reddit by Mo XE. So yeah, cheers, Mo. Thanks for making this thing. Cool to have you here. I think the plan is we're gonna do several icebergs, like if we have the time for it. Anyway, so all right, next theory. Dany will go mad. So not really a theory in the show anymore, but it's something you could see happening in the books for sure, because Daenerys's entire character arc is about trying to balance, well, especially in A Dance with the Dragons, it's about trying to balance peace with her fiery, draconic Targaryen nature. Trying to conquer, trying to get shit done, unfortunately involves burning some people. Whereas, and yeah, in the show we see it happen. And I think that, you know, the issue with the show was that it happened in the space of like 2 episodes, and like the actual moment where Daenerys started burning people it didn't really make any sense. We don't know why Dany was doing that, what she was thinking, what she was feeling. The whole bells thing is probably going to have a lot more significance in the books when we've got like John Connington, who, you know, fought in the Battle of the Bells and all of that. But the basic idea of Daenerys like burning some cunts is very likely, and I think that makes a lot of sense in the context of young Griff. Like if young Griff becomes king, and if he is the mama's dragon held aloft by a cheering crowd, you know, young Griff might be the popular king, and Daenerys might be seen as the horrible, evil conqueror. You know, what with her Dothraki army and her eunuch soldiers, and you know, having blazed across Essos. Like I think what George is setting up is that it's all about, you know, image and politics and appearances. And I think Daenerys, despite having worked so hard for so many years to be a good queen, is going to find that the image and of politics, it goes against her. And, you know, of course, like the specter of her father, the Mad King Aerys, and all of his burnings, and Summerhall and Aerion, and that fiery madness runs through the Targaryen bloodline. And there is a gosh darn lot of that madness in Daenerys's 5 generations of incest ass. So will Daenerys go mad? I think mad is probably not the right word, but I think that she will have a moment where she's like, am I willing to kill, to burn, to ravage King's Landing in order to become queen? Like where's the line? What am I willing to do in order to get this? And what is it worth being queen if the cost is all these deaths, you know? Like, I think those sorts of questions are going to be really key for Daenerys, and I think that she'll die. I don't think Daenerys will survive A Song of Ice and Fire. The way I'd like to see it happening is Daenerys burns King's Landing. And she doesn't do it because, like, she loves burning civilians. Like, she's just a big fan of war crimes, like in the fucking season 8 show. I think she's going to burn people as a sort of, like, you know, she takes a risk. She's like, I need to fucking kill young Griff. I need to wipe out his army in here, so I'm going to burn them, and I'm going to just accept civilian deaths as collateral. And that's going to be like, and then afterwards she's going to realize, oh god, that was rough. Because the worst goddamn thing about in the TV show was that Daenerys murdered all these people, and then she's like, and I'm proud of it, and I'm not backing down. She just gave this fucking fascist speech. We're going to take over everywhere. And then even when she talks to Jon privately, she doesn't even admit that she even did one iota of a war crime. Like, it's just so much fucking cognitive dissonance compared to the rest of her arc. I think that she will do horrible things, but I think that she will acknowledge it as an accident, or not as an accident, but she'll realize that she sort of did wrong to some point. And I think that her death will not be Jon putting her down. I think Daenerys will, to some extent, willingly sacrifice herself in order to forge Lightbringer, or in order to be the magical sacrifice required to defeat the White Walkers. I think that makes the most sense, because then there's the tragedy of Daenerys never getting the Iron Throne, but she does succeed in fucking saving the world and fulfilling her Targaryen destiny through her death, which is still like a bit of a downer, and it's not any more of a goddamn feminist empowerment story than season 8 turned out to be, unfortunately, or depending on perspective. But I think that Daenerys will do some burning, but I think that she'll die a hero. Like, I mean, maybe it'll be ambiguous, maybe it'll be complex, but, you know, in the Game of Thrones show, she died a villain. I think in the books, it'll be a bit more complicated than that. And maybe this is wishful thinking, but I think that Daenerys will die, to some extent, heroically. And I think she'll actually contribute to saving the world, unlike in the goddamn show. All right, pull up your pants, because we're talking about Tyrion Targaryen. This one, I don't know, I feel like deeply, deeply ambivalent about Tyrion Targaryen. This is the idea that Tyrion is not the son of Tywin Lannister and Joanna Lannister, but is actually the son of Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King, and Joanna Lannister, because there is a bunch of stuff in the world of Ice and Fire that says that Aerys took certain liberties with Joanna during the bedding, it says that, like, Aerys, like, harassed Joanna and was sexually interested in her. I don't think that, you know, Aerys had sex with Joanna on her wedding night. Because if that's what would happen, it wouldn't say there were liberties taken. It would be a big fucking deal that the king had sex with the wife of the Hand of the King. Like, that would be a big fucking issue. I think that what that means, taking liberties, means, you know, maybe he got a bit more gropey than is considered socially acceptable during the average bedding, or whatever. You're no son of mine is what Tywin says to Tyrion before he dies, and it's such a beautiful line. And I think the beauty of it is Tyrion's response when he says, "No, I am you writ small." When he points out that Tyrion is the embodiment of everything that Tywin is in terms of ruthless, cutthroat, Machiavellian politics and pride and power and weird sexual hang-ups. Like, all of Tywin's bullshit is Tyrion's bullshit. And the other thing that people bring up is, like, Jenna Lannister in book 4 tells Jaime that what did she say? Tyrion is Tywin's son, not you, or something. Which is basically concurring with Tyrion, saying that Tyrion is the most like Tywin, which is ironic because Tywin sees Tyrion as not his true son because he's a twisted monkey demon, and sees Jaime and Cersei as his true children, even though Jaime and Cersei are kind of less like Tywin than Tyrion is. So, like, I think that relationship between Tyrion and Tywin is so beautiful and interesting because Tyrion is the true son of Tywin. And I think making Tyrion the son of Aerys undercuts that. I think it makes the story worse if that's true. But at the same time, it is weird that those liberties are sort of mentioned, and that connection between Aerys and Joanna is mentioned. I think George R. R. Martin is definitely fucking with us. So yeah, I don't think Tyrion is a Targaryen. I mean, you can bring up, like, you know, Tyrion potentially having a connection with Daenerys' dragons, and like, ooh, maybe Tyrion has that Targaryen dragon blood, so he'll be a dragon rider, and he'll be one of the 3 heads of the dragon. But, like, even if Tyrion does end up riding a dragon, you don't need Targaryen blood to be a dragon rider. Because Nettles in the Dance of the Dragons rode a dragon, and she wasn't a Targaryen as far as we know. And there's too many bloody secret Targaryens as it is. So yeah, I don't think Tyrion is a Targaryen, but I think that George is definitely, like, deliberately sort of planting that idea. And I don't know, maybe that'll go somewhere, I don't know. So, next theory, Sweetrobin is Littlefinger's son. So, Littlefinger was in this love triangle with Lysa Tully and Catelyn Tully. Littlefinger was in love with Catelyn, Lysa was in love with Littlefinger, and there was one night where Lysa and Littlefinger had sex, but Littlefinger was so astronomically drunk that he thought, or he sort of chose to believe, that Lysa was Catelyn. So Littlefinger to this day believes that he had sex with Catelyn when in actual fact he had sex with Lysa, and that sort of complicates his sort of weird relationships with both of those women. So the theory, I suppose, is that during that time that they had sex, Robert Arryn was conceived. And I kind of like that idea, honestly. Like, there's kind of no evidence that I'm aware of, but, like, it's kind of fun that Littlefinger, like, has a kind of a legacy, and I assume doesn't know it. Like, I assume that if Littlefinger knew that Sweetrobin was his son, he would be, I don't know, not murdering him with fucking Sweet Sleep or whatever that drug is that he's giving to Sweetrobin. I don't think Sweetrobin's gonna last long under Littlefinger's protectorship. But I kind of like that idea because Littlefinger's someone who's so into power. And if he had fathered the goddamn Lord of the Vale and not known it, there is a certain irony to that. Next theory, Quentyn is alive. This one's dumb. Like, I'm sorry, but it's dumb. Like, we had Quentyn's goddamn charred, eyeless corpse slowly dying over days and having some last words, and we saw the body, and yes, like, you can say, oh, maybe it was fucking Cletus Ironwood's corpse, and Quentyn is actually fine. But, like, the meaning of that story is about, it's a subversion of the hero's journey, and it's a tragedy about how Duran's goddamn overly elaborate plots ultimately got us nowhere. So you can weave all the tinfoil you want, but I think it would undercut the tragedy of Quentyn's story if he's secretly alive. And I think those heartbreaking scenes with like Miss Sandai looking after Quentyn and all of that tragedy would be undercut if Quentyn is secretly alive. Grand Northern Conspiracy, like I think, you know, my take on this is that, you know, Grand Northern Conspiracy implies that like everyone's in on it, that like, you know, Wyman Manderley and Howland Reed and Galbert Glover and Mage Mormont and the Wool and the Norrie are all talking to each other and they're all on the same page. And they're all secretly plotting to rise up against the Boltons. And I don't think that's true. Like just for logistical reasons, if nothing else, it's very fucking hard to communicate and coordinate like that. So I don't think it's a grand Northern Conspiracy, but like there factually are Northern conspiracies happening. Like it's a fact that Wyman Manderley is planning to betray the Boltons, and it's a fact that he wants Rickon Stark as a potential Lord of Winterfell. It's also a fact that Mage Mormont and Galbert Glover were sent to Howland Reed in the neck, and that Galbert and Mage likely know that Jon is Robb's heir as king in the north, and that Howland Reed knows about Jon's true birth. So it's, and you know, there's also the mountain clansmen and all the soldiers in Stannis' army who clearly are more loyal to Stark than they are to Bolton. So like there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of Northmen who are loyal to the Starks and not to the Boltons. And so whether you want to call that a Grand Northern Conspiracy or not, I don't really care, but there's definitely some badass shit happening, and in the Winds of Winter there will be a lot of Northmen rising up to overthrow the Boltons and put a Stark back. I think that the difficult question is, which Stark do they want on the throne? Will it be Rickon Stark? Will it be Sansa Stark? Will it be Jon Snow? Because they sort of played with that stuff in the Game of Thrones TV show, with like Sansa ending up Queen in the North, but like sort of jostling with Jon Snow. And, you know, I think there's a lot of potential for sort of issues there. And I don't really know what that looks like. I sure as fuck hope it doesn't look like it looked with Arya and Sansa in Season 7. Jesus Christ. But yeah, there are Northern conspiracies going on. So like, yeah, it's not the Grand Northern Conspiracy. It's more like the medium-sized Northern conspiracies is what I would say. Thanks very much for the super chat from Abby, who says, Quentyn is alive is the worst theory. I love the Grand Northern Conspiracy. It's probably not true, but I would love it to be. Yeah, I do not like the Quentyn theory. I think the Grand Northern Conspiracy is not as grand as we might think, but it definitely is a thing. Okay, next theory, A plus J equals J plus C. So this is related to what we were talking about before. A plus J, Aerys Targaryen and Joanna Lannister are the parents of Jaime Lannister and Cersei. And I don't like this for most of the reasons that I don't like Tyrion Targaryen. Like, it's not as egregious. Like, the whole sort of Tyrion-Tywin relationship is kind of more beautiful to me than the Jaime Cersei things. It is interesting that, like, Cersei has a certain Targaryen streak, what with like burning the Tower of the Hand with wildfire and wanting to build a white city on the other side of the river, which is word for word what Aerys wanted to do years ago. Like, it's pretty, you know, Cersei's got like a Targaryen streak. But I don't think the Targaryens have a monopoly on being a pyromaniacal fuckwit, so I don't think Cersei needs to be a Targaryen to be the way that she is. I guess Jaime being a Targaryen might give him a certain amount of Azor Ahai cred, because there is the theory that like Jaime, what is it, Golden Hand, it translates in Valyrian to Azor Ahai or some bullshit like that. That would be fun. But like, again, we've got so many goddamn secret Targaryens. Can't someone just be a Lannister? And yeah, there's not really enough evidence. Like, yes, there's like the liberties that Aerys took at the wedding or whatever, but like, I that's not meant to mean the king had sex with the queen's wife, with the Hand's wife. Like, come on, like, there's definitely something fucking going on there, and George is definitely fucking with us in terms of bringing up this Lannister Targaryen stuff. But I'm not certain. But I don't think that Aerys and Joanna are the parents of Jaime and Cersei. Okay, next theory, Mormont's raven is being skin changed. That one's just true. Like, I don't care what anyone says. Lord Commander Gio Mormont on the wall has this kawaii pet raven who he feeds corn. And every now and then the raven does stuff that's like, hang on a minute, that's a little bit sentient. Because the Raven like goes up to Jon and says, "Jon Snow, King, Jon Snow, King," and it's like, you're a fucking Raven. What are you talking about? And like the Raven helps Jon win the election to become Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. By like flapping around and saying Jon Snow and whatever. And also like the really interesting bit is when Jon Snow is having a dream where he's on the wall and he's fighting dead men with a blade, and he's armored in black ice. And then he hears the Raven saying fire, fire, fire or something, and he sees an eagle, but then he wakes up out of the dream and it's actually the Raven on his chest, like cawing in his face, which suggests that there's like a connection between the Raven and the dream. And what we can infer is that Bloodraven, off in his cave in the far north, is walking into the Raven and is using the Raven as a conduit to give Jon a dream about the threat of the White Walkers, to try and remind him that, yo, this is important, this is your destiny. Because, I think that it makes sense that, Bloodraven is steeped in prophecy. He's trying to save the world from the White Walkers. And Jon Snow, as a Targaryen and possibly Azor Ahai, is key to that whole goal. And so Mormont's Raven is a good way to keep an eye on things, So I like that theory a lot. I think Mormont's Raven is being skin changed by Bloodraven. Okay, next theory, HS equals HR. This one I kind of hate. That gormless dweeb Alt-Shift-X made a video about HS equals HR many years ago. It is far too credulous. So some people think that the High Septon, the High Sparrow, is secretly Howland Reed, on the basis of, like, they have similar haircuts and calluses, and maybe Howland Reed is using the High Sparrow to, like, destabilize the Baratheon Lannister realm or whatever. I think it's dumb and I hate it. Next theory. The Faceless Men caused the doom. So this one's cool because it's kind of ambiguous. So like in book 4, Arya and the Kindly Man have a conversation about the origins of the Faceless Men. And the Kindly Man says that, like back in the day, we were slaves in the 14 Flames, the volcanoes where the Valyrians mined all of their gold and stuff. And it was horrible. So the first Faceless Man was a guy who answered the prayers of the slaves who wanted to die, and he killed them to give them the gift of death and mercy, and salvation from suffering. And Arya's like, what the hell? Why would you kill the suffering slaves? Why wouldn't you kill the slave masters instead? And the Kindly Man replies that, well, he would kill them as well, but that's a story for another time, best told to no one. So that's like, ooh, what does that mean? Because like the simplest interpretation is that maybe the Faceless Men went on to assassinate a bunch of slave masters, and maybe there was a slave revolt or something. But like the bigger, more tantalizing possibility is, what if the Faceless Men somehow caused the mysterious doom of Valyria that destroyed the Valyrian Empire 400 years ago? That would be pretty cool, because like it is a mystery what caused the doom. Maybe the Faceless Men are the answer, and there is all sorts of sort of interesting possibilities around like the sorcerers who were preventing the 14 Flames from erupting. Maybe they were assassinated. Maybe that prophecy about Lannister gold had something to do with it. It's a whole thing. But it's not. We shouldn't be too certain about it. It's not certain that the Faceless Men caused the doom. There's a lot of ambiguity, and you can interpret the Kindly Man's words in several different ways. So I like that theory a lot, but there's still a lot of question marks there, and I hope that we have answers, because it's the sort of mystery that George Martin doesn't really need to answer. It's not central to, like, the doom was 400 years ago. We don't really need to know the answer to that question. But I like it a lot, and I hope that we do get an answer. Thanks so much for the super chat from Ultimate Fatty, who says, corn. That's what I would say if I was a raven. Okay, we're going deeper. We're getting pretty deep indeed. The Dornish master plan. So I believe that I'll say the name. Preston Jacobs is a YouTuber who traffics in some elaborate conspiracy theories. And I think I have seen Preston's Dornish master plan videos. And look, I think that the conclusions are not sufficiently supported by the evidence. There's a lot of stuff about how, like, the brave companions are secretly working for Doran Martell because Qyburn did a thing. Like, I don't know, it was a long time ago, but I think the point of Doran is that his schemes failed because they were too patient and too slow and too elaborate. And I think you don't solve that problem by inventing an even more elaborate, even more intricate conspiracy that involves, like, what, the death of his son Quentyn and, like, Arianne. And, like the point is that Doran doesn't have his house in order. He's not very successful. And making him secretly in control of the fucking High Sparrow and Shagwell the Fool, I don't think that makes the story better. I mean, I will say, like, you know, to Preston Jacobs' credit, it takes a lot of intelligence and a lot of creativity and a lot of imagination and a lot of knowledge about A Song of Ice and Fire in order to concoct the theories that he does. Like, credit where credit's due. What Preston Jacobs does, he's really good at it. I don't think what he does is interpret the text in a way that is accurate. You know, no offense, not trying to be mean. I think there's a lot of cool and interesting connections raised by Preston Jacobs' videos, but I do not believe that the Brave Companions are working for Doran Martell. And again, like, I haven't watched those videos in a long time, so to give a real assessment, I'd have to do that. So, you know, respect, but I do not rank the Dornish master plan very highly. Next theory, Grand Maester Conspiracy. So this is the theory that the Maesters killed the dragons or something, because Marwyn the Mage in Book 4, he says to Sam, hey, you better not tell the Maesters about, you know, this prophecy of Azor Ahai. You better not talk to them about dragons, because the world that the Citadel is building has no room for magic or prophecy or dragons. And who do you think killed the dragons last time around? Gallant dragon slayers with big swords? So he implies that the Maesters in the Citadel killed the dragons, which seems like nonsense, because we know that the dragons were killed in the Dance of the Dragons in the Civil War. The dragons were killed by other dragons mostly, and the storming of the dragon pit and all of that. I think that, you know, the more generous interpretation is that maybe the dragon's eggs were poisoned by the Maesters. Like, it's mentioned that Maesters poured over the dragon eggs in the years after the Dance of the Dragons, supposedly to find ways to hatch them. But maybe the Maesters actually secretly poisoned the dragon eggs, or, you know, caused them to not hatch or something like that. That's kind of cool. I could see that maybe being a thing. You've also got, like, Barbary Dustin, who really hates the Maesters, and she calls them the Grey Rats, and she says that they might manipulate the words of letters sent between lords and so on. And, you know, I think there's potential for that too. She also alleges that, Maester Wallace convinced Rickard Stark to marry his kids to the Tullys and the Arryns so that the Southern Ambitions plot could happen to overthrow Aerys. And, like, I could see that happening. Like, it's basically a fact that the Maesters may have their own agendas. Like, we see that with Pycelle, you know? Like, Pycelle lets Jon Arryn die, and Pycelle betrays Aerys Targaryen by telling him to let the Lannisters in. Like, the Maesters are people, and they have their own agendas. The question is just whether, like with the Northern Conspiracy, is it a grand conspiracy? Is it totally coordinated? Are they all in on it? And I think the answer to that is likely no. Like, you know, the Dance of the Dragons was like 150 years ago or whatever. I don't think there's been one continuous conspiracy since then. But do the Maesters have their own biases against magic and against dragons? Like, is that a thing? Yeah, probably. So I think there's, you know, some Maester shenanigans going on, but I don't think that they're all, like, actively out to get everyone in the way that Marwyn the Mage says. I think part of the reason why Marwyn the Mage tells Sam what he does is to get Sam to shut up so that Marwyn has a monopoly on that information, you know? Like, Marwyn is trying to have influence on people. And I think the way he does that is by, controlling information and maybe intimidating Sam against talking to other maesters is a way that he does that. Yeah, like Poncho in the live chat says, the maesters are all taught the same ideals and such, Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like any institution has values and has biases and has ideas in certain directions, and it makes perfect sense that the academic experts who on the material secular realm probably not a big fan of dragons, especially the dudes who like write the history books, and they might have noticed a little pattern going on. If you read enough Game of Thrones history books, you start to realize, hang on a minute, these dragons keep on killing people. These dragons keep starting fires and running amok. Maybe dragons are a bad idea. Like, yes, that is absolutely a conclusion that you would expect the historians of Westeros to reach. So absolutely, I'm sure many maesters really don't like the idea of dragons. But have they been secretly assassinating and poisoning dragons and mixing up the letters and doing whatever in like a big coordinated way? I think not. But I do think it is plausible that like maybe some of the powerful maesters might have influenced the Southern Ambitions alliance between the Starks and the Arryns and the Tullys and the Baratheons, which eventually brought down Mad King Aerys. So like, yes, I do think that it's possible that they have influenced politics in that way to try and get rid of the Targaryens. So I do think that there are probably Maester conspiracies, but not like a grand one. Bence in the live chat says, can you share this image? So yeah, we said a couple of times, this was posted to Reddit by Mo Exy, and you can search this and you'll find it. We'll put a link to all of the icebergs after the video. Froggy Woggy in the live chat says, I don't think most of Preston's theories are intended as fully serious. The idea is more that they're thought-provoking and partially true. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of how I see Preston Jacobs' videos. Like, I don't think that, again, I haven't seen all of them, but like, the ones that I've seen, I don't think that they're true, but there's definitely like interesting ideas there, and there's some truth in them, and I think that it's interesting to think about. That's sort of how I see it, I think. Loras isn't really injured. This one's fun. So in book 4, Cersei sends Loras Tyrell to besiege Dragonstone to take it back from Stannis Baratheon's remaining men. And she doesn't let Loras come back to help defend Marjorie against the accusations against her until Dragonstone is taken. So Loras is forced to rush into an assault on Dragonstone, a very dangerous assault on Dragonstone. And as a result, he's doused in burning oil and has all his pretty skin burned off, which is very unfortunate for such a handsome Knight of Flowers. So it's this really tragic, horrible moment that really makes Cersei look even more horrible than she already is. But some people are like, well, hang on a moment. The Tyrells are a pretty clever bunch. They're not above a bit of lying, a bit of skullduggery, so maybe they claim that Loras is injured when he's actually not, as a way of sort of keeping Loras out of Cersei's clutches. And I think that's kind of like that idea. I don't think it's likely to be true, but I think it's very interesting. Like, we don't have much to go by. It's hard to know for sure. Loras Tyrell is like a minor enough character that maybe he really will be just taken off the board by being burned to shit. It's interesting to compare Loras to Willis, right? His brother Willis Tyrell, who is crippled. I wonder if Loras could become a similar figure if he survives his burns. Although, like, I don't think he's likely to survive his burns, because I think he's in, like, a very critical condition. So, I don't know, it's interesting. And of course, this is the comparison to the Game of Thrones TV show where Daenerys just lands on Dragonstone and it's completely empty. No one's bothered to, like, inhabit one of the most powerful and strategically important castles in Westeros, which is so silly. But yeah, in the books, it's an actual issue and there's stuff going on. Next, theory. Frey Pie. And this one's actually, like, fucking great. I love the Frey Pie theory, because it's Wyman Manderly at his Wymanist and most Manderlyist, when he's just like talking smack, eating pie, just being an absolute boss bitch in Winterfell, just like talking just straight up treason to the face of Roose Bolton, while he's secretly planning his the North remembers and my son is home. He's gonna beat the shit out of the Boltons, but at the same time, he's getting revenge on the Freys because one of Manderlys' sons was killed in the Red Wedding. Is that right? I think one of his sons was captured and one of his sons was killed. Is how it happened. What was it? Wendell and Wimmis and Wooble, whatever their names are. But the point is that Wyman Manderly had these 3 Freys. I think it was like Rhaegar Frey, and one of them was probably called Walder, and one of them was probably called Steve. I don't remember the names, but there were these 3 Freys who left White Harbor, and Wyman presented them with gifts. He gives them these 3 horses so that they can ride off to Winterfell or wherever. And mysteriously, they don't come back. These 3 Freys die. How strange, how unfortunate, what happened to them? And then at Winterfell, Wyman has this great big meat pie, and he's like, hey, this pie is goddamn delicious. Everyone should eat some of this pie. And then he plays the song of the Rat Cook. He gets one of his singers to play the Rat Cook, which is a story about cannibalism. I'm a bit hazy on the details, but it basically, Wyman is forcing the Freys to unknowingly eat the flesh of their family as part of a perverse, abominable act of revenge against the family who killed his son. It's just incredibly badass. What are the names of the Freys? Wimbledon and Westerly Frey, Wimmis and Wooble, Walder and John. Glidus says it's Rhaegar, Simon and Jared, but I like Wimmis and Wooble. But yeah, it's definitely cannibalism, because there's this whole sort of rising theme of cannibalism. Like Bran eats people on several occasions. Bran and Mira get fed some Night Watch mutineers by Cold Hands, and it's like, oh, it tastes like pork. And then Bran possibly eats Jojen, but that's a theory further down the iceberg. So yeah, I Wyman absolutely fed some Frey Pie. And they did that in the show. They did that in the show when Arya feeds Walder Frey the flesh of his son, Black Walder Frey, in a pie, and you can see the toe in the pie and everything. So yeah, that fucking confirmed. Wunwun Frey, Womble Frey, love it. Yeah, it's for real. And I think one of the coolest things about Frey Pie is that it manages to make us cheer for an act of murderous, evil, vengeful cannibalism. Like, this really shows how partisan as readers we have become. We are so on the side of the Starks and the North against the Boltons. Which just goes to show, like, you know, it's that's the power of writing. You know, it makes us feel so passionately loyal to a fictional family. It's amazing. All right, now we're starting to get pretty deep here. We're getting real spicy with some of these theories, because now we're going to talk about Mance equals Rhaegar. Oh, shoot me. Somehow this is the theory that I think is the most, like, offensive to my sensibilities, because, like, the tragic death of Rhaegar Targaryen is such an important, symbolic, and, like, plot moment in the entire saga. And having Rhaegar secretly be alive for the last 20 years as a fucking wildling king is just so fucking bizarre and inconsistent, and undercuts so much of the tragedy that I can't stomach it. I mean, what's even the evidence? Like, Rhaegar and Mance are both singers. They both play the harp. Is that... Rhaegar is described as, like, very, very beautiful. Mance is never described as beautiful. They're both charismatic leaders. But Mance, I don't know, he doesn't seem concerned about prophecy in the way that Rhaegar does, and he doesn't have purple Targaryen eyes. Like, I mean, I haven't read Mance equals Rhaegar stuff in a long time. Like, maybe there's theories, maybe there's evidence, but like, on the face of it, Mance equals Rhaegar seems just offensively stupid to me. What would Mance be doing up there? There is also a theory, I believe, that Mance is secretly Arthur Dayne. which is equally stupid. I mean, Mance already has an origin that's already kind of interesting, which is that he was a Night's Watchman, and he was a Night's Watchman who was the son of a wildling and a watchman. I think, is that right? I might not get that right. I need to brush up on my Mance lore. But yeah, Mance is not Rhaegar. Let's fucking keep our pants on, all right? Next theory: Jaime is the Valonqar. In my opinion, this is a poorly played. This should be way up here. Way up here. Like, Jaime being the Valonqar, or maybe it should be like third rung. It should be like here. Because the Valonqar thing is that Maggie the Frog, the Woods Witch, told Cersei Lannister that your kids will die and you'll be supplanted by a younger, more beautiful queen, and the Valonqar will choke the life from you. And Cersei thinks that Tyrion is the Valonqar, because Valonqar means little brother, and so she's paranoid about Tyrion and hates Tyrion and tries to have him killed. And it's the most just perfect George R. Martinian irony for the brother that she suspected all along to not be the right one, because everyone in this story misinterprets prophecies and dreams. And it's actually Jaime who will kill her. And that makes perfect sense within Jaime's character arc, because his arc is about redemption. And the ultimate act of redemption will be him rejecting his obsession and addiction, his self-destructive love of Cersei, by killing Cersei. And I think that's a beautifully, like, tragic and fitting and appropriate death. And they sort of fucked it in the TV show. Oh my! I don't know how they got every single thing wrong in the show. Like, if it was by random, if all of the scenes were just darts thrown at a dartboard, they would have done a better job than Game of Thrones season 8. How did they fuck it up that badly? Because in the show, Jaime doesn't kill Cersei, he just chooses to die with her, and she's like, I renege on my redemption arc. I declare not being redeemed, and Jaime just decides to die with Cersei, and it's like, wow, that's depressing. And you can sort of see it coming, because the show never mentioned the Valonqar prophecy. It conspicuously didn't mention the Valonqar part of Maggie's predictions. So you could sort of see it coming that they weren't going to necessarily do the same thing. But if Jaime doesn't strangle Cersei to death in the end of A Song of Ice and Fire, I'll eat a goddamn ham sandwich, because I know that the internet will keep the receipts and make me do whatever I say, so I'll make it something easy. But yeah, Jaime is the Valonqar. It's too cool. And again, just like the R+L=J denialists, some people will say that, it's too obvious that Jaime is the Valonqar. But that's mostly because we have the fandom, we have the theories, and we've had 10 years to think about it since Dance. I don't think the Valonqar is meant to be all that obvious. I think that it's true. Thanks for the super chat from Matthew Ross, who says Wopus and Wopal Pie does sound kind of tasty. I would be all over it. And thank you for the super chat from Cardinal Doomsday, the one and only. Okay, next theory. Quaithe equals Shiera Seastar. Man, we're getting spicy. Getting pretty deep. I love this theory. I love the idea that Quaithe is Shiera Seastar. I think that it's probably not true, if only because Shiera Seastar has conspicuous heterochromia. Her eyes are different colors. And I think that if Quaithe's eyes were different colors, it would have been mentioned, because her eyes are all you can goddamn see through her mask. And maybe Shiera as Quaithe is using a glamour. Maybe she's using some kind of magic to disguise herself. The whole reason why this is plausible is that Shiera is said to have bathed in blood to keep her youth, and her mother used sorcery to stay young or whatever. So, there are reasons to think that Shiera may have been a sorcerer who had access to magic that could extend her life. And the real reason why I think this theory is really cool is the potential for the ongoing relationship between Bloodraven and Shiera Seastar, because they had this fucked up incestuous love. They were like this power couple ruling Westeros. And what if now they have graduated to an even higher level of fucking puppet mastery? If Bloodraven, as the Three-Eyed Crow, is this old god sorcerer, using his influence over Westeros, at the same time that Shiera as Quaithe is similarly using glass candles to peer into Daenerys' mind and Daenerys' dreams, just like Bloodraven enters Bran's dreams and Jon's dreams. And Shiera is using the same sort of modus operandi, the same methods, the same similar sorcery, to achieve a lot of the same goals as Bloodraven, working together in the two different continents to manipulate their way into creating Azor Ahai and salvation from the White Walkers. So, like, I love that theory. I think it's really cool and badass, and I love that, like, it doesn't need to be true, but it can be true, and it, like, adds value when it's true. So, yeah, I really like this theory. Quaithe equals Shiera Seastar. I think honestly, it's like 50-50 whether it's true. One of the other reasons to think that it's true is that Quaithe is associated with starlight. Daenerys has a vision of her as a sea of stars above her or something, and Shiera's name is Sea Star. And doesn't am I tripping balls, or does Quaithe mean stars in Dothraki or some shit? I'm not up to snuff with my fictional linguistics, but because isn't the bleeding star in Dothraki the something Quiak or something? Like in the Dothraki language, the phrase bleeding star, I'm pretty sure there's a word in there that sounds like the word Quaithe, which again connects it to stars. I'm sure someone in the live chat can let us know. Anyway, so yeah, I love this theory. It's not definitely true, but I like it a lot. Okay, now we're really fucking getting into it, pals. Sansa is Littlefinger's daughter. This is so wrong. So we talked before about that whole thing about how, like, Littlefinger had sex with Lysa and thought it was Catelyn. I guess this theory is saying that, well, I mean, when did Littlefinger and Catelyn have sex? Are we saying that Sansa is secretly Lysa Tully's daughter with Littlefinger? Because it would have to be that, because it couldn't be like unless Littlefinger snuck into Winterfell and had sex with Catelyn while she was married to Eddard, which doesn't seem very likely. I don't see how Littlefinger could be Sansa's father, unless Sansa is the child of Littlefinger and Lysa. That I could maybe, but then how did they sneak Sansa into Winterfell to be raised as Catelyn's daughter? Look, I've got a lot of questions. I've got a lot of questions. Maybe I've got to look up whatever this theory is. It sounds deranged. And of course the implications now, like Littlefinger kissed Sansa in the Eyrie. Does Littlefinger not know that Sansa is his daughter, or is this just a whole other godforsaken breed of incest that we're going to have to deal with? I don't like it. I don't want it. What does Jon Snow say in season 8? I don't want it. That's how I feel about this theory. I don't want it. Next theory, Euron is a fraud. So this is like a pretty legit thing to think until the Forsaken Winds of Winter sample chapter was released. Because, like, there's this great moment where Euron says, I've sailed to Valyria where no man dares to sail, and I'm such a badass. And then Roderick says, have you? Did you? And I like that a lot because, Roderick the Reader is this skeptic and he's this intelligent man, and he's like, is this fucking what's the term? Snake oil salesman? Like, Euron is a goddamn carny, When Euron gets up the Iron Islands and he's like, hey guys, have you ever wished that you had a magic weasel who could whisper secrets and do tricks? Well, for the low price of making me your king, I'll give it to you, Like, Euron's a fucking huckster, he's a goddamn 2-bit con man, because everything he says is a lie. He doesn't care about the Iron Islands. He doesn't care about the old way. He only cares about his own self-aggrandizement and his own power. So, like, up until the Forsaken, you would be forgiven for thinking that Euron was a fraud, that he's full of shit. But I think the Forsaken does a sort of a double twist, because in the Forsaken we realize, oh my god, Euron is legit. I mean, he's not what he says. He's more than what he says. He's worse than what he says. He's not just like a brutal, power-hungry pirate. He's a fucking eldritch hell priest of an apocalypse looming from the depths and on high. He's calling the goddamn red comet down to become the Bloodstone Emperor reborn, and he's gonna sacrifice every goddamn drop of blood in Westeros to do it. He is horrifying. He is a villain from an anime. He's a goddamn nightmare, and that's sort of the like, whoa, holy shit moment that we see in the Forsaken. So, you know, is Euron a fraud? I think he's a liar. I think he's a cheat. I think he's full of shit. But I think that he's much and more. His power is real. He's got the Valyrian steel armor, and Aeron Greyjoy has that moment of going, "Oh God, he has been to Valyria. It's legit. It's real." What's that line that fucking Han Solo has in the Star War? It's true, all of it. That's like the one thing that I like about the new trilogy of Star Wars movies. Like, it honestly is very evocative, in my opinion. When Han Solo says, all that stuff about the Jedi, all those legends you've heard, it's true, all of it. I think that's wonderfully evocative. In the same way that Obi-Wan Kenobi in A New Hope, when he says, oh, we fought in the Clone Wars, and it was a pretty wild time with all those goddamn clones, bro. And it's like, ooh, that's so evocative. You know what's not evocative? You know what's not sparking the imagination? Star Wars Episode 3, Attack of the Clone 2, whatever. I don't care. Go away with your Star Wars. I've had enough of them. Just moving on. Jon will marry Sansa. Now, all right, I'll take a drink for this one. So I hate to say it. I hate to break it to you, but there's actually some pretty interesting evidence that Jon might marry Sansa because of the Ashford tournament. So in the Hedge Knight Duncan Egg novella, there is a tournament where people are trying to be the champion for Lady Ashford. I'm trying to... This is off the top of the dome. I don't remember the details here. But there's like a Tyrell and a Baratheon and a Targaryen, Valar Targaryen, and a Lannister, who are like the final champions in this tournament. And those four people correspond to the people who Sansa Stark is betrothed to. Is that right? Because there's Tyrion the Lannister, there's Joffrey the Baratheon, and then up next comes a Targaryen, is what is suggested by the Ashford tournament. And so, who is the Targaryen who Sansa is going to marry if that pattern holds true? And one potential answer, I guess, is young Griff, but like young Griff is probably not a Targaryen. Another possible answer is Daenerys Targaryen. I, for one, would love to see a Sansa-Daenerys marriage, but I don't see that happening. So maybe Sansa and Jon will get married. And I hate to say it, but that would solve a lot of political problems. Like in the Game of Thrones show, like they raised that issue of like Jon has a claim to Winterfell, but so does Sansa, and they both sort of make sense as political leaders of the North. Yeah, Harding. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about Harry Harding. Thanks guys in the chat. There's also a Harding, and that's kind of the linchpin of this theory, because House Harding is a very fucking obscure character. And the fact that there just happens to be a Harding as one of the last champions of the Ashford tournament, and Harry Harding is like a suitor to Sansa in the current plotline in the Vale, bit of a fucking coincidence, right? Like, it's not a big deal that like, oh, there's a Baratheon and there's a Lannister and there's a Targaryen, they're like the biggest houses. But a Harding is so obscure, and Harding just happens to be one of the other suitors to Sansa Stark. So like, I don't know what to tell you guys. It seems like too much of a coincidence. I think that the Ashford champions do parallel Sansa's suitors, and so given that the last champion is a Targaryen, I think it's kind of compelling. I think Sansa might have a Targaryen suitor. And you could argue that it could be that could be young Griff, because, you know, Joffrey in this pattern counts as a Baratheon, even though he's actually technically not a Baratheon. So maybe you could count young Griff as the Targaryen who Sansa will marry, even though he isn't really a Targaryen, he's probably a Blackfyre. Or hell, maybe he is a Targaryen. So yeah, we don't need to go the Jon Sansa incest route. It may be that young Griff is who Sansa will marry. Although I don't think that's true, because I think Arianne will marry young Griff. So, look, I don't know what to tell you. Either Jon marries Sansa, or it's a massive fucking coincidence, the Champions of Ashford. It's a very interesting, weird thing. And you know, if you think that incest is too weird, George Martin in the original 1993 draft outline of A Song of Ice and Fire said that there'll be a love triangle with Arya and Jon. Arya and Jon will fall in love. And if that is something that George was planning on doing, then Jon Sansa doesn't seem as crazy. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think that there might be something in that theory. Maybe it's like an abandoned plotline. Maybe, like, you know, George Martin has moved past his incest phase a little bit, and that won't be a thing. But yeah, it's a little spooky how convincing that is. Alright, here's some real shit. Euron was a student of Bloodraven. And I think that you have to shout out poor Quentyn at this point. Emmett Booth, aka Poor Quentyn, is a pretty well-known Song of Ice and Fire essayist, podcaster, theorist, and he has done a lot of great work writing about Euron Greyjoy's Eldritch Apocalypse and interpreting what Euron's storyline is all about. And he basically, like, Poor Quentyn was basically talking about all the Forsaken stuff before the Forsaken was released. All the stuff about Euron trying to transform himself into a dark god. Poor Quentyn was all over that shit. I don't normally, like, shout out specific people with specific theories, because normally Song of Ice and Fire theories, lots of different people independently come up with them at once, and lots of different people post the same things on lots of different websites. But in this particular case, I think Poor Quentyn needs, like, credit, because Poor Quentyn was all over it. And Poor Quentyn argued for many years that Bloodraven was Euron's teacher, and that's why he calls himself Crow's Eye, because he's like his third eye was opened by the three-eyed crow, and that's how Euron has become obsessed with magic and power, and that's how Euron became so fucked up. And he's one of the other dreamers who's mentioned by in Bran's dream, in Bran 3, A Game of Thrones, when he learns to fly and his third eye opens and he sees the other dreamers impaled on spikes of ice. So yeah, I think it's almost certainly true, and it's enormously cool as a theory, because it adds all these, like, sort of background relationships and backstory. It doesn't need to be true, but it can be true, and I think those are some of my favorite theories, because it really adds to stuff without being, like, you know, like George wouldn't even need to reveal this. George doesn't even need to tell us at any point that Euron was Bloodraven's student, but I think it's probably true. So yeah, I like that theory a lot. Next theory, Jojen Paste. I love this one as well. So Bloodraven, like, his entire backstory as, like, a Targaryen bastard, Hound of the King, it's all about doing brutal things, dishonorable, murderous things for the sake of the realm. And his priorities have changed when he went from Hand of the King to Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to a weird zombie tree plugged into the Weirwoods, and his perspective has shifted from the political conflict between the Targaryens and the Blackfyres to the larger, more metaphysical conflict between the White Walkers and the humans, the living and the dead. But his methodology is still the same. He's still like a cold-ass Machiavellian motherfucker who will do deeply immoral things for the sake of the quote-unquote greater good. For example, he lures a crippled 10-year-old boy into the frozen north through all these dangers in order to turn him into a vessel for his magical shenanigans. Like, Bran Stark did not want to become a fucking tree wizard. He thought that the Three-Eyed Crow would be a kind old wizard who would heal his legs. That's the quote in A Dance with Dragons. So it's evil of Bloodraven to have lured Bran all this way. So clearly this is the same old Bloodraven. He does evil shit for magical purposes. And as we know, magical power comes from sacrifice. So the sacrifice of Jojen might be necessary to empower Bran more, especially given that Jojen is he has the green side. He has special blood, Crannogman blood, Child of the Forest blood. And of course, Jojen is really despondent towards the end of A Dance with Dragons, and he has said before that he knows how he's going to die, but he doesn't say how. And in the TV show, Jojen randomly gets blown up and he just gets cut out in a really weird, unceremonious way, which makes me think that they wanted to cut out the Jojen Paste thing. Because in A Dance with Dragons, Bran gets fed a weird paste that tastes like blood, and then he drinks it, and then his magical powers give him a crazy trip. So the theory is that paste it's not just weirwood paste, it's weirwood and Jojen's corpse. And that continues the theme of cannibalism that we have with like the Frey Pies and Bran being fed the Night's Watch mutineers and all of that stuff. So I think it's very likely true, and I think that it's great, because I think maybe when Bran finds out about the Jojen Paste, he might turn against Bloodraven, and he might start to realize, oh god, like what horrible things are going on. Alan in the live chat says, is Jojen dead? There is no mention in the books. Yeah, as far as I remember, the by the end of A Dance with Dragons, Jojen, yeah, he's not dead as far as we know, but he has disappeared. Like, we don't see him after Bran eats the paste. Like, I think Bran eats the paste like right at the end. So yeah, I think the idea is that Jojen has been quietly turned into paste, and like Mira is real like fucking upset about that. But yeah, I think Jojen Paste is true. And I think it's really fucking cool. Next theory, Theon is the hooded man. That's just canon. Well, no, it's not. I think the hooded man is actually a really the hooded man is weird because there's so many different possibilities that could be true. Like, there are so many legitimately compelling possibilities. Like, is the hooded man fucking Gelbert Glover or Harwin or one of those guys, or Hal, out like working on some Grand Northern Conspiracy skull and dagger bullshit? Or is it just like a figment of Theon's tortured imagination and like a representation of the man he used to be? What is the hooded man's purpose? Because if the spearwife wildling women in Winterfell are the people doing the murders, then what is the hooded man for? I think it's a really genuine mystery. And I don't like to acknowledge that Alt Shift X fella, but Alt Shift X does have a pretty good video about the hooded man. So I'd advise you watch that if you want to know more. But yeah, I honestly, it's inconclusive. I don't think that I can't be sure who the hooded man is, but I think there's a lot of different interesting possibilities. So I'll leave it with that. Euron versus Daario. That's an example of where Alt Shift X fucked up. That guy didn't know what he was doing when he made that Euron equals Daario video. That video is far too credulous and gives far too much credit to the theory that Euron equals Daario. Because, like, there are some, like, weird connections and similarities between Euron and Daario. Like, Daario fights in a sellsword company called the Storm Crows, and Euron is called Crow's Eye, and he says he is the Storm. And they're both, like, they both sort of sail around. They're both warriors. They're both sort of cutthroat and cunning and handsome, and they're both seductive in their own fucked up sort of ways. And I think the real answer to this, you know, quote unquote mystery is that, like, yes, Euron and Daario are similar because they'll play similar roles in Daenerys' storyline. Like, Euron wants to marry Daenerys. Euron wants to seduce the Dragon Queen. And Daenerys has that dream about Euron's fucking ice cold cock. So, like, there's a thing that's gonna happen there. And maybe Daenerys will, for a time, be tempted by Euron, just as she's been tempted by Daario. So I think that, you know, there's a similar, like, story thematic role that Euron and Daario play, and I think that's why they seem so similar. Euron secretly being Daario and, like, fucking traipsing around the world, playing both roles at once during A Dance with Dragons and A Feast with Crows. You can do some really tortured things to the timeline to try and make that work, but I think it's basically implausible. So I don't think that theory is true. I think it's more of a thematic narrative similarity that those two characters have. Bolton. This one's weird. It's the theory that Roose Bolton is secretly a vampire, an immortal White Walker vampire who steals people's skin. Yeah, we're that deep down the iceberg, and there's still fucking multiple layers left. Bolton is not true. like Roose is a weird guy. Like, he's always leeching his shit, and he's weirdly relaxed about how Ramsay is like a murderous psycho and out of control. and like probably like murdered his son Domeric. Roose is a weird dude. My favorite quote about Roose is Barbary Dustin saying that he to Roose Bolton, people are just like playthings. He just rolls dice. It's all a game to him, life and death. And that's why he's sort of weirdly detached about everything. But some people believe that he's so detached and so weird that he's actually secretly a vampire who steals people's faces, and that he plans to kill Ramsay and wear Ramsay's skin so that he can continue to be the lord of the Dreadfort for many, many more years. And maybe he's like a human White Walker hybrid or something, because there is a lot of stuff about human animal hybrids in A Song of Ice and Fire. That's another like weird thing that George Martin is like slightly creepily enthusiastic about, is like human women breeding with monsters, and like, you know, the Night's Queen and the Night's King and all that Gorgossos chimera stuff, all sorts of weird shit in the lore about that stuff. So it's not as crazy as it sounds that Roose Bolton is secretly a vampire White Walker. What I need to do is read bloody what's that book about the fever dream? George R. R. Martin wrote a book about vampires, and Poncho says Swifty needs his water. Yeah, you're not wrong. George Martin wrote a book about vampires, and I think I need to read that book in order to make a informed assessment about the Bolton theory. So it's pretty wild. There is an Alt-Shift-X video about it, I think. It's a very old video, so probably not a very good one. But it's a fun one. It's an interesting one. Next theory, the Mountain is actually a nice guy. I don't see how anyone can think the Mountain is a nice guy, because he murders and rapes and burns a lot of people. But one thing that I do like about the Mountain is that, you know, it talks about how he has those terrible headaches, those splitting migraines, and that he like chugs a whole bunch of milk of the poppy in order to like try and deal with the pain, and perhaps that pain is part of why he does what he does. And you know, there are like sort of different takes on this, but like personally, I like it when there are reasons why horrible people are horrible, and like obviously having headaches doesn't justify being as horrible as the Mountain is. But you know, I like A Song of Ice and Fire when it humanizes the villains and it explores how they became the way they are, and what it's like to be them. Because I think that part of what art can be is a way to make us more compassionate in our real lives, in the real world. And I think that the best way to solve conflicts in the real world is by seeing the humanity in people we are told are less than human. And I'll get off this soapbox shortly, but like, for that reason, I really like villains in fiction who are human and are people. Because yes, there are bad people in the world, but normally there's some kind of reason, there's some kind of way to see them as human. So I like how the headaches and the pain humanizes the Mountain, even though he's still an absolute piece of shit. Spirus in the live chat says, a villain doesn't need to be justified to be motivated. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I think that's a really great way to say it. Like, of course, nothing that the Mountain does is justified. He's an evil piece of shit. But there are reasons behind his motivations, and I think that it's worthwhile to understand the feelings and the history that motivate people, especially the worst people. That's my opinion. So yeah, I don't think the Mountain is actually a nice guy, but there's interesting things to talk about his character. Cersei killed Joffrey. Now that is some Valyrian steel tinfoil. So I mean, I immediately think of Cersei being about to poison Tommen in the Blackwater. I don't even remember if that's in the book, but one of the best bits in the show is when Cersei is about to poison Tommen when she thinks that she's about to lose the Battle of the Blackwater. I think Cersei might kill Joffrey under similar circumstances, but Joffrey's death was not under similar circumstances. It was his marriage to Marjorie Tyrell. I don't see what motivation Cersei could possibly have. And if Cersei killed Joffrey, we would know about it from her thoughts in her POV chapters. So I don't know what the take here is meant to be. But I don't think Cersei killed Joffrey. It's like, you know, the laws of robotics. Like, the three things Cersei won't do is kill her children, let go of power, and stop drinking wine. Those are the three things that Cersei won't do. So she wouldn't kill Joffrey. Next theory. A Song of Ice and Fire is part of the Lovecraft universe. And that's just like kind of low-key true. Because there's a bunch of fucking... Like, if you read The World of Ice and Fire, the world book, if you go east, there are all these weird civilizations where there's like fish people called the Deep Ones who breed with humans, and there's this oily black stone or greasy black stone and these ancient mysterious monoliths located around the World of Ice and Fire, and fucking fish people with sharpened teeth, and it connects to like the black stone that fell from the sky and the Bloodstone Emperor and the evil and Ashai and all of that stuff. So like, don't expect it to come to the fore. Like maybe through Euron we'll get a little bit of that Lovecraft stuff if he summons like a Kraken or something. Shit's gonna get more Lovecraftian before it gets less Lovecraftian. Let's put it like that. There's also a bunch of names in the World of Ice and Fire that are just straight up taken from Lovecraft, like Carcosa. Is that Lovecraft or is that... Yeah, there's several names. There's a whole bunch of Lovecraft references. Like, Lovecraft is a big influence on A Song of Ice and Fire. Just mostly around the fringes, mostly around the edges. So, like, I don't expect it to be, like, a big plot point. Like, don't expect Cthulhu to appear on page, but there's definitely some Lovecraftian juju in the World of Ice and Fire. Next theory, Varys is a merman. Well, we never see his feet. He might have flippers. So that one's confirmed. Next theory, Westeros is in a hollow earth. Maybe as an attempt to, like, explain some of the astronomical weirdness, like with the weird seasons. That's probably how you explain the weird seasons, right? Like, we're actually on the interior of the earth. So there's got to be, like, a sun on the inside of the hollow earth, and everyone's actually just walking around on the inside of the planet. So I assume that the gravity has been inverted somehow, because maybe that's how it works inside the eye of Macumber. Maybe Macumber is made out of some kind of dark matter which repels matter, and that's how all of Westeros is just walking around on the inside of the eyeball, and that's how it's a hollow earth. And obviously the lizard people from the hollow earth are represented by the velociraptors that are mentioned in the World of Ice and Fire. So yeah, I think that's confirmed. Westeros is in a hollow earth for sure. Next one, Tyrion is a time-traveling fetus. Okay, all right. It's been a while since I've read it. D plus D equals T is what it is, I think. The idea is that Tyrion Lannister is the child of Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo, because when Daenerys got pregnant with the child who she called Rhaego, she had Mirri Maz Duur perform magic to resurrect Drogo, and then the baby inside her died, and she gave birth to this weird magical corpse dragon worm baby horror thing that came out of her. But the theory goes that in actual fact, when Mirri Maz Duur caused that to happen, she wasn't actually killing Daenerys' baby. She was merely teleporting Daenerys' fetus through time and space into the womb of Joanna Lannister. Which means that Tyrion is a Targaryen, by the way, son of Daenerys Targaryen, as well as half Dothraki, which is important, of course. Maybe explains his prowess in combat in the Battle of the Blackwater. And yeah, Tyrion's a time-traveling fetus. I don't know what else to tell you. It's obviously true. Next theory, Jon plus Arya. So, I mean, that's just from the draft outline that George Martin wrote in 1993. There is an outline where he says that originally Jon and Arya were going to fall in love, but Tyrion was also going to fall in love with Arya. It's just some, like, weird shit from, like, back when A Song of Ice and Fire wasn't even really A Song of Ice and Fire yet. It's just, like, a weird draft that thankfully George R. R. Martin didn't go through on. So Yeah, we can skip that one. Next theory, Untommen. I actually don't know what this is. This is like we've gone through like dozens of theories. I don't know what Untommen is. I assume like that means that Tommen is actually dead and Tommen is a zombie or something. Like the mountain. Maybe like Qyburn did something to Tommen. I don't know this theory. Maybe like someone tried to replace Tommen for like the political power of having a king. Maybe Sir Pounce is secretly pulling the strings. I don't know. I don't know what Untommen is. Next theory: Ned is a pigeon. This one's actually fucking great. So like, a lot of the Starks are skin changes. Arya walks into a cat. Bran walks into Summer and Hodor. Jon walks into Ghost unknowingly. And so the theory is that, well, maybe Ned walked into a pigeon, because at the moment that Ned Stark was executed on the steps of Baelor's Sept, a bunch of pigeons flew up very conspicuously in the TV show. So the theory is that maybe Ned, as a skin changer, maybe he didn't know that he was a skin changer, but in the moment of his death, he walked into another creature, which is probably what Robb Stark did, by the way. When Robb Stark died, I really like the theory that Robb Stark walked into his direwolf Greywind, so that after he died, he had a second horrible death in Greywind, being killed by the Freys. Because, of course, what's the point of a Song of Ice and Fire theory if it doesn't add additional goddamn trauma and horror and suffering? And the reason why this Ned is a pigeon theory is great is because it also adds an extra layer of deep fucking traumatic horror. Because as you'll remember, when Arya was running wild on King's Landing, Arya kills a pigeon and eats a pigeon because she's really hungry. And so the really like horrifying fucking 5D take here is that Arya killed her father, killed and ate her father's soul in pigeon form. And poor Ned was probably trying to help Arya. Ned would have been very confused finding himself in the body of a pigeon, but if he saw Arya, he probably would have tried to help Arya or communicate to Arya to help his darling daughter, only for his darling daughter to kill him with a stick and eat him. So I kind of love it. Like, I mean, no, it's not true, but I kind of love it. Ned is a pigeon, confirmed. Next theory, Bran will rape Meera through Hodor. So Bran's been walking into Hodor, and he knows that it's wrong. He knows that there's something abominable about taking over another human being's body. And a lot of people are anticipating some kind of climactic moment where Bran does something horrible and realizes that it's horrible and there's consequences for doing that horrible thing. And also there's been talk about Bran having like a crush on Meera. And there is a lot of rape in A Song of Ice and Fire, and I guess that's why people's brains have gone in this direction. Like, the ultimate abomination that could possibly happen in Bran's arc would be raping Meera through Hodor. That would certainly be about the most abominable thing you can imagine. I don't think it'll happen. That doesn't really make sense to me, and it would be horrible. So I don't think that theory is true, but I can sort of see why people's minds might go there. There is an awful lot of rape in the story, and I guess this theory reflects that. Thanks for the super chat from Abby, who says that the Untommen theory is undead Tommen. It's the theory that Cersei will ask Qyburn to resurrect him. Damn. I kind of like it. It's kind of logical. Like, Cersei is a big fan of Qyburn. She's a big fan of Robert Strong. Maybe she would want her darling boy to be resurrected. Like, he wouldn't come back right. But I could imagine like a really horrifying scene of like some kind of awful zombie, wretched Tommen corpse, barely alive monster, with Cersei like delusionally clutching him to her, like pretending that he's all there. You could imagine something really horrifying around that. So that's a cool image, but I don't think it's likely to happen. Tyrion will sleep with Penny, who is his daughter. Oh boy. So there is Penny, this dwarf girl in A Dance with Dragons who Tyrion meets. Could Penny be his daughter? Like, I guess. Like, Tyrion has had a lot of sex with a lot of sex workers, and he could have some bastards out there, I suppose. Is dwarfism genetic? Is the fact that Penny is a dwarf, does that make it more likely? Does that make it more likely that Penny is Tyrion's daughter? I don't know. But that is exactly the sort of weird, like, eatable bullshit that George Martin might pull. I'm not sure what the point would be. I'm not sure what that adds to the story. But it is kind of fun. Mo XL in the live chat, the person who posted this Iceberg meme to Reddit, says that the meme has now been removed on the subreddit. And look, I'm not gonna go on a rant about how Reddit mods suck, but I will imply it. Bloodraven will steal Bran's body. Wait, did Penny kiss Tyrion? Lord Farquaad in the live chat says that Penny kissed Tyrion in the books. I don't remember Penny kissing Tyrion, but yeah, I guess that sounds right. Anyway, Bloodraven will steal Bran's body. That should be higher up on the iceberg, because that's not even that crazy. Bloodraven, as we talked about with the Jojen Paste thing, Bloodraven does evil shit for what he sees as the greater good, and what he has done to Bran is super unethical and weird and gross and scary and creepy. We know that skin changes can skin change into other bodies. Bloodraven is still in his original body, and he's like a master sorcerer, so it seems very logical to me that Bloodraven will want to steal Bran's body. So maybe the moment that that Bran realizes that, oh my god, like, Bloodraven force-fed me Jojen Paste, maybe that will be a moment where Bran turns against Bloodraven. And maybe when Bloodraven tries to take Bran's body, that'll be when Bran flees the cave, the Three-Eyed Crow's cave. So yeah, I think it's pretty believable. Like you know, I mean, the whole Old Gods thing is always spooky and manipulative. Like, George R. R. Martin has written multiple sci-fi stories about, like, evil, seductive hive minds who are manipulating everyone. Like, even Bloodraven himself might be, like, an unfortunate puppet of the Old Gods, controlled by them. And I think Bran might ultimately become the same. I mean, you look at all the, like, other Greenseers, the Children of the Forest, who are, like, entombed and sucked into the roots of the Old Gods. Like, it's a weird, like, parasitic, monstrous life form, these goddamn weirwoods and the Old Gods. So, you know, Bran might become sucked into it. Maybe Bloodraven is the same, you know? Ola says that Bloodraven is the hive mind, and he controls all the Children of the Forest like puppets. Well, except the hive mind, the Old Gods and the weirwoods and the Children of the Forest, they've been around much longer than Bloodraven has. So, like, I think Bloodraven does have some influence here. But I don't think Bloodraven's, like, the big puppet master in charge of all the Old Gods. Bloodraven is just one soul among many with the Old Gods. So I think that it's like a higher thing that's going on here. This is an ancient god, the Old Gods. And it may be that Bloodraven is just as victimized by them as Bran is. Next theory, Cersei will rape Tommen. That's horrible, and I don't see why it would happen. So that's all I got to say about that. Next theory, Tywin is the Dusky Woman. You remember that bit at the end of that movie, Ali G Into House, where Charles Dance, the actor who plays Tywin, dances around and does some twerking in some little hot pants? That's what I imagine when I see Tywin is the Dusky Woman. Because the Dusky Woman is this mysterious woman who is with Victarion on his ship and is like his bed warmer. And the Dusky Woman is kind of sinister and weird. She sort of, like, hisses at people, and she's mute. She doesn't have a tongue. And a lot of people suspect that the Dusky Woman is secretly actually being warged or skin-changed by Euron as a way to keep an eye on Victarion, which is, like, a bit outlandish, but, like, low-key, exactly the sort of bullshit that Euron would do. Especially as, like, the Dusky Woman is having sex with Victarion, and Euron is such a horrible, creepy motherfucker who, like, sexually abused Aeron and his other brothers. Having sex with Victarion through the Dusky Woman is, like, exactly the kind of perverted, perverse, weird shit that Euron might do. So is the Dusky Woman being skin changed by Euron? Probably. Is Tywin the Dusky Woman? Well, I guess when Tywin died, he was actually secretly a skin changer. So just in the same way that Robb walked into Grey Wind, and in the same way that Ned walked into that pigeon, I think logically speaking, Tywin must have walked into the Dusky Woman. How could anything else be true? So confirmed. Next theory, Jon is his own father. Well, maybe if Jon is some kind of time-traveling fetus like Tyrion. I guess, I mean, we know that time travel is a thing since Bran, like, walked into Hodor to turn him into Hodor. So I guess, and there was a bit of time travel when, Jon saw that vision of Bran as a weirwood tree. And I think that happened at a different time than it happened for Bran. And people, like, whisper through the trees at each other. So yeah, time travel's a thing. But if Jon's mother is Lyanna, I guess that means that Jon has to time travel, have sex with his own aunt? Maybe at the Tower of Joy? So, well, hold on. Is Jon Rhaegar? Are we saying that Jon is Rhaegar, and in order to fulfill the prophecy of Azor Ahai, he faked his own death at the Battle of the Trident and actually used a TARDIS to go into Lyanna's womb, thus killing her, naturally, at the Tower of Joy, and turn himself into a baby to be carried to Winterfell by Ned Stark, so that Rhaegar/Jon could fulfill the prophecy of the prince that was promised and save the world from the White Walkers. Confirmed. Next theory. fAegon, young Griff, is Varys and Illyrio's son. Well, Varys says he's a eunuch. Maybe he's actually a woman. And it actually is a thing, a concept, that maybe Varys is the sibling of Serra, who was Illyrio's wife, who some people suspect is a Blackfyre. So, like, the Blackfyre theory is that Illyrio and Serra are the parents of Aegon Blackfyre, but maybe Varys is actually a woman, and she is young Griff's mother with Illyrio. Look, does it need to be true? No. Could it be true? Is Varys a female mermaid? Well, I love the fact that Varys is a merman is 1, 2, 3 ranks higher than Varys is secretly the mother of young Griff. Unless we're saying that Illyrio is a woman and Varys is a man. I mean, I don't know what's under those folds with Illyrio, So maybe Illyrio's a woman. I don't know how he grew that beard. Look, it's best not to think about it. Thanks for the super chat from Matthew Tyler, who says, theory, Alt-Shift-X equals the internet historian. No, actually, Vati Vidya is who I am. Final theory. You guys ready? Drum roll. We've reached the bottom. Let's just take a moment to see how far we've been. We started at the top of the iceberg with all of the most obviously true theories, like Jon will be resurrected and Alleras is Sarella. Then we went down to some of the deep lore shit, like Mormont's Raven, Faceless Men, and the Doom, Frey Pie. Now we're getting to the most absurd, the most unbelievable, the most guaranteed to be false theory imaginable. The Winds of Winter will be released before Christmas 2021. You know how I feel about that theory? This face sums it all up. This face is how I feel. That's what I think are our odds of getting the Winds of Winter by Christmas 2021. Look, if I'm going to be completely honest, I feel optimistic about the Winds of Winter. Like, that's probably just wishful thinking. But George has said some things lately that sound kind of optimistic. He said that he's coming out of his cabin soon and he's feeling good about some stuff. And it's like, oh, maybe that'd be cool. But I've thought that same thing for the last 10 years in a row. So if we're being honest, it's more likely that Varys is a merman. Okay, we've reached the bottom of the iceberg. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Should we wrap it up? I think I want to do like a speed round of like one more iceberg. I want to do a little bit more because I'm having fun. So we're gonna look at one more iceberg, and we're probably not gonna do the whole thing because I've got multiple icebergs prepared here. I mean, this one is significantly more elaborate than the previous one. There's a lot going on here. I like to just see if there's stuff I don't know here. There's also this one, which is a lot simpler. It's very blurry. I don't know who made this one. But it's got R plus equals J, Clegane Bowl, Jorah equals Azor Ahai, which I think is dumb. Azor Ahai. The name Azor Ahai is like the only reason why people use it. Jon X Dany, yeah, that'll probably happen in the books. A blue rose growing from a chink of ice and filling the air with sweetness is something that Daenerys sees in the House of the Undying. Varys Blackfyre, I think Aegon Blackfyre is more likely, but Varys might be Sarah's brother for sure. Thanks for the super chat from Mo XL, who made that first iceberg. Tyrion Targaryen can get lost. Jon Snow was Azor Ahai. I mean, I think Daenerys is also Azor Ahai in a similar way. Bolton, Grand Conspiracy, Maester Conspiracy, we already talked about those. Dragon released from Winterfell. I mean, that one's kind of interesting because in book 2, Bran through Summer, I believe, sees what appears to be like a dragon made of smoke flying away from Winterfell. And like the simpler theory is that it's just a bunch of smoke, bro, and wolves don't really know what dragons or smoke look like, and so through that sort of confused cognitive lens, Bran thinks that the smoke is a dragon. But there is that legend about like there's a dragon under Winterfell heating up the hot springs or whatever. And maybe dragon eggs were laid down there long ago. So there's kind of some fun things to think about. But I don't think a dragon actually flew out of Winterfell in the second book. Stannis equals Night King. There is that like that vision that Daenerys has in the House of the Undying of someone with like blue eyes and no shadow or something weird like that, and like the thing at the prow of the ship. I think that the basic idea is that like yes, like Stannis is willing to make evil sacrifices for the sake of like his kingship and like saving the world, burning Shireen and burning Edric Storm are things that he wants to do or might do, and that's kind of Night King sort of behavior, because the Night King in the books, the Night's King, made sacrifices to the White Walkers to try and sort of gain his power and whatever. So you can make comparisons between Stannis and the Night King. But I don't think Stannis will become like a ice wizard, if that's what you're asking. Rhaegar's harp. Some people think that Rhaegar's harp is inside Lyanna Stark's tomb in the crypts of Winterfell, which might be an interesting way to hint at Jon's true parentage as Rhaegar's son. Others aren't evil. The White Walkers aren't evil. That's kind of fun. Because, Song of Ice and Fire is a story where usually the villains have something more complicated going on than just being evil. George R. R. Martin said that we don't need any more Dark Lords. We don't need any more good guys versus bad guys. So, like, what the fuck are the others then, huh? Are the others just these unambiguously evil creatures with nothing redeeming, nothing human about them? I sort of go back and forth on that. But I don't think it's going to turn out that, the humans were the bad guys all along and the White Walkers were good. But I think that there might be some discoveries about like the origins of the White Walkers that might make us think, shit, like maybe this is kind of on us. Like this is kind of, goo. Next theory, Melisandre Targaryen. I don't think Melisandre is a Targaryen. Not everyone who likes fire is necessarily a Targaryen. But yeah, I don't know what the evidence for that is. Rhaegar plus Lyanna equals 3 dragon eggs. Are we saying that Lyanna laid an egg? That would be funny. Lyanna was a trap. Like what? The Southern Ambitions alliance deliberately got Rhaegar seduced by Lyanna in order to cause Robert's rebellion? That would be fun. That one's too blurry. Theon equals Azor Ahai. I mean, you know, it doesn't die, rises harder and stronger. Azor Ahai is reborn and resurrected. There's a similarity there. Bran equals Time Lord. Well, yeah, look, he walked into Hodor, so, like, there's something there. Sweetrobin equals Greenseer. That I actually like. I know that Preston Jacobs is a big fan of that idea, that Robert Aaron has visions of the future, and he talks about, like, Marillion singing when he shouldn't be able to hear Marillion singing or something. I don't know, there's actually some interesting stuff there. Lemongate, Dornish master plan, no magic. Yeah, so another Preston Jacobs thing is that, like, everything in Westeros, there's no magic. It's actually all science fiction. It's like a post-apocalyptic nuclear disaster that's caused mutations, and the Red Comet is actually a Vulcan spaceship or something. I don't know, man. Cave devils. I don't know what cave devils are. Is that I don't know. Aren't there like eyeless monsters in the caves? Aren't there Falmer down there somehow? I don't know. No prophecy. I mean, prophecies come true sometimes, just not in the ways you expect. Read Duncan Egg, bro. Jon equals the Night's King. I do like the idea that Jon will marry a White Walker. I do like the idea that Jon will... Jon has White Walker blood. The Starks... the Night's King was a Stark, and the Starks of Winterfell have some kind of pact with the White Walkers, and in order to fulfill it, Jon must marry a White Walker to remake peace between the White Walkers and the humans. I don't think that's likely, but, like, I actually like that idea. Old Shift X has a video about it. Ancient Stark Secrets. I think it's actually kind of cool. Ramsay Snow isn't human. Nah, the real twist is that the worst of us are humans. That's the real horror. Bro. Robb warged Catelyn. Why? Are you saying that, like, Robb walked into Catelyn at the Red Wedding and cut little Jingle Bell Frey's throat? Why? To, like, ensure his own death? Are you saying... Oh, no, Catelyn... You're right. We're saying that Lady Stoneheart is Robb Stark, is, I guess, what that theory is. Which makes it kind of cool that when when Lady Stoneheart is sitting there with Robb's crown, what if that's actually Robb with Robb's crown in Catelyn's body? That's kind of fun. Blackgate equals portal. Well, I mean, you know, it is a portal. Any door is a portal. Are you saying the Black Gate fucking teleports you to another dimension? I don't think that's true, because you can go through the wall in lots of different ways. Geryon Lannister is the Shrouded Lord. What? Because they laugh and Tyrion has a dream or something? I don't know. I think that's dumb. Die in Westeros, wake up as an other. There would be a lot more others. Like, a lot more others. Roose Bolton is the rat cook, that, like, cannibalistic monster. Well, I guess that's going to go with... the Bolton theory, that Roose Bolton is an immortal White Walker vampire type person. So I guess the rat cook thing is sort of an addition to that. All prophesied heroes equals evil. I'm actually kind of on board for that. Like, Azor Ahai, you know, when you think about it, seems like maybe he's like a bad dude, what with, like, stabbing his wife with a sword and all of that. And there are some suspicious similarities between Azor Ahai and the Night's King, because the Night's King is someone who kills the Amethyst Empress to sort of gain power and so on. So, like, yeah, I think that's a very legitimate interpretation, that the whole sort of notion of, like, a prophesied hero might actually be something a lot darker and more complicated. And the fulfillment of Azor Ahai, it's probably not going to be Jon Snow and Daenerys, like, high-fiving and then, like, burning dragons and having a fun time, burning White Walkers and having a fun time. It'll might be more like, you know, Jon sacrificing Daenerys or something like that. So yeah, I like the idea that the prophecies are actually kind of evil. Ned's not dead. He's actually Mance. Tower of Joy equals blood magic ritual. I mean, that kind of makes sense, because there was death and it created life. He created the life of Jon Snow, who might be Azor Ahai and might save the world, and only death can pay for life. And, you know, the Tower of Joy is very mysterious. Like, why exactly did Arthur Dayne fight Ned Stark? What exactly? Didn't they have basically the same goals? They both wanted to protect Lyanna. They both wanted to protect Jon. Why were they fighting? And also, like, the entire story of the Tower of Joy, we get it in a fever dream in Ned's consciousness. Like, how do we even know that any of that's accurate? So, hell, like, I like that idea. Tower of Joy was a blood magic ritual. I mean, it's not true, but it's fun to think about. Post-apocalyptic, we talked about that. I think Preston Jacobs is all over that. You know, it's all science fiction, nuclear radiation, spaceships, and so on. Because George Martin has a lot of early, like, weird sci-fi stuff that he wrote, so why not? The Others are a Merling hoax. Damn. I like it. I think that the Merlings might be an other hoax, though, if I'm being honest. The trees are evil. That should just be near the top. Like, the Weirwoods and the Old Gods are obviously fucking evil. I mean, they took fucking blood sacrifice. The old Northmen used to hang corpses in the Weirwood trees as a sacrifice. So, yeah, for sure. Rhaego equals Jon Snow. I guess that has to be another time-traveling fetus. Secret second wall. Like, what if they go north? What if they go north to, like, the heart of winter to, like, kill the White Walkers or whatever, and they go all the way north and they find that there's another wall, and then they cross that wall and then they're in Dorne, or they cross that wall and then they're in, like, the White Walker version of Westeros, where the White Walkers are all like, oh boy, I sure hope that the humans won't come and invade our peaceful White Walker civilization. That'd be fun. And of course, Aerys Targaryen talked about building a second wall to, like, get more territory north of the wall. That's all fun. Hodor is the name of the Great Other. Yeah, so, like, there was this theory that maybe the reason why Hodor is the way he is because he saw something terrible down in the deep, dark crypts of Winterfell, and maybe he saw something terrible, and the reason why he keeps saying Hodor is because Hodor is the name of the Great Other. And I think Melisandre says something about, like, oh, the Great Other has a name, but we must not say its name. So, you know, I actually kind of like that idea, that Hodor, you know, saw the Great Other. But, you know, I don't suppose it's true. Rhaegar was reborn as a dragon at the Tower of Joy. I mean, not a literal dragon, but a metaphorical dragon called Jon Snow, maybe. Maybe Rhaegar warged into baby Jon, and that's who we're dealing with. I mean, in Dunk and Egg, like, you know, a dragon hatching turns out to be a metaphor for egg finding confidence, you know, so it's a thing. Dany equals Fire White. I actually love that theory. The idea that Daenerys actually died on that pyre, but through the magical sacrifice of Mirri Maz Duur and Drogo and Rhaego, Daenerys was resurrected, similar to Beric. And she's now a Fire White, like Beric is a Fire White. And maybe she's actually sort of undead and doesn't even know it. And maybe that'll have consequences in the long run. I think that's a really fun idea. You probably can't read this blurry-ass text, but this right here says Dyson Sphere, which is a science fiction concept of, like, a giant structure built around a star in order to harvest the energy of that star. I'm not... Are we saying that, like, the world of Westeros is a Dyson Sphere? Not sure why or how, but, like, sure, we're at the bottom of the iceberg. Let's get weird. L plus other equals Jon. I guess we're saying that Lyanna Stark had sex with a White Walker and gave birth to Jon. I mean, no, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jon Snow had some White Walker blood in him. Go watch that Old Shift X Ancient Stark Secrets thing. Renly's armor was rigged to kill him by the Florents in his camp. That's kind of great. Because, come on, Brienne, you saw a fucking shadow and then Renly's throat opened? Nah, man, it was actually some kind of Moorish assassination device built into his fucking neck brace on his armor or whatever. That's a fun idea. Because the Florents, they wanted to support the true king, Stannis Baratheon, so they assassinated Renly. Why not? Bravos equals Illuminati. I mean, there's lots of theories about how the Faceless Men and the Iron Bank are secretly, like, the same institution. Two sides of the same coin, you could say. And we know that, the Bravosi don't like dragons, they don't like Targaryens, they don't like Valyria, so, like, maybe they secretly caused the doom of Valyria, maybe they secretly, helped the fall of the Targaryens, the Dance of the Dragons. You can get real conspiratorial about that, sure. Starks equals Snarks. Now that one's controversial, because there's a lot of people who think that the Starks are actually Grumpkins. But you heard it here first. I think that the Starks are Snarks. Targaryens are Grumpkins. I think that's what it is. The Red Waste equals the Garden of Eden. I mean, if we're going post-apocalyptic, then, maybe the Red Waste was originally some, wonderful paradise, but it got nuked by the Vulcans, and now it's all messed up. Daenerys does have that. She goes to that little ruined city in the Red Waste, and she sees this little, like, town, and she wants to grow olive trees and find some kind of respite there. So maybe that's symbolically like a Garden of Eden. The 3 Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy were others. YouTuber Lucifer Means Lightbringer draws a lot of parallels between Kingsguard and White Walkers, because they're always described as, like, white shadows and stuff. So maybe there are some sort of thematic, symbolic parallels there. What the fuck does this say? Every dead dreamer Bran sees in his falling dream equals a previous long night cycle. Shit, I actually like that a lot. I haven't heard that before, but I actually like that a lot. Because what we're seeing now with the White Walkers invading again does seem to be a repetition of what happened in the previous long night. And history is vague and uncertain enough that maybe if there had been a previous war against the White Walkers, and another one before that, and another one before that, history might not record it because, the wars are so destructive and apocalyptic, which feeds into that post-apocalyptic notion. So, I kind of like it. The old, like it's all about, the old gods and the great other, or law locked in some ancient metaphysical cycle wheel of time. Roderick, the reader, does say that time is a wheel and everything repeats eventually. So, I kind of enjoy that. Maybe it's a endless loop and they've got to break out of it and achieve samsara. Lyanna Stark was a White Walker. Well, she did like Blue Winter Roses a lot. And that proves that she's a White Walker. Look, we're at the bottom of the iceberg. I don't know what to tell you. The Undying equals 666th degree Masons. Yeah, well, in the real world, there's the Stone Masons, who a lot of people think are secretly in charge of the world, but in reality, I think they're just old men who wear funny hats. So, that's basically the Undying, if we're being honest. So, yeah, sure. Sure. I think that that's true. The Ash River flows from Bloodraven's cave. The Ash River is the one in Ashai, isn't it? It's the one that's like flowing out of the fucking nuclear wasteland of the oily Blackstone city where some apocalypse seems to have happened. And I guess we're suggesting that, like, the globe connects. Like, you go far enough north beyond the wall, you eventually come up in Ashai from the south. Because, there are some weird, the 5 forts and everything are like these weird structures, which is suspiciously similar to the wall in Westeros, holding back the White Walkers. So yeah, I kind of enjoy the idea that there's like a connection there, there's a loop. Final theory, Nymeria was an other. Are we talking about Queen Nymeria who took over Dawn, or are we talking about the direwolf Nymeria? I mean, if we're talking about the direwolf Nymeria, I guess that means that Arya wargs into a White Walker, which is pretty impressive. I guess that makes Arya a Greenseer of the greatest potency. Maybe she's secretly Bloodraven? Hard to say. But guys, we made it. We survived the bottom of the iceberg. And goddamn, hey, we're doing another stream because a few weeks ago we did an iceberg video examining A Song of Ice and Fire theories. And the iceberg was this one. It had a lot of deep eldritch truths on it. We blew a few minds. It was wild. It was a good time. Now we're going even deeper. You wouldn't believe it. Because today we're doing this iceberg meme. It is like twice as insane, twice as deep, twice as... Look how many theories are on this thing, man. And we're gonna delve into the cold, frosty depths to decide what theories are true, what theories are wrong. We're gonna definitively know what's going on in A Song of Ice and Fire. It's gonna be awesome. Iceberg right ahead, choo choo. The Titanic is staying on the tracks and it is gonna smash this iceberg. It's gonna be great. Thanks for the super chats from Matthew Tyler, much appreciated, and from Tyler Evan. All right, so let's begin. You'll notice that there's a fuck ton of theories here, so I'm gonna try and be brief, which, as everyone knows, is my specialty. Alt-Shift-X is nothing if not concise. So let's jump into it. The first theory that we're discussing today, right on the teensy top of the iceberg, the most believable and vanilla and tame of all the theories, is the idea that Jon Snow is not the son of Ned Stark, as he and most people believe, but is actually the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. And I think this theory is true. I think it makes a lot of sense. We're told that he's Ned's son, but there are all these circumstantial hints that suggest that maybe he's actually the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, because Rhaegar and Lyanna ran off together. They went to the Tower of Joy, and then Lyanna died giving birth, and then Ned Stark came home with Jon, and Ned Stark says that Jon is his bastard, but that doesn't sound like something Ned would do, since he's such like a honorable man who doesn't go to brothels and, doesn't have any thought of the supposed mother of Jon and so on. So I think it makes a lot of sense that it's Jon. But there are alternative theories, and you best believe we will address them. Next theory, Brynden Rivers is the three-eyed crow. So Bloodraven is this sorceress dude who is enshrined and covered in covered in weirwood roots up in a cave in the far north, and that's who Bran meets when he follows these dreams that he has of a three-eyed crow trying to open his third eye. This dream, along with Mira and Jojen Reed, lead Bran up to the cave where he meets Brynden Rivers. And so you'd think that Brynden Rivers is sending Bran these dreams of the three-eyed crow. He's responsible, because there are various characters who can give people dreams in A Song of Ice and Fire. People like Quaithe and Euron and so on. And so Brynden is presumably doing the same thing. The appendix of A Song of Ice and Fire supports this idea. The appendix, to my knowledge, says that the three-eyed crow is Brynden Rivers. We can verify that right now. Three-eyed crow appendix. All right. Here we go. We can just, fuck it. I'll just show you the ebook right now. All right. Here's the ebook, and it says, the three-eyed crow, also called the Last Green Seer, once a man of the Night's Watch named Brynden. So the books make it pretty clear Brynden Rivers is the three-eyed crow. He is sending Bran those dreams to lure him north and to train him in magic and stuff. But there are alternative theories, because it's very weird that when Bran meets Bloodraven, he's like, oh, are you the three-eyed crow? And Bloodraven, he isn't like, yeah, bro, I'm the three-eyed crow. I'm the person who sent you those dreams. No, he's kind of like, a crow? Oh, well, I guess I am a crow in the sense that I was in the Night's Watch once. Which is a very weird response if Bloodraven is the three-eyed crow. So there are alternative theories suggesting that the three-eyed crow might be more of a manifestation of like the magic of the old gods and like all those other green seers and all that other old gods stuff, and that maybe Brynden is not entirely in control of everything that the old gods are, doing and that Bran is seeing. Bran says that he has dreams of the three-eyed crow, but he also has dreams about weirwoods. And maybe the dream of the weirwood is when Bloodraven is appearing in Bran's dreams, and maybe the dream with the three-eyed crow is more the dream of the old gods more generally. I think that's actually not a crazy idea. I think that people go a bit too far with the theory that Bloodraven is not the three-eyed crow, but I think there is clearly some truth to the idea that Bloodraven is not in full control of everything that Bran's seeing. And the whole sort of, Brynden River's Bloodraven personality is not fully connected and not fully synonymous with, the things that the Old Gods are doing. And the Old Gods are super sinister, and the Old Gods do have their own sort of thing. And there are lots of other Greenseers connected to the Old Gods in Bloodraven's cave. So I think there is some reason to be skeptical about the idea that Bloodraven is in full control of the Three-Eyed Crow visions that Bran has. Do I think that they're completely separate entities? No. But I do think they're connected. So, I think that Bloodraven basically is connected to the Three-Eyed Crow, but is he in full control of it? Not necessarily. So I'd give that a firm maybe for theory number 2. Next theory is Balon Greyjoy was assassinated by Euron. Let's pull up a picture for this one. This'll be good. Let's pull up a picture of Balon. He's this fella, and we'll try and get a picture of him on the bridge. Let's grab this one. So this is the bridge where Balon died. And in the books, it just says that, Balon fell off a bridge. That was weird. Now there's a bunch of crabs eating him. And then some fella's like, ooh, king crabs, I would think, to sup on such royal jelly. Eye jelly, that is. We're going off track. But the point is that Balon dies, and it seems to be a random accident. But in the Ghost of Highheart chapter where Arya meets the Ghost of Highheart, one of those 2 chapters, the Ghost of Highheart says that I saw a man without a face standing on a bridge that swayed and swung. On his shoulder was a crow with seaweed hanging from his beak or something like that. And so what that tells us is that there was some other shadowy figure who was involved in killing Balon. And the man without a face suggests that he's an assassin of the Faceless Men. And the drowned crow on his shoulder makes it seem like maybe Euron, the crow's eye, was the one who hired the Faceless Man. So yeah, I think that's like almost certainly the truth. The show deciding to have Euron do it directly, sort of supports, sort of doesn't support the theory, but I think it's very likely that Euron hired a Faceless Man to kill Balon, pushing him off that bridge. I think that makes perfect sense. Robert Strong. So, in the books, there's this fellow Robert Strong who turns up shortly after the mountain disappears. And Robert Strong is supposedly a knight who has sworn a vow of silence and has vowed not to speak until all of Queen Cersei's enemies are dead. Except this Robert Strong fellow is enormous. And many characters suspect that Robert Strong is actually the Mountain Gregor Clegane. This art is by Svetoslav Petrov. This art is by Akazai Got. And yeah, I think it's almost certain that, it is certain that Robert Strong is the reanimated Mountain Gregor Clegane, because Qyburn does all these weird necromantic experiments, and where he uses up these innocent women in some horrifying Frankensteinian fashion, resulting in Robert Strong, who's some kind of more powerful, undead, monstrous version of the Mountain, who perhaps the Hound might defeat in Clegane Bowl one day, perhaps. Lyanna Stark equals the Knight of the Laughing Tree. So there's this story about the Knight of the Laughing Tree, who was a knight who fought in the tournament at Harrenhal. And no one knows who the knight is. The knight defeated a couple of knights who tormented Howland Reed when he came to the tournament at Harrenhal. And the king, Aerys Targaryen, said, hey, let's unmask this knight, the Knight of the Laughing Tree. I want to know who this is. And so a bunch of people went after him, but the knight disappeared. And Rhaegar was one of the people who went after the knight. And so some people think that, maybe Rhaegar met Lyanna while searching for the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and that's how their romance began, which then proceeded with Rhaegar running off with Lyanna. And so, there are a few different possibilities as to who the Knight of the Laughing Tree was. Like, some people think it might have been Ned, some think it might have been Howland, some think it might have been Brandon Stark. But I think Lyanna makes the most sense just because it's the most interesting answer. I mean, we are specifically told that Lyanna Stark was a really good horse rider, which means that she'd be good at jousting, because we're told that jousting is all about being a good horse rider. And there's, obviously there's the question of Lyanna's voice. Like, as a girl, like a teenage girl, you'd think that people would realize that she's female. But in the story, it specifically says that Lyanna, that the Knight of the Laughing Tree's voice was like booming like through the helmet. And I think that's a deliberate like clue, because that's George telling us that, that female voice was disguised by like the acoustics and the echoiness of a big metal helmet. So that might have covered up her small high-pitched female teenage voice. So yeah, I think it is very, very likely that Lyanna is the Knight of the Laughing Tree, mostly just because it's the most interesting answer. It's just cool. It's just more interesting than if, Ned did it or whatever. And there are alternative theories, like maybe it was Howland and like the old gods gave strength to his arm so that he'd win or whatever, but I tend to think it's Lyanna. Next theory, Pink Letter Conspiracy. Okay, so at the end of A Dance with Dragons, Jon Snow gets a letter purportedly from Ramsay Bolton that says, Nya 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 nya, I killed Stannis and I've captured Mance Rhaegar and the wildling women that you sent to rescue Arya, who's not actually Arya, it's actually Jane Poole, who marries Ramsay in the books. Nya 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 nya, and because of that taunting letter, Jon Snow says, right, that's it. Fuck it, I'm riding south. I'm going to defeat Ramsay because he's a piece of shit. And then because of Jon's abandonment of the Night's Watch, that's why the Night's Watchmen decide to betray Jon Snow and kill him. So some people are like, ooh, well, maybe Pink Letter was actually sent by Mance Rhaegar, because Mance Rhaegar wanted people to come and help him because he was imprisoned or because he was in trouble and struggling to escape Winterfell. So maybe he sent that letter with the specific goal of motivating Jon to come down and bring soldiers and take Winterfell, thus saving him. And that's like kind of maybe, because there are some interesting like language similarities between like the words that are used in the Pink Letter and stuff that Mance Rhaegar says, like the phrase "all the world to see," and calling Night's Watchmen black crows and calling Melisandre a red witch. Like, those are specific phrases that are used both in the Pink Letter and by Mance Rhaegar. And also Mance Rhaegar is the only person mentioned by name in the Pink Letter. Everyone else is mentioned by some kind of descriptor. So that's, maybe there's something there. But it's not really clear how, but it's a very like roundabout way of doing it. Like, Mance could have just sent a letter, to Jon or to the wildlings or to someone just saying like, hey, like, I need assistance right now. It's kind of a 5,000 like 4D chess play to go like, oh, I'm going to manipulate Jon by angering him. Would that really work? So I don't know. You can maybe argue that it was Mance, but I tend to think that it was just Ramsay. I'm not sure if it's really even meant to be that much of a mystery. Like, Tormund does say that, ooh, this could be a skin of lies. I think that because I think that for one thing, Stannis isn't dead. Like, I think that's the lie in the Pink Letter. I don't think that that Stannis is dead. I think that when the Freys and the Manderlys rode out to fight Stannis in the Battle of Ice, as ordered by Roose Bolton at the end of the book, I think that the Manderlys will turn on the Freys. I think that Stannis will defeat the Freys using the night lamp theory, that he'll use that fake beacon to lure the Freys onto the rotten ice where he'll kill them. And I think that the Manderlys will come back to Winterfell with Stannis' sword Lightbringer and say, hey, we killed Stannis. And Ramsay will be like, beauty, not realizing that the Manderlys are actually conspiring with Stannis to sneak up and take Winterfell, which I think is what happens. So, like, I think that's sort of the inaccuracy of the Pink Letter. I tend to think it wasn't written by Mance. Cool. Oberyn poisoned Tywin. Oh, well, thanks for the super chat from Brian, who says, if Cersei does win, what do you think Robert Strong will say? So I guess you're asking, like, what happens at the trial by combat that's set up for Robert Strong to defend Cersei against the accusations of adultery and all of that. I think that... I don't know who Robert Strong will fight against. Will it be, like Lancel? Will it be? It won't be Jaime. I don't know. I don't know who Robert will fight against. I mean, will it be the Hound? Not likely. But in this fight where Robert Strong represents Cersei, what will happen? I think what will happen is that Robert Strong will be like unmasked, like his helmet will come off, and then people will see that Robert Strong is not a holy knight sworn to a vow of silence. Robert Strong is actually a necromantic fucking abomination, horrifying monster based on the corpse of the mountain, and that'll sort of turn people against Cersei, or at least turn the faith against Cersei even more than they already are. Because there's a line, I think by Abara or one of the Sand Snakes, where they say, ooh, if people see, a big, tall, mountainous man, then they will know that the mountain is alive and Cersei's a liar. So that kind of foreshadows for me the idea that Robert Strong will be unmasked. Thanks for the super chat from Alvin, who says, good evening, Shrifty. Been watching for 3 years. Thank you for your work. Do you think the main series will ever be readapted for television? I don't know. It depends how desperate HBO gets, I suppose. There's been talk of like an animated remake of Game of Thrones based on A Song of Ice and Fire. I think that would be cool. Obviously, it couldn't happen until the books are all finished, and that might not happen for decades, really, if we're being honest. So I don't know. I wouldn't anticipate a re-adaptation of Game of Thrones happening anytime soon. Maybe in decades and decades from now, sure, but I don't know if they want to like undermine the existing IP by making a new one, Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, also, the Nightlamp theory with Stannis using the ground to his advantage has enough evidence to mean the Boltons almost certainly haven't won yet. Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying with the Pink Letter. There's no way Stannis is dead just because there's been so much foreshadowing and setup for Stannis to have a badass victory in the Battle for Ice. And that's just how you know that it's untrue, that Stannis is dead. Thanks for the super chat from Anas, who says that when Jon sees the pink letter, he says, I don't want it. I don't want my sister to be married to a Bolton, so I'm going to leave the Night's Watch. And thanks for the super chat from David. Next, theory. Oberyn poisoned Tywin. Okay, so I think I've maybe been too dismissive of this theory in the past. I think maybe the best evidence for Oberyn poisoning Tywin is when Oberyn departed Sunspear to go to King's Landing. Duran says that Oberyn said that I'm going to bring down the mountain, more or less. He doesn't say exactly that, but he says like, oh, remember when I played that game in the Water Gardens where we'd push boys off each other's shoulders for fun? I'll knock down someone taller and stronger than me. Which sort of foreshadows him fighting the mountain, right? And so the question is, how did Oberyn know before he went to King's Landing that he would fight the mountain? Because he only fought the mountain because Tyrion Lannister was accused of murder. So how did he know that he'd be the champion to fight in that fight? And so the theory that a lot of people have is that what if Oberyn planned to poison Tywin and planned to get accused of the murder because he is an infamous poisoner, and then he would defend himself in combat against the mountain, because of course the Lannisters would choose the mountain because he's such a beefy bloke, and then he would get to kill the mountain as well as Tywin, thus avenging the death of Elia. That kind of makes a bit of sense. I'm not totally against that theory. It's a little bit tinfoily, but I kind of like it. And people say that, Oberyn must have poisoned Tywin because Tywin's corpse stank really bad when he was laid out in the Sept. And I tend to think that the stinking corpse has more to do with a symbol of Tywin's rotten legacy. He was so obsessed with family legacy and the nobility and pride of his house. So this proud, arrogant man just being a stinky ass corpse at the end of his life it's such a wonderful repudiation of everything he stood for. So I don't think his corpse stank because of poison. But I actually kind of am starting to like the idea that Oberyn did poison Tywin, or at least intended to poison Tywin. Of course, all of that poison was moot when Tyrion shot a crossbow bolt into his dad's guts, which kind of obviates the whole situation. Next theory. Well, thanks for the super chat from Osmond, who says a drunk Vargo Hoat is an alcoholic. Oh god, that is a dad joke, Osmond. Because Vargo Hoat is from Qohor, and drunk people might be alcoholics. Lucas in the super chat says, what do you think about Barbary Dustin being the one to send the pink letter? I personally think this makes the most sense. Barbary Dustin is a super interesting character. She is mysterious. Her motivations and her allegiances are uncertain. She's like supposedly, ostensibly allied to the Boltons, but she clearly doesn't like the Boltons. And I think that there's reason to think she might work against the Boltons, be part of the Grand Northern Conspiracy, perhaps. I'm not really sure what she would think that she would gain from the Pink Letter. Maybe she's trying to like lure Jon south to like help defeat the Boltons or something. But I think it's more likely that if Barbary Dustin is like plotting things, like, maybe she and her conspirators are working with Stannis and, are in on his plot to like deceive the Boltons and take Winterfell, and so on. So I don't know. I tend to think Barbary didn't send the Pink Letter, but anything is possible. Christian, thanks for the super chat, says, didn't that Alt Shift X guy say that the stinking corpse of Tywin is a reference to Dostoevsky? Yeah, I think that's something that happens in the Brothers Karamazov, is there's a stinking corpse, and it's like a symbol for someone's legacy being corrupted. And yeah, I think that's possible. And trust that Alt Shift X wanker to mention fucking Dostoevsky in a Tits and Dragons video. Oh, what a prick. Next theory, fAegon. So this is the theory that young Griff, who is supposedly said to be Aegon Targaryen VI, the son of Rhaegar and Elia, is actually a fake Aegon, fAegon. And the common theory is that he's actually a Blackfyre. And I think that's very likely, because as Tyrion says, it's super, super weird for Aegon Targaryen to be supported by the Golden Company, given that for 100 years the Golden Company have opposed the Targaryens and support the Blackfyres against the Targaryens. And Illyrio Mopatis is so like mysterious and weird and hints at all these secret motivations. Like he says that, some contracts are written in ink and some in blood. And he says that, even a fat old fool like me has debts of affection to repay. And he has some personal investment in young Griff, because he like treats young Griff like a son and he's very fond of him and gives him gifts. And there was that reading from a convention where Illyria's having a conversation and Tyrion hears the word sword and things Griff must know and all this stuff. So there's obviously a secret there. And Varys and Daenerys is warned against the Mummer's dragon, a fake dragon, and Varys is the Mummer, so young Griff is the Mummer's dragon, and power lies where people believe it lies. Like oh my god, there are so many fascinating hints that young Griff is not Aegon Targaryen and is actually someone else. So yeah, I think it's basically almost certain that fAegon is the Mummer's dragon. fAegon is not Aegon Targaryen. And I think Aegon being a Blackfyre, possibly related to Illyrio and to Illyrio's wife Sarah, makes a lot of sense. Next theory, parallels between cultures' legends. So there are a lot of fascinating similarities. If you read the World of Ice and Fire world book, it describes like the legends of lots of different places, and you notice some weird shit. Like probably the biggest, most obvious one is the story of the Great Empire of the Dawn, where there was this ancient figure called the Bloodstone Emperor who killed his sister, the Amethyst Empress, and then that caused the Long Night. And the Long Night only ended when a hero called Azor Ahai with a flaming sword defeated the darkness, and light and life returned to the world. And then in the northeast, there's this giant fortification called the Five Forts, which is said to protect the realm from the demons of the Lion of Night. And the Grey Waste is cold. And all of that seems extremely similar to the wall that protects Westeros from the cold wastes beyond the wall. And the whole story of like the last hero who like helped defeat the others in the Battle for the Dawn seems a whole lot like Azor Ahai. And there's all these other cultures, like the world book explicitly says that, this hero is known as Herkun the Hero and Eldrick Shadow Chaser and Azor Ahai, all these different mythical figures that serve the same mythic role. There's even like the Sarnori, who are like this ancient race who lived in the grasslands of Essos, and their like first king was called like Mazor Humai or something like that, which sounds very suspiciously like Azor Ahai. And so, like, the book pretty explicitly shows that, yeah, there are some very close similarities between all these different legends. And there's also, like, a Yetish legend of, like, a woman with a monkey's tail who defeated the darkness or whatever. So, yeah, that there are explicitly many similarities between legends, which, like, supports this idea that the Long Night was a global event. And everyone has different stories about how it ended with some sort of culture hero, which is similar to, in the real world, legends of the biblical flood. There are many, well, not the biblical flood, but just a mythic flood that appears in the mythology of many different real-world civilizations. So, like, in the Bible, you've got Noah, who was, like, the virtuous man who built an ark to save people from God's punishment, wiping out the world. And then you've got was it the Mesopotamians who had the myth of Ziusudra, who was their heroic figure, who was like the one, decent dude who saved some people from the flood where the gods were punishing and wiping out the world. There's like this ancient, deluge tablet that is, and it's what's it called? The Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh relates a flood myth. I think that's the one with Ziusudri in it. The point is that, like, just as in the real world, Song of Ice and Fire has all these different cultures with all these different suspiciously similar stories, which suggests that there's some kind of central truth, perhaps, to those legends. The question is, like, how could one hero have possibly ended the Long Night all over the world? If there were White Walkers in Westeros, and there were the demons of the Lion of Night in the Far East, I mean, maybe the Far East connects to the Far West and it all happened in the one place, but how do all these cultures know that there was one hero who did it? I mean, possibly one answer is that Azor Ahai and, like, the sword Lightbringer, like, we're told that the Long Night was ended by the hero with the sword Lightbringer. Obviously, like, one dude with one sword is not going to make that much of a difference against, like, zillions of World War Z fucking whites coming out every which way. So maybe Lightbringer is a metaphor for dragons. And so, the whole idea of, like, the sacrifice, Azor Ahai killing Nissa to bring the fire into the world, maybe that whole bringing the fire into the world is a metaphor for the first dragons, or taming dragons. So maybe Azor Ahai, the hero who ended the first Long Night, was the person who tamed dragons for the first time. And so being on Dragonback and incinerating all those zombies, that is a pretty plausible way to end the Long Night. And being on a dragon gives you all that mobility to fly all over the world and fight the darkness everywhere, which could explain why all these different legends all over the world, all these different cultures, have similar mythology about a hero with a fiery sword ending the Long Night. Maybe it was just one very busy dude on a dragon incinerating all the whites, and that could also explain, like, the black fused stone that forms the foundation of the High Tower in Westeros, and it might explain the Danes, because the Danes in Dawn have Valyrian features, even though we're told that they're actually First Men, not Valyrians. So, like, they're this weird, like, cultural anachronism, like this weird ancient people who just say, what are they doing there in Dawn? Maybe the Danes are the descendants of Azor Ahai, and maybe their ancient, mysterious, powerful sword Dawn was the original Lightbringer, so I guess there was a sword in addition to dragons. And, Azor Ahai built the Old Town Foundation with his dragons, blah, blah, blah. We can go on. But, I guess the theory is, are there parallels between each culture's legends? Yes. Confirmed. Okay, next theory. Daenerys is Azor Ahai. Yes? Yes, basically. I mean, Aemon Targaryen says Daenerys is Azor Ahai in Book 4. And she fits the whole sort of prophesied thing, because Daenerys gets symbolically reborn in the pyre where her dragons are born, and, hatching those dragons is a sort of a fulfillment of the Lightbringer prophecy, bringing fire into the world. Hatching dragons from stone, no less, because her dragon eggs are stone dragons, we are told. They're petrified into stone with age. And, there was salt and smoke at the burning because there's, like, tears and sweat running down her body and smoke rising from the pyre. Yes, I think Daenerys is Azor Ahai. She'll play a role in defeating the White Walkers. The question is Daenerys the only Azor Ahai, or are there other possible people who are also Azor Ahai? And I think that is also true because, Melisandre searches for Azor Ahai and her god R'hllor shows her Snow with a capital S, Jon Snow. I think Jon Snow is also an Azor Ahai figure, if only because he will probably, like in the TV show, stab and kill Daenerys, which is very much like the myth of Azor Ahai and Nissa Nissa, and I think that sacrifice will play a role in defeating the White Walkers. So yeah, I think Daenerys symbolically is Azor Ahai, but that doesn't mean that she's the only person who's Azor Ahai. Thanks for the super chat from Poos on Poos, who says, "You sound familiar. Did you warg into that Alt-Shift-X bloke? Anyways, I love all your content. Can't wait for House of the Dragon." Yeah, House of the Dragon will be fun and interesting. I hope it doesn't suck, and I hope that I can take Matt Smith wearing a Targaryen wig seriously. Sarang in the live chat says, thanks for the super chat, says, "How likely do you think it is that the north on the map is actually the geographical northwest and the presumptive North Pole is southeast of the Grey Waste?" So Sarang is saying, what if the east connects to the west, and that explains, like, how everything is connected. Like, there's one central location where all the White Walkers come from, and when the Long Night happened, they emerged, down towards Westeros in the west and towards the Great Empire of the Dawn, or Yi Ti, in the east, because, George R. R. Martin has confirmed that, the world of Ice and Fire is a globe, and it does sound as though Alyssa Farman sailed all the way west and came out on the east. So this is the Lands of Always Winter in the far north, is where the White Walkers seem to come from. And in the far, far, far east, there is the Grey Waste, which we are specifically told is cold. So it seems kind of similar. And here are the 5 forts, which is where... which is the big fortification that stops the demons from the Grey Waste coming through to attack the lands of Yi Ti. It's interesting that there's also this forest called Mosavie here. Mosavie, I think, is a reference to Moscow, because isn't Muscovy or Mosavie like an old-fashioned term for Moscow and Russia and stuff? But you could think, well, maybe Mosavie, which we're told is like the weird haunted domain of necromancers and dark sorcery, maybe that is actually one and the same as the Haunted Forest beyond the wall. The Haunted Forest, weird, mysterious forest full of weird, mystical boogans and so on. And, we are repeatedly told that, the East is so far away that no one really knows for sure anything about it. Like, it's so shrouded in mystery that, like, this geography and the specifics could be totally wrong. So I think it's kind of plausible that, yeah, maybe these two places are connected. And that does explain why the White Walkers in the Long Night supposedly attacked Westeros and the Far East simultaneously, and were apparently resolved by a hero with a fiery sword simultaneously. Maybe it's the same place. And yes, there is a So Spake Martin. There is a reported interview or correspondence with George Martin where he said, no, Westeros does not connect to Essos. But that interview happened many years ago, many years before the World of Ice and Fire was written. So I don't think that works as a counter argument. I think it's entirely possible that George might have changed his mind. So yeah, I think those are basically the two different answers to the question of how was the Long Night ended in two vastly distant places simultaneously. I think one possible answer is that the far north of Westeros and the far east of Essos are connected geographically, or maybe Azor Ahai just had dragons. He was maybe the first dragon rider, and so he just flew around everywhere. Very busy life, but I guess that's also possible. Thanks for the super chat from Matthew, who says, "Is the plural Azor Ahais or Azor Ahai?" I think it's Azor Ahaises. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, "Seeing as the Maesters have no accurate way to decide what's north or south." Yeah, George Martin specifically says that, it's here be dragons type stuff. We are not meant to take this geography or these legends as serious. There are multiple bits in the World of Ice and Fire where it's ooh, but no one knows if any of this is true. Especially the cities of the Bloodless Men and Bone Town. Are we meant to take that stuff as City of the Winged Men? George Martin has said, this is meant to be myth and legend, not true kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's very possible that there's some kind of shenanigans going on here. Next theory. Frey Pies. Frey Pies is canon. So Wyman Manderly, he has this feast at the wedding of Theon and fake Arya, and he has these giant meat pies that he insists that everyone try a taste of these delicious pies. And he seems to be having a great time with these Freys, except we know that Manderly is secretly working against the Freys, and he's secretly planning on betraying Roose Bolton. And we also know that before these three pies were brought in by Wyman, 3 Freys disappeared. And I always forget their names. It's like Rhaegar Frey, and there's probably a Walder in there, and not Ryman Frey. I always forget their names, but 3 Freys mysteriously disappeared, and then after they left Wyman's castle, White Harbor, and then these 3 Frey pies appear. So the theory is that Wyman killed these Freys, baked them into pies, and fed them to their own family as revenge for the Red Wedding, which is fucking awesome, in my opinion, and almost certainly true, because when Wyman is getting drunk, eating these pies, having a great time, he asks the singers to sing the song of the Rat Cook, which is a old northern myth about cannibalism. And cannibalism is like a recurring theme in A Dance with Dragons, with like Bran eating Night's Watch mutineers, and so on. So yeah, I think it is definitely true that Wyman fed the Freys their own family, which is awesome. Alleras the Sphinx. Let's pull up a picture of Alleras. So in the 4th book, A Feast for Crows, there's this awesome character. This artwork is by Drafturgy. There's this awesome character called Alleras, who is a novice, or is studying at the Citadel to become a Maester, and is tight with Marwyn the Mage, that knower of secrets and stuff. And Alleras has a Golden Heart bow, because Alleras has Summer Islander heritage. He says that his mother was a trader from the Summer Isles, and Alleras dreams of dragons and is fascinated by the glass candle, and is super deep into all the mysterious secrets that Marwyn is investigating. And some of the intrepid scholars of A Song of Ice and Fire have noticed that the name Alleras is Sarella backwards, and Sarella is one of the bastard daughters of Oberyn Martell, who seems to be absent from the rest of the story at the moment. We know that Abara Sand, and Nymeria Sand and Tywin are involved in Doran's plans against the Lannisters, and we know where Sarella, and we know where Elia and Obella and Doria and Larisa are. So like some of them are at the Water Gardens, and they're all in different places for their safety. The only person who's unaccounted for is Sarella. And Doran in Book 4 says, leave Sarella to her game. So Doran knows that Sarella is out doing something, but we're not told what. So, since Sarella is Alleras backwards, it all seems kind of obvious that Sarella has in fact disguised herself as a male and is studying at the Citadel, apparently just because she likes learning. Because we're told that, one time Oberyn took Sarella out to these ruins in the Sands of Dawn, and Sarella spent all the time just like investigating and looking at all of these ruins and asking all these questions and wanting to know everything. So we know that Sarella is a deeply curious person who wants to learn things. So it makes perfect sense that Sarella would decide to go to the Citadel, and since the Citadel doesn't allow women, she pretends to be a man. So yeah, I think Sarellaras, super interesting character. And I think that theory is true. Next theory, the Queen of Thorns poisoned Joffrey. Yes, that is what Littlefinger says happened, because Sansa had the poison in these black amethysts in her hairnet, and while the Queen of Thorns fussed with her hair, she put it into the cup of wine that Joffrey drank and died. So yeah, I think that's true. Theory, Daenerys is the rightful queen. Yeah, I think so. I mean, Jon Snow, if Jon is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, arguably has a better claim. If Jon Snow is a bastard, then he is not the rightful king. It would be Daenerys. Unless we say that women aren't allowed to inherit the throne, which is a precedent that has been set in Westerosi history. So, you know, the whole rightful queen, rightful king thing is always debatable. Yeah, I think that that's certainly one legitimate interpretation, is that Daenerys is the rightful queen. Questworthy in the live chat says, wait, Alucard is a Dracula? Yeah, it's not subtle, is it? I always laughed in Harry Potter, you know, when Tom Marvolo Riddle is the name of Voldemort, because it's an anagram, because when you switch the letters around, it says, I am Voldemort is an anagram for Tom Marvolo Riddle. I mean, that blew my mind when I was 48, when I read that book for the first time. But when you grow up, you're like, man, anagrams are kind of easy, aren't they? Apparently, we have 1,000 concurrent viewers right now. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if we've ever had that on AltShiftX. So welcome, everybody. Please press like and subscribe. Next theory, the Battle of Blood. So the Battle of Blood is an upcoming battle, a naval battle between Euron Greyjoy and his Ironborn, and the fleet of the Redwynes who are coming up to fight them, because Cersei Lannister's a little bit miffed by all of the raiding that's been happening on the western coast of Westeros because of Euron. So she's going to go quickly sort out that little Ironborn problem. Except, spoiler, Euron has plans. Euron has some dark and terrible plans involving blood. He's got these sacrifices lined up. He's got his brother Aeron tied to the prow of his ship. He's got this impregnated woman who he betrayed and manipulated and totally screwed over. This pregnant woman with her tongue tied to the front. He's got all these different priests. He's got priests of the Red God, priests of the Seven Gods, he's got warlocks all tortured and mutilated, tied to the front of his ships, and his men are saying that power comes from blood and sacrifice. And so you know, Euron has all these aspirations of becoming a dark god, you know, from the charnel pits a new god will rise. Crazy, terrifying Lovecraftian stuff. It all happens in this Forsaken chapter, which is a pre-released sample chapter of The Winds of Winter. Well, which George didn't even intend to release. It was just, he just read it at a convention and the fans wrote it down and transcribed it. But that's what people call the Battle of Blood, because the idea is that the Winds of Winter will open with 4 huge, crazy climactic battles. The Battle of Fire at Meereen with the Slavers attacking Daenerys. The Battle of Ice with Stannis fighting the Boltons at Winterfell. The Battle of Steel is the battle where Young Griff takes over Storm's End. And the Battle of Blood is where Euron wipes out the Redwynes in a horrific eldritch tide of blood and sacrifice. And this tide of magic and evil will probably crash onto Old Town. Because Melisandre has visions of a black and bloody tide wiping out a place with towers, which sounds like it might be Old Town. She thinks it's Eastwatch, but she always misinterprets her visions. We think it's Old Town. So, yeah, Battle of Blood will be badass. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, so we've just finished the first section of theories, the basically canon section of theories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 more to go. And we've been streaming for 45 minutes. I'm not good at math, but we'll have to speed it up a little bit. I'm also going to take a drink. All right. Jon, Dany, Tyrion similarities. Well, none of them have a mother. All of them are the 3 main protagonists. Some people theorize that they might be the 3 heads of the dragon. Because, you know, Jon has Targaryen blood, seems destined for magical greatness. Daenerys is a dragon rider. Tyrion made a saddle for Bran, a special custom saddle so he can ride a horse despite being crippled. And some people have thought that, ooh, a custom saddle would be very helpful if, say, a dwarf was to ride a dragon. So some people think that Jon, Daenerys, and Tyrion might be the 3 heads of the dragon. 3 dragon riders who will save the world or whatnot. And, you know, there is the uncertain parentage of these characters. You know, no one knows who Jon's parents are. Daenerys, some say that, you know, she's actually secretly the child of someone else, which we'll get to. Tyrion, some people say that Tyrion is actually the son of Aerys and Joanna Lannister, which I don't find super likely, but yeah, there are certainly some similarities there. Next theory, Ramsay castrated Theon. Can we bring up the picture? Ramsay sausage. I think I've got that clip ready. Because in the Game of Thrones show, Ramsay explicitly castrates Theon, cuts off his penis. Whereas in the books, it's not so obvious. Yeah, here it is. Lovely gif, this one. And in the books, it's not obvious. Like, we're never told that Ramsay castrated Theon. There is just this thought that Theon has in the 5th book where he goes, or in one of the books where he goes, oh, Ramsay took so much from me. He took my fingers, he took my teeth, and that one other thing. So it sounds as though Ramsay might have taken Theon's penis. Which is like a horrific thing to do to Theon, specifically because Theon loved having sex, and that was like part of his pride and his masculinity, and his ego was having sex with people, like the captain's daughter on the Mirrorham. So, it's not super explicit, but it is strongly implied that Theon is castrated by Ramsay. Next theory, Benjen equals cold hands. So this one's got like a funny history. So in the books, there is this really sort of cool, weird, mystical character who helps Bran and Jojen and Mira as they travel north to the Three-Eyed Crow. And Cold Hands is like this zombie. He's got like, black blood congealed into his hands and feet, and that's why they call him Cold Hands. Well, it's because his hands are cold, I suppose, but his hands are also black. And he's a zombie, but he's like a good zombie who's helping the good guys for some reason, and no one's quite sure why. Maybe like in the show, the magic of the Children of the Forest kept him, sentient, and he's helping Bloodraven. But what's really weird is that, in the show, Cold Hands, the figure who plays the role of Cold Hands is Benjen Stark. And the reason why that's really weird is that there is some intrepid nerd went to a library that had George R.R. Martin's original drafts of Dance with Dragons, the 5th book, and there are notes between George R.R. Martin and his editor in the margins of this draft, and in one bit where Cold Hands appears, George R. Martin's editor, I think Anne Grohl is her name, wrote, "Ooh, is Benjen Cold Hands?" in the margins when Cold Hands appeared. And George wrote, "No." And there's a photo of these handwritten notes in the margins of A Dance of Dragons. And so a lot of fans have said, hey, that proves it, that Benjen is not Cold Hands. They must be different characters. And, because it makes so much sense. Like, Cold Hands wears, like, Night's Watch garb, and, he's a mysterious unknown dude in the north. Benjen disappeared in the north. It kind of makes sense to make them one and the same. But there is that note in the draft that says that, no, they're not the same, so maybe they're not. Maybe Cold Hands is just some random Night's Watchman. I mean, one of the important bits is that the Child of the Forest Leaf says that Cold Hands has been around for, like, a long time. And you think that to a very, very old, at least centuries old person, Leaf, a very long time is probably longer than the few years that Benjen has been missing. So it's possible that Cold Hands is someone much older. Some people think that maybe Cold Hands is actually the Night's King, the original Night's King from thousands of years ago, which is pretty cool. Some people think that Cold Hands is Duncan the Tall, and he survived Summerhall, but he was so consumed with, shame and grief for Egg that he went north and somehow magically became Cold Hands. I don't know, dude. Cold Hands is legitimately an interesting mystery. I don't have a firm answer on who Cold Hands is. I think maybe George Martin was maybe just trolling his editor in those margins, and maybe Cold Hands really is Benjen, because it is sort of an elegant solution to that mystery, I think. Thanks for the super chat from Malcolm, who says, Deep Ones have the head of a fish and a human body. Varys has a human head and the body of a fish. Varys versus Euron, endgame confirmed. It sounds very salty, whatever's going to occur. Thanks for the super chat from Keith, and from Daniel and Hairless Oyster, who says, have fun, stay hydrated. We've not yet talked about Tywin's sterility, but we'll get there. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, Swift, appreciate you taking the time to converse with chat, but looks like you're in for a long few hours. Maybe skip the first few layers. Look, this is an endurance event, okay? Don't even worry. We're gonna go real deep. Next theory, Valonqar is Jaime. So Maggie the Frog prophesied to Cersei. She said that you're not going to marry the prince, you're going to marry the king. And she said you're going to have 3 children, and gold their shrouds, and what did she say? Well, she's going to say that they're all going to die. And this art is by Sanrixian, this one. And she also says that just when you think you're happy and safe, your Valonqar shall close his hands around your neck and choke the life from you. So Maggie the Frog prophesies the death of Cersei at the hands of her Valonqar. And Valonqar in Valyrian means little brother. So Cersei naturally thinks that her little brother Tyrion will murder her, and that paranoia has driven her to do all sorts of things, crazy things throughout the book. But some people think that, well, maybe actually Cersei's Valonqar will be her other brother Jaime, the person who she never would suspect would betray her. And it's interesting that there is a moment in the fourth book where Jaime looks at Sybil Spicer and thinks, man, I would sure love to strangle you with your seashell necklace. And mentioning the necklace is interesting because, of course, Jaime's missing a hand, which makes it a bit difficult for him to strangle people. But using a necklace could make it easier for him to strangle Cersei. Similar to how Tyrion strangles Shae with the Hand of the King necklace. Maybe Jaime will use that necklace to strangle Cersei. Which is a necklace of hands, like Hand of the King, right? Golden hands. So it's sort of multiple symbolism of like using his hands to strangle Cersei to death, both with the necklace, both with his hands. And that will be part of Jaime's redemption arc, because Jaime has been a piece of shit for most of his life, and the way that he will finally reject all the evil in his heart will be to defeat his evil twin, his darker half, Cersei Lannister. She is the one who has egged him on to all of his worst qualities, so killing him will be a really climactic moment where he'll and I think he'll die with her as well, because Cersei and Jaime both think that they will die together. So I think that Jaime will strangle Cersei to death while they die together in the fires of Daenerys roasting King's Landing, which is similar to what happens in the show, except not shit. Because it doesn't undo Jaime's redemption arc. So yeah, I think Jaime is the Valonqar. Next theory. Jojen Paste. This one is fun. So Jojen is psychic. He has green dreams of the future, and the green dreams are never wrong. And he also mentions that he knows the day that he will die. And he seems very morose. He's like not super happy about the whole imminent death thing. And at the end of A Dance with Dragons, Bran is fed a weirwood paste that's meant to awaken his magic powers, and he thinks that the paste tastes suspiciously like blood. And then Jojen disappears. So you do the math. I think that Jojen was mashed up into a delicious paste for Bran to eat to unlock his magic powers. Because again, cannibalism is a recurring theme in A Dance with Dragons. Sacrifice is the path to magic. Jojen has been super fucking down for a while and seems to think he will die. I mean, in the show, they just had him stabbed to death by a zombie. But he's still around in the books, which makes you think that he is going to die soon in the books because they killed him off in the show. I just think that the means of his death will be different because there's the whole magical side of things. Next theory. Pate, yeah, and also Bloodraven is super evil. Like Bloodraven could not be more obviously a horrifying figure of darkness than if they put a giant neon sign above his head that says "I'm spooky." Bloodraven is just a scary, spooky guy, and his entire backstory is about him doing evil things for the sake of the greater good. He kills a long list of his blood relatives for the sake of the realm, and so I think he's continuing to do shit like that by killing Jojen and mashing him up into a delicious paste. Next theory, Pate equals Jaqen. Alright, let's pull up a picture of the handsome Jaqen H'ghar. Jaqen H'ghar, he's this faceless man, he kills people for Arya, he's a hoopy frood. And then in book 4, and then, all right, so when Jaqen leaves Arya for the final time, like in the TV show, Jaqen appears again in Braavos. That doesn't happen in the books. There's just this other guy called the Kindly Man. In the books, Jaqen leaves Arya in book 3, and Jaqen shows off his magic by changing his face. He magically changes his face into a different person, because that's what the Faceless Men do. And the description of this person who Jaqen changes his face to, we see another person with that same description in the next book, A Feast for Crows. And this mysterious person is called the Alchemist, and he talks to a man called Pate in Old Town, and he gets Pate to give him a key that can unlock every door in the Citadel, which he stole from his master, Archmaester Walgrave. And so this alchemist is almost certainly Jaqen H'ghar, because he has the same face that we see Jaqen H'ghar use. I mean, you can question whether Jaqen H'ghar is even a person, or if the Faceless Men are all, you know, zero identity, all death all the time, you know? Like the whole cult of the Faceless Men, what they're doing to Arya is trying to wear away her identity so she's nothing more than a servant to the god of death. So, you know, maybe the whole question of is he Jaqen H'ghar irrelevant, you know, maybe all Faceless Men are basically interchangeable. But regardless, like, you know, the theory, the question is Pate equals Jaqen? All right, well, yeah, because that's the other thing. Because after the alchemist uses Pate to get this magic key, well, it's not a magic key, it might be a magic key, but after the alchemist gets the key from Pate, the alchemist kills Pate. And then, when Samwell Tarly comes to Old Town, he gets a bunk bed with his new roommate at Old Town, who happens to be Pate. And then the reader goes, hang on a minute, we just saw Pate get murdered by the alchemist, and now Pate seems to be alive again, and is Samwell's new roommate. And so what we are led to believe, the conclusion that you reach, is that, well, Pate must actually be the alchemist in disguise as Pate. The alchemist killed Pate and took his face, and is disguised as Pate to infiltrate Old Town. And no one knows what exactly the alchemist is doing at Old Town. He might be there to steal a book called The Death of Dragons. Maybe there's some other shenanigans going on, we don't know. But I think that, yes, it is almost certain that Pate is Jaqen. Thanks so much for the super chat from Antonio, who says, could Euron be delusional about becoming a god, and his sacrifice of all the priests from all religions will be something he thinks will fulfill his desire, only to be met with nothing at all? I think it would be a very lame, underwhelming ending if nothing at all happens. I think that we have established that there is power in, like, the sacrifice of blood. We saw that with Mirri Maz Duur, we saw that with Daenerys. We saw that with Melisandre, you know, birthing shadow monsters and whatever. So I think something will happen. I think that it might not, you know, empower Euron so much as consume Euron and use Euron as an avatar. Like, look at Patchface, you know? Like, Patchface is an avatar of the drowned god, it seems. There is real power behind Patchface because he has accurate visions of the future. But Patchface is not really his own person anymore. He's a vessel of his god, and he's used by his god. Fire doesn't necessarily empower people. Magic doesn't necessarily empower people so much as use them up. It's like that with Beric Dondarrion. He feels hollowed out. He doesn't remember his own identity anymore. So I think that Euron's sacrifice will be powerful, and it will evoke some kind of magic, but whether that magic will be under Euron's control or whether it will control Euron is the real question. And I think it's a real appropriate poetic ending for a villain like Euron who uses magic power to be consumed by that power. I think that would be a very appropriate ending. Thanks for the super chat from Kekaro, who says, Lightbringer is glass candle. It's my favorite Lightbringer theory. It has all the properties of Lightbringer. So glass candles are those obsidian candles that allow people to enter each other's dreams. And I don't really see how that is the same as Lightbringer. I mean, there is the idea that Lightbringer is dragonglass, because Lightbringer was used to defeat the darkness in the Long Night, and dragonglass can kill White Walkers. So maybe dragonglass was what the ancient Westerosi used to defeat the White Walkers in the first Long Night, and therefore Lightbringer is obsidian. And since the glass candle is obsidian, then I guess you can say there's a connection there, but maybe I'll have to look up that theory. Thanks for the super chat from Smythe, who says, what was your favorite element from the show compared to how it's handled in the book? The relationship between Cersei and Robert Baratheon. I think that scene with them in season 1 was awesome, when they were like actually sort of honest and intimate with each other at the same time as despising each other. I thought that was really lovely. There are a bunch of, and like Cersei having that black-haired boy that she describes to Catelyn. Like, Cersei was humanized a lot earlier in Game of Thrones season 1 compared to the books, which I quite liked. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, Euron binds Viserion, flies beyond the wall to confront the three-eyed crow, loses Viserion to the others. Thoughts? Sure. I mean, Euron does have this magic horn Dragonbinder, which he intends to use to steal Daenerys' dragons. Well, he gives it to Victarion, who goes to steal Daenerys' dragons. I mean, what's going to happen when Viserion blows the horn? Are Daenerys' dragons going to fly all the way from Meereen to Westeros in one go and then be bound to Euron? I don't know. I think that there probably will be some kind of confrontation in the far north. The heart of winter that Bran sees. Whether Euron will be a part of that, whether it'll be more of a psychic astral plane sort of thing, I don't know. Matt says, one theory I'm surprised no one talks about is how only 2 men were able to tear down the Tower of Joy. Yeah, there are some theories about that, because we're told that, after the fight at the Tower of Joy, maybe, we're told that Ned and Howland Reed tore down the Tower of Joy afterwards, which is like, how could 2 people just tear down a goddamn stone tower? And I think it's possible that, it wasn't just them. They might have had an entourage. They might have had servants. They might have had help. They might have had the Danes of Starfall helping them out, because I think it's quite possible that Wyler, we're told that Wyler was Jon Snow's, who's the, when you use a lady like a milk cow, what's that called? The wet nurse. Wyler was Jon Snow's wet nurse. And so she must have, and it's possible that she was around even before Ned and Howland and Du Bois arrived. I think it makes a lot of sense that the Danes might have been supporting Rhaegar and Lyanna and the people at Tower of Joy, because Arthur Dane was there, So maybe Ned and Howland had some help from the Danes and their servants to tear down the Tower of Joy. I think that's more plausible than some of the more tinfoil interpretations of how that whole sort of tower came down, etc. Next theory, Bolton. So we talked about this in the previous stream. This is the idea that Roose Bolton is not a human man, but is actually some kind of fucking vampire. This is artwork by Bella Bergholtz. Because, Roose is a super creepy dude. He has leeches drain his blood and doesn't afraid of anything. He's cold, he's manipulative, and he also doesn't seem very concerned about his death. Because, he knows that Ramsay probably wants to murder him, but he doesn't really do anything about it. It's all a bit weird. And so some people are like, okay, Roose is a vampire. He's part White Walker, and every generation he kills one of his children and wears his children's skin and takes on their identity so that he can live forever as a Bolton. And that's why the Boltons are associated with flaying. The Boltons famously flay people, and maybe the reason why he's so good at cutting off people's skin is because he likes to wear their skin as a cool hat, as a sort of a onesie, so that he can take on their identity. And it's not as crazy as it sounds, because there are there are references throughout A Song of Ice and Fire of half human, half monster creatures. There's references to that in the World of Ice and Fire around Gogossos. The Targaryens claim to be the blood of the dragon, descended from dragons literally is what they used to claim. And the Starks may have interbred with the White Walkers straight up, because the Night's King was a human man who had sex with a White Walker in the myth of the Night's King. And old Nan says that, the Night's King might have been a Stark. And I think it actually makes a lot of sense that there's some kind of blood connection between the White Walkers and the Starks, and that's why the Starks have ruled Winterfell for 8,000 years. That's why they said winter is coming, because it was a boast, their connection to the White Walkers, and maybe there was a peace agreement between the White Walkers and the Starks that was sealed with marriage, like so many other marriage pacts and peace agreements in A Song of Ice and Fire. Point being, maybe Roose Bolton is some kind of White Walker human hybrid. So he's immortal, and he's got those icy blue eyes, and he just does his thing. George Martin did write a book called Fever Dream, which is about vampires and steamboats. And I feel like I need to read that book before I really have a firm opinion of the Bolton theory. I mean, I think it's tinfoil. I think it's not true, to be clear. I think it's a bit too silly. And also, what purpose would it serve in the plot, and how would it be revealed? But it's a fun idea, and it's not as ridiculous as it sounds, is what I'm saying. Thanks for the super chat from Lucas, who loves the bald Arya picture. Thanks for the super chat from Fraser, who says, "What's the deal with the Danes naming their heir after the guy who killed Arthur Dane?" Yeah, so there is this kid, Edric Dane, who Arya meets in book 3. And he's a good kid. He's a cool dude. He's a hoopy frood. And his name is Ned. And it's very weird that he would be... Well, no. I mean, his name is Edric, and his nickname is Ned. Everyone calls him Ned. But it is a bit weird that people would call him Ned when Ned Stark is the man who seems to have killed Arthur Dane, and possibly, supposedly, rumored to have had sex with Ashara Dane and somehow dishonored her and caused her suicide. So if Ned Stark had screwed over the Danes so horribly, why would the heir to Starfall, Edric Dane, call himself Ned? To me, that suggests that there was actually more of a positive relationship between Ned and the Danes, and maybe there was more of an understanding there. I mean, the Dane wet nurse Wyler nursed Jon Snow after Ned got Jon Snow from Starfall, so they kind of hated each other that much. Maybe the Danes respected Ned for his honor, and maybe Ned Stark didn't actually kill Arthur Dane. Arthur Dane just went into hiding in disguise as Mance Rhaegar, but we'll get there a little deeper down the iceberg. Next theory. Valonqar's Jaime, Bolton. Alright, Septa Lemore is Serra Merpatus. So, young Griff in the books has a posse of people who raised him. There's Griff, John Connington. Well, I mean, we're given all these false names for most of them. Tyrion is told that this guy's called Griff, but he's actually John Connington. Young Griff, the kid, we're told is called Young Griff, but he's actually Aegon Targaryen, except he's actually probably a Blackfyre. And there's Haldon Halfmaester and Rolly Dockfield, and then there's Septa Lemore. And Septa Lemore is mysterious because when Tyrion is perving on her naked, he notices that she has stretch marks on her body, which he thinks means that she was pregnant once, even though she was a Septa, she was a nun, she's not meant to have kids. And some people are like, well, maybe Septa Lemore, like so many others, has some kind of secret identity. So some people are like, oh, she must be Ashara Dane. She must be Shiera Seastar. She must be Serra Merpatus. Serra Merpatus was the wife of Illyria Merpatus, and Illyria says that she died of grayscale, and so her petrified stony hands he still keeps as a keepsake for his dead wife, who he loved, which is very weird. I'm not sure why Illyria would make up the story of his wife dying if she was secretly in disguise as Septa Lemore. Why bring up Serra at all? I think Serra's real role is to be the dead mother of young Griff as a Blackfyre. But hey, maybe Septa Lemore is Serra and is a Blackfyre and is alive. I guess that could all be true. And maybe the purpose of that is to reveal young Griff's true backstory as a Blackfyre through Septa Lemore. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about Septa Lemore because we know so little about her. I think it's possible that she's just like a Septa. I think the really fun theory with Septa Lemore actually is that all the different people who were raising young Griff, they have different roles in teaching him, training young Griff to be a good king. So the Halfmaester teaches, the academic side of things for young Griff and so on. And John Connington teaches young Griff how to fight. And Rolly Dockfield teaches him how to fight. And Septa Lemore teaches young Griff about the Faith of the Seven, teaches him about religion. But there is a fun theory that maybe she's teaching him a little bit more than that, and that maybe she's actually teaching him how to fuck good. Because young Griff is going to be a king, he needs to build alliances through marriage. A happy queen's a happy kingdom, so maybe Septa Lemore has been giving young Griff some pointers so that he can be a seductive king who fucks good, and the realm will be happy as a result. I think that's probably not true, but I think it is funny. Next theory. Geryon Lannister equals the Shrouded Lord. So there is another Lannister in the books who isn't in the show. So there's Tywin Lannister, and then there's his younger brother, Kevin. And then there's also his younger brother Tigget, who was like a warrior who died of a pox. And then there's Geryon Lannister, and he was sort of the fun uncle. When Tyrion was a kid, Geryon used to teach Tyrion how to do cartwheels and tricks and cool stuff like that. So Geryon was Tyrion's favorite uncle. And Geryon disappeared on a voyage one day, and no one quite knows what happened to him. He was searching for the Lannister Valyrian steel sword, Brightroar, because a Lannister took this fabled Lannister heirloom out to a battle or whatever and didn't come back with it. And so Geryon went to try and recover it. The Lannister was going to Valyria, I believe, and he lost it in Valyria, and then Geryon went off to try and recover it. And never came back. So presumably Geryon died in Valyria while searching for Brightroar. But there is a theory that maybe Geryon became the Shrouded Lord. So the Shrouded Lord is a mysterious figure in a place called the Sorrows, which Tyrion and co sail through in the books. And the Sorrows is full of stone men. The people infected with grayscale. They sort of do a version of this in the TV show when like the stone men attack when they go to Valyria, but like the books ain't nothing like that. So they go to the Sorrows and they never meet the Shrouded Lord. There was a chapter that George R. Martin reportedly wrote but didn't include, he edited it out, where Tyrion met the Shrouded Lord, or had a dream where he met the Shrouded Lord. And it was this sort of weird, spooky-ooky, symbolic encounter. But that was never published. All we really know about the Shrouded Lord is that he's some sort of mysterious figure who gives out grayscale like it's hotcakes. And the Shrouded Lord is associated with laughter. It's said that like he will like give his gift to whoever can make him laugh or something. And Geryon Lannister is also associated with laughter. So for like that and like several other sort of tenuous reasons, some people argue that maybe Geryon is the Shrouded Lord. Personally, I don't think so. I mean, it's not like Geryon was like a sorceress dude or someone who would, you know, be the kind of person who'd turn into an immortal grayscale ghost or something. I don't know. It doesn't really click for me, that theory. I don't really see what the point of it is. But it's sort of hard to judge it unless we can actually read that cut chapter with the Shrouded Lord. That might make that might illuminate things a little bit. So yeah, I don't love that theory, but who knows. Next theory, the Night Lamp. We already talked about this a little bit. It's the idea that Stannis is planning to defeat the Boltons in the next book by luring the Freys onto the ice that his men have been fishing in, and it's become dangerous because of the holes in the ice. And he's going to break the ice with like trebuchets or something to kill the Freys, because Stannis said that he's going to use the ground to his advantage. And it's been mentioned that Stannis once dealt with some pirates who used a false light, a false beacon, and Stannis just happens to have a beacon, a lighthouse at his camp, so he might set up a fake one on the ice. It all makes perfect sense. Night Lamp theory, I love it. I think that theory was first come up with by Cantus and Brynden Beefish are some of the main people who have like popularized that theory. Anyway, next theory, dragons are wyverns or wyverns. I never know how to pronounce wyverns. So in Sothorios, which is the mysterious jungly continent to the south, there are creatures called wyverns, and they're these very dangerous dragon-like creatures. They can't breathe fire, but in most other respects, they are like dragons. And so I suppose this theory is that wyverns and dragons are related, which, yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. One theory is that, you know, we are told that the Valyrians used to perform fucked up experiments with like crossbreeding and changing and manipulating animals in Sothorios, in Gogossos. So maybe Valyrian experiments on wyverns and wyverns is what produced dragons for the first time. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Thanks so much for the super chat from John, who says, will Euron and Bran face off in some sort of three-eyed crow's psychic clusterfuck? Yeah, probably. Because Euron is, you know, Bloodraven's ex-student, the one who went bad, probably. And Bran is Bloodraven's sort of good student who doesn't want to destroy the world, and they both exist in the sort of old gods, psychic, dreamscape. So having some sort of conflict there, I think, would be very cool and makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the super chat from Crypto and from Sarang and from Cat Daddy, who says, keep doing the work of the gods, Swifty. So happy to see all the support going your way. Thank you, Kat. Thanks for the super chat from Brian, who says, what do you think about the theory that the reason Howland Reed has gone quiet and is crazy is because he warged into Arthur Dayne so that Ned could kill him? That's a cool idea. So, like, in the show, we've got the Tower of Joy fight. Ned and Howland and a few of their boys went to fight the Three Kings Guard who were at the Tower of Joy to rescue Lyanna. And in the show, we saw that Howland stabbed Arthur Dayne in the back, and that's how the boys were able to defeat the Kingsguard Knights. And in the books, we don't actually know exactly what happened there. There are lots of different theories on what might have happened. We know that the Crannogmen, like the Reeds are Crannogmen, and the Crannogmen are renowned for using poisons and like stealth and magic and sneaky stuff. So it makes sense that something like that was used to defeat Arthur Dayne. And yeah, Brian, that's an interesting idea that maybe Howland is a skin changer because, you know, his son Jojen is a green seer. So maybe Howland also has some of those old god powers, and maybe he warged Arthur Dayne, and that's how they defeated him. And, you know, I would imagine that it would be pretty traumatic if Howland warged into Arthur Dayne, and then Ned killed Arthur while Howland was warged inside him. Like, oh, doggy, that would be a bad time. Experiencing death in someone else's body would be very traumatic, I would imagine. So yeah, maybe that is why Howland Reed has been so reclusive lately. His mind is a bit fried by having experienced death. I like that idea. Thanks for the super chat from Ezio. Thanks for the super chat from C. Weir, who says, do you think Penny will die? So in the books, Tyrion makes friends with a dwarf woman called Penny, who was a performer in King's Landing. She rode on a pig and fought her brother who rode a donkey or something. I don't remember exactly. And so Penny and Tyrion have this relationship. Penny kisses Tyrion at one point. Some people think that Tyrion might kill Penny at some point because Tyrion's in like a really bad place and he seems kind of annoyed by Penny a lot of the time. I don't really know what Penny's role in the story is. I need to reread some of those sections of the story. I think that Penny might die. She seems too sweet and innocent to survive in the Game of Thrones. I hope that she doesn't though, because she's a perfectly nice woman, and I hope that nothing bad happens to her. Infamous, thanks for the super chat, who says, were there dragons during the long night? I don't recall hearing about them, but do recall a dragon steel sword. No, there are no mentions of dragons during the long night in any of the various myths, which is a bit weird, isn't it? Because you'd think that dragons would be extremely useful for defeating the White Walkers. So the fact that dragons aren't mentioned almost makes me like more convinced that dragons were involved. And a lot of people think that the idea of Azor Ahai creating Lightbringer, this fiery weapon that he used to defeat the White Walkers, maybe Lightbringer is a metaphor for dragons. I think that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the super chat from S. Gamble, who says, I started wondering how long this video was. Oh, this is live. I'm on that level, man. This content is the best thing on YouTube. Thank you. Next theory. Melisandre can only see the future. All other magical powers are tricks. In the 5th book, we have a chapter from Melisandre's point of view, and she basically says that. She basically says that, like, you know, she has various tricks, she has various powders and various tinctures and various substances that allow her to do cool things with fire, change the color of fire and change this and that. So, yeah, she basically does say that, like, you know, some of her magic is actually just trickery. She certainly can see the future, because she, like, foresaw the deaths of Joffrey and Renly and so on. And, yeah, you could say that all of her other magic is false. I mean, she did give birth to a shadow monster that murdered Renly, so, like, I'm pretty sure that was real magic, so it's not just seeing the future. But certainly some of her magic is just trickery. Next theory, Patchface prophecies. So Patchface is one of the coolest characters who is in the books but not the TV show. He's this freaky, creepy jester who came from the east, and he seems a bit brain damaged and he can't talk normally, but he does have these crazy visions. He's always talking about under the sea and the fishes and so on and the darkness. And it seems as though he has accurate predictions of the future. He predicts the Red Wedding. What is it like? Chains for the guests and shades for the bridegroom. I blood on a maiden's thigh. He foresees the Red Wedding is the point. And he also talks about fire, green fire, and the water, which seems to foreshadow the burning in the Battle of Blackwater. And then he says all this other creepy shit. He says stuff like, "We will march into the sea and out again, at Hardhome." He says, "I will lead them at Hardhome. We will march into the sea and out again," which sounds a little bit like Patchface will join the White Walkers and join the army of the dead and lead them into death and out again, and stuff will get some real creepy. And Melisandre says that Patchface is dangerous. Melisandre sees Patchface with skulls around him and blood on his lips. So, like, oh boy, something real creepy. Except, like, Patchface is, like, best friends with Shireen, and it's, like, the most adorable, wholesome relationship in the series. So, complicated dude, Patchface. You could go and watch that Alt Shift X video about Patchface, because that's a good one, I am loath to admit. Next theory, Jon is Azor Ahai. Yeah, so, like, probably the strongest, simplest evidence of this is that Melisandre tries to see a vision of Azor Ahai, and she sees Jon Snow, which is pretty telling, George. And, Jon is going to be reborn, presumably. He's been killed. He's going to be resurrected amidst smoke and salt, one would think. The tears the Night's Watchmen were, as they stabbed him, is the salt, and the smoke is from, I don't know, whatever fire Melisandre might use to resurrect Jon or whatever. And, Jon obviously has a role to play in fighting the White Walkers, so it makes sense that Jon is Azor Ahai. Next theory, Jon Connington equals the Beast of Stone. So Melisandre wants to wake a stone dragon. She tries to sacrifice Edric Storm, tries to sacrifice Mance and his son to wake a stone dragon. And she seems to think that that means transforming the stone dragon statues on Dragonstone into living dragons. She talks about a stone dragon taking wings, spreading its stone wings. But there's also a vision that Daenerys has in the House of the Undying, where she sees, quote, "From a smoking tower, a great stone beast took wing, breathing shadow fire." And there's also a sort of a weird thing that happens when Bran is warging his direwolf Summer and looking at the burning ruins of Winterfell. And Summer, the smoke gets in Summer's eyes, but Summer sees a smoky dragon breathing flame made of smoke from the stone or something. And, well, no, that's probably a different thing. But the point is that there are multiple different people having visions and prophecies of some kind of stone dragon or stone beast, and some people think this might relate to Jon Connington, because Jon Connington is a character in the books who contracts grayscale. It's the equivalent of like how Jorah Mormont in the show contracted grayscale, but in the books it's Jon Connington. And some people think that bringing a highly contagious disease across the sea to another country might be a bad idea. #topical. So the theory is that maybe Jon Con will cause a grayscale pandemic by bringing it to Westeros. And maybe that is the stone beast. That is the prophecy. It actually refers to a grayscale pandemic turning people to stone. The stone dragon that will consume everyone is a disease. I think that's pretty cool. There's also a theory that Patchface might be involved in that, because like Shireen also has grayscale. She has like inert grayscale that's no longer contagious, but Val the Wildling says that Shireen actually is dangerous because of her grayscale. So like if Shireen gets burned and then Patchface freaks out and starts biting people, spreading Shireen's grayscale, Jon Con comes in. You ever played that game Pandemic? Fucking everywhere's going to be infected with grayscale, man. Even Madagascar, even Peru. Can't close your borders against this lurgy. It's going to be wild. Next theory, Grand Maester Conspiracy. So in the books, there's a character called Marwyn the Mage, and he knows stuff. He's a cool dude, and he's also like a conspiracy theorist. He says that the Maesters have a secret conspiracy against dragons and magic and Targaryens. The world the Citadel is building has no room in it for Targaryens or dragons. And he says that the Maesters would poison Aemon Targaryen because he's a Targaryen, and Sam isn't safe if he talks about prophecies. He's saying that the Maesters are all behind it all, man. He's like the ancient aliens guy of Westeros. And he says that, who do you think killed the dragons the last time around? Gallant dragon slayers with pointy swords? No, it was the Maesters. Which is a bit of a weird claim, because like we kind of know how the dragons died. It was in a big civil war called the Dance of the Dragons, where the dragons mostly killed each other. But then towards the end, some of the last dragons were all sort of withered and fucked up, and like the eggs stopped hatching. So some people think that, well, maybe the Maesters sabotaged the last dragon eggs or something, poisoned them or did something like that. I think that's kind of plausible. Other people think that maybe the Maesters engineered the Dance of the Dragons civil war and made it happen by, like, you know, because Barbary Dustin says that, oh, I don't trust the Maesters because they could like change what's in our letters, and she could like turn lords against each other. The Maesters could. And, you know, some of that's kind of interesting. Some of that's kind of plausible. I tend to think that there isn't, like, a unified, grand Maester conspiracy. Like, I don't think they're all working together on exactly the same goals and motivations. But, you know, institutions have biases and motivations and goals and antagonisms. And I think that it is plausible that, like, the Maesters, who specialize in academic knowledge, mundane, secular knowledge, would be against magic, because magic is unpredictable and uncontrollable and not mundane and not secular, and it's against everything the Maesters stand for. So I think that could be, you know, some Maesters manipulating things. There's also possible Maester involvement in Robert's Rebellion. The whole idea of southern ambitions, that there was like an alliance between the Starks and the Baratheons and the Arryns and the Tullys. They all sort of intermarried each other around the time of Robert's Rebellion, and maybe that sort of block was influenced by the Maesters into usurping the Targaryens. I think that is pretty legit, because that's what Barbary Dustin says, basically. So yeah, I think there is some sort of Maester influence going on. Yeah, but I don't think it's like super ultra organized and cohesive as a conspiracy necessarily. Next theory, Varys planted Shae. So I guess the theory there would be that Varys planted Shae as a spy to like watch Tyrion as Hand of the King, to keep an eye on him. It's not a terrible idea. But like, I feel like if that was true, it would have come out by now, you know? Like, I guess you could have a reveal in the next book where Varys says, oh, by the way, T-Dog, that girl who you fell in love with was actually my agent the whole time, and I was totally manipulating you. You know, that could be a shocking reveal to fuck with Tyrion, I guess. But it sort of like takes away some of Shae's agency, because like Shae is interesting in that, you know, she manipulated Tyrion. Like in the show, Shae actually kind of loved Tyrion back. In the books, Shae didn't love Tyrion. And so, you know, I kind of like that being sort of, you know, her choice, her manipulation. Making it actually Varys' manipulation kind of takes away from that. But, you know, I'm not totally against that idea. It's not that bad of a theory. Next theory, Euron is the Dusky Woman. So, in the books, there is a... Alright, so Euron sends Victarion East to go and fetch Daenerys, because Euron wants to marry Daenerys and steal her dragons. And the Dusky Woman is this bed warmer, this woman who Euron gives to Victarion to have sex with, and her tongue has been cut out because Euron never saw a tongue that he didn't want to rip out. It's all very horrible. And so Victarion has sex with the Dusky Woman, and what's the theory we're talking about? Whether Euron is the Dusky Woman? Is that what we're saying? Shit. Euron is the Dusky Woman. Okay, so the theory is that what if Euron is a skin changer, a warg, and is warging into the Dusky Woman to spy on Victarion? Which, again, not as crazy as it sounds. Because we know, well, we don't know, but it is a pretty great theory that Euron was trained by the Three-Eyed Crow. I mean, he calls himself Crow's Eye. He was probably trained by the Three-Eyed Crow. He's into magic. Bloodraven has been searching for multiple students for multiple years, it seems. I think Euron was a student of Bloodraven who went rogue. And I think it's plausible that Euron is a skin changer because, you know, why else would Bloodraven have trained him unless he had, you know, old god's magic powers. Euron does seem to have the ability to appear in people's dreams, because Daenerys has like a creepy sex dream about Euron, it seems. Someone with a cold cock, anyway. Point is, it's plausible that Euron is a skin changer. And so I think that it's possible that he's walking into the Dusky Woman and having sex with his brother Victarion through the body of the Dusky Woman, which sounds insane and perverted and crazy, and that's exactly why Euron's probably doing it. Because Euron is a monster who sexually abused his brother Aeron and his other brother, whose name I can't remember right now. Euron is the most horrible person you can imagine, and he delights in doing things that are deranged and ungodly and abominable. So like doing something like having sex with Victarion through the Dusky Woman and using the Dusky Woman to spy on Victarion, honestly not that crazy. I mean, I think it's unlikely. I think it's maybe like I think that Euron might have some magical control over the Dusky Woman. Like the Dusky Woman is definitely Euron's agent, I think. All Euron's gifts are poisoned, we are told. So, you know, I don't think it's likely that Euron is literally like skin changing the Dusky Woman all the time, but I do think that it's possible, and it's sort of in keeping with a lot of Euron's weird behavior. Thanks for the super chat from Larpa. Do you LARP? Larpa? Who says, I love A Song of Ice and Fire. Would you consider doing lore videos on other fantasy series like The Wheel of Time or Stormlight Archives? I think like when the Wheel of Time show starts coming out, then I'll probably read the first book or two of The Wheel of Time and decide if I like it. The problem is that The Wheel of Time is like 17,000 books long, and I don't know if I want to invest that much time into it, especially when, you know, the Winds of Winter could be coming out any minute. So I don't know. Maybe. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, George has specifically said that he doesn't want stereotypical villains, and perhaps the most suspicious stereotyping of a villain I've ever seen was Melisandre in her single POV chapter. I don't think Melisandre was even all that villainous in her POV chapter. I think Melisandre's chapter made me see Melisandre as more vulnerable than I did before. She doesn't really know how to interpret her visions very well. She's not quite as certain of herself as she seems. She's just sort of doing her best. And she has like that like traumatic backstory with like Melanie in Lot 7 and so on. Like, I think Melisandre is wildly irresponsible in like how she like, you know, is overconfident about her visions. I don't think she's a villain. Thanks for the super chat from Catfish and Toast. Next theory. Syrio equals Jaqen. So Syrio Forel is a Bravosi who says, what do we say to the god of death? Not today. And he trains Arya to fight. Jaqen Hagar is a faceless man who trains Arya to, well, convinces Arya to join the faceless men who worship death. And they both come from Braavos. So there are certainly some similarities there. And you could argue that Jaqen was Syrio and was using the Syrio persona to get Arya more interested in fighting and to eventually sort of guide her, you know, begin her training and eventually guide her towards being a faceless man. And maybe the reason why the faceless men want Arya specifically is because they know that she's a skin changer. A magical skin changer with magical skin changer blood might be useful somehow to the faceless men. So, not a crazy theory. I tend to think that it's not true, because I think that the reason why there's, you know, this convenient series of mentors who Arya has, you know, Syrio, then Jaqen, then the Hound, and then the Kindly Man, and so on. I think that the reason for that neat progression is because this is a fictional story, bro, and like characters need like, you know, sort of neat sequential stories to sort of up the stakes and sort of develop the themes one by one. And I don't think everyone who comes from Braavos is necessarily a faceless man, bro. And also, like, since Syrio said, what do we say to the god of death? Not today. That seems like kind of a contradiction against the ideology of the faceless men. I mean, surely the faceless men say to the god of death, yes, today and tomorrow, every day, bro. We're death priests, you know. We hand out death left and right. At the faceless men, at the House of Black and White, it's death every day. So what's Syrio going around saying not today for, huh? So look, you know, maybe, but probably not. Next theory. Red Wedding 2. Okay, so the Red Wedding was, it was a wedding. It was red. There was blood. There was betrayal. And maybe the Riverlanders and the Northmen will get revenge on the Freys and the Lannisters at a second wedding. Because there's a Lannister whose name that I forget, someone in the chat will tell us. There's a Lannister cousin who is having a wedding, getting married to a Frey, I think. So some people think that, ooh, maybe that wedding between a Lannister and a Frey is a perfect opportunity for the revenge of the Northmen and the Riverlanders. Specifically, Lady Stoneheart, the resurrected corpse of Catelyn Stark, might take the opportunity to crash the wedding and crack some skulls and get some revenge. And maybe that's the equivalent of what happened with Arya in Season 7, Episode 1. Season 6, Episode 1? Season 7, Episode 1, when Arya wiped out all the Freys at this big feast thing that was happening. I think it's very possible that that was like the show equivalent. Yeah, this scene where Arya murdered and poisoned all these Freys. Maybe that's the equivalent of this upcoming Red Wedding 2.0 that could potentially happen in the books. I think that's quite possible. No, it wasn't Travis Lannister. Come on, guys. It was some Lannister, someone with a beard. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says something. I'm not sure what that's referring to exactly. Sorry, Sarang. Sarang says stereotyping by Melisandre. Yeah, okay. So in Melisandre's POV chapter, she has a vision of Bloodraven and Bran, and she thinks, ooh, Bloodraven, is he the villain? Is he the great other? Is he the ultimate evil? And yeah, George Martin, I think, tends not to indulge in like totally black and white evil villains, you know, with some exceptions like Euron and Ramsay and the Mountain. But yeah, I think Melisandre's simplistic view of the world with black and white, good and evil, is too simplistic. And George Martin's going for a bit more of a complicated take on good and evil than Melisandre believes in. Thanks for the donation from Ranark, who has been listening to the Game of Thrones Abridged series. Cheers, bro. Episode 100 coming sometime soonish. Next theory. The Faceless Men caused the Doom. So the Doom of Valyria was a big old kablowie that happened. Pretty bad time for everyone involved. The great golden empire of the Dragon Lords, Valyria, it blew up. No one's quite sure why. It's a mystery. But in one of the books, book 4, I suppose, Arya Stark is talking to the Faceless Man called the Kindly Man, and they're talking about the origins of the Faceless Men. Apparently, the Faceless Men began in the mines of the 14 Flames, where the Valyrians, who were basically Nazis with dragons, like they believed in like racial superiority and they conquered the world, and they just kind of were dicks, honestly. And they had all these slaves who they sent down to the mines to mine out all these precious gems and things. And the Kindly Man says that the Faceless Men originated in these mines, because in the mines they were suffering horribly because the mines were so hot, they were burning hot, and the slaves would be burned alive, and there were these fireworms in the mines who would eat people, and it was horrible. So people, the slaves in the mines would pray for death as respite from their suffering. And so the first Faceless Man was a man who killed one of the slaves to give him the gift of death to escape his suffering. And Arya, being Arya, says, "What the fuck, bro? Why did the Faceless Men kill the slaves? They should have killed the slave masters. They were the bad guys." And the Kindly Man replies, "They would bring the gift to them as well," implying that the Faceless Men would bring the gift of death to the slave masters. So maybe that means, you know, they just murdered a few slave masters in the mines, whatever. But maybe that means that the Faceless Men caused the doom of Valyria, bringing down the entire empire of the Dragon Lords, as, you know, perhaps revenge for their treatment of the slaves, but perhaps also just as a great sacrament to the god of death. Like, they worship death, right? So a mass death event where millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people died instantly, that seems like something that would be pretty great for the god of death, you know? That's a great harvest for the Grim Reaper, right? So maybe the Faceless Men blew up Valyria, and maybe the way they did it was by assassinating the sorcerers of Valyria who maintained spells to prevent the 14 Flames from erupting, which is something that is mentioned in the World of Ice and Fire. Or maybe they did something weird with dragon eggs. Maybe they blew them up, unleashed their fiery power in one moment like a nuclear bomb. Lots of different theories. on what caused the doom of Valyria, and they're all interesting. Like, I don't think there's any one answer. Like, honestly, like most theories, I feel like it's either a yes or a no for me. But Faceless Men causing the doom, I think, is 50-50. I think that some people over-exaggerate that line with the kindly man saying that, ooh, they would bring the gift to them as well. I don't think that necessarily is referring to the doom of Valyria. But I think that it's definitely a legitimate interpretation. So I think it's possible that the Faceless Men caused the doom of Valyria. And, you can also tie that into, like, the disaster at Hardhome, which was a fiery catastrophe that reduced Hardhome to a ruin, which seems suspiciously similar to the doom of Valyria. And also, like, Ashai looks as though some disaster happened there. Maybe that was similar to the doom of Valyria. Who knows? Next theory, Jon Snow is the rightful king of Westeros. I mean, Jon Snow, if R plus L equals J equals true, is the son of Prince Rhaegar, and so through the eldest male line, that would make Jon king. If Jon is a bastard, and Rhaegar and Lyanna weren't married, then he's not the rightful king. In the TV show, they say that Rhaegar and Lyanna annulled his marriage to Elia, and Rhaegar and Lyanna got married, so Jon is the trueborn rightful king of Westeros. It's possible that's true in the books as well. It would be a little bit more complicated if Jon wasn't the son of wedlock, if he was still a bastard, because then his claim against Daenerys, who is trueborn but is also a woman, and there are precedents against women inheriting the throne in history. So, George Martin has said that, like, inheritance in A Song of Ice and Fire, as in the real world, historically is complicated and ambiguous. There's no one true answer on who's the rightful king necessarily, and I think that the books will reflect that. Next theory, old powers awaking. I mean, that's just a line from the books. Let's just look it up real quick. Old powers. Dragons and darker things. The grey sheep have closed their eyes, but the mastiff sees the truth. Old powers waken, shadows stir. An age of wonder and terror will soon be upon us. And there is a rising tide of magic going on at the moment, for sure. Like, the Red Comet in Book 2 definitely represents that. The idea that there are powers that weren't powerful in the past that are returning and resurging. So the rebirth of the dragons is the most obvious example of that, and that has far-reaching effects. Like, Quaithe says that Daenerys' dragons have made it easier for lots of people to perform magic. There's like a street busker who does tricks with fire, and because of the resurgence of magic in the world associated with Daenerys' dragons, this trickster guy, fire guy, is able to do more advanced magical tricks. Like, magic is really happening, and like the alchemists of the Pyromancers Guild, of the Alchemists Guild, are able to make wildfire faster than they used to be able to because magic is more powerful. So certainly old powers are waking, and the White Walkers are among that. Just as fire is awakening with the dragons, ice is awakening with the White Walkers. So that's a thing. And Euron is going to wake some salty Lovecraftian powers of his own. So it's all happening. It's all a big eldritch party. And how that's all going to turn out, no one knows. But there is that Robert Frost poem that inspired George Martin that says that some say that the world will end in fire, some say that it'll end in ice. And I think both would be nice. Fisher Price. I think that's how the poem goes. But the point is that all those different powers are potentially apocalyptic. Maybe the end game here will be balance and peace. Okay, we're going submarine now. We're going beneath the waterline. We've completed 2 sections. I've only got about 17 to go, so buckle up, kids. Okay. Who is the Harpy is the next mystery, because in the books, I mean, also in the show. I mean, goddamn, do you remember in the show when Tyrion and Varys were walking around Meereen, and they were like, ooh, who is the Harpy? Because the Harpy is this mysterious figure or political organization in Meereen that's trying to resist Daenerys' rule. And so the Harpy, like, murders the freedmen and murders the people who are loyal to Daenerys to try and force her to leave the city. And so in season 6, episode 1, like, Varys and Tyrion were talking, and Varys was like, ooh, well, the Harpy, it must have like a single leader. There must be someone, a puppet master in charge of all these machinations. And then to the best of my understanding, they just sort of dropped that plot. They just didn't didn't reveal who the Harpy was. Like, they introduced the mystery, but they didn't answer it, and then Daenerys fucked off at the end of the season. And they had like that one moment in season 6, episode 9, where like Daario Naharis killed a bunch of Sons of the Harpy, and I guess that killed the Harpy. Like, Jesus, like I think they honestly like edited something out and then forgot to remove this scene, because they talked about the mystery of who was the Harpy and then never resolved it in season 6. What's going on? Anyway, you'll be shocked when I say this, but in the books it's different. So in the books there's this ongoing mystery on who is the Harpy, who's coordinating the resistance to Daenerys' rule. There's a few different suspects. Daenerys thinks that her husband, Hizdahr zo Loraq, is the Harpy, because he is advocating for, you know, these like conservative Myronese policies, like reopening the fighting pits and so on. Man, they were really kind of lazy with this shot, weren't they? They just copied and pasted this golden dome a whole bunch of times. Look, there's the golden dome there, and then you got golden dome over there, and then you got the same golden dome appears up here. Anyway, so in Meereen, whole mystery happening, a lot of suspicions over who the Harpy is and who's coordinating the resistance. Is it the Shave Pate? Is it Resnak Mo Resnak? Is it Hizdahr zo Loraq? Some people say that it is the Green Grace Galeza Galere, or whatever her name is. Green Grace. She's not in the TV show, but she's a character who like seems to be helping Daenerys. But she's like also like clearly aligned to the like conservative Myronese culture, which is sort of opposed to Daenerys. And since that she seems like so sort of helpful and innocent, it would be a cool dramatic reveal for the Green Grace to turn out to be the Harpy who's opposing Daenerys. So like, yeah, like I would need to do a close reading of the Meereen plot to have a strong opinion. But yeah, I do think it is entirely plausible that the Green Grace is the Harpy. Next theory, Quaithe equals Shiera Seastar. So Quaithe is the mysterious Shadowbinder who appears to Daenerys in Book 2 and gives her all this cryptic information and warnings. And we don't know who she is. It might just be that she's a Shadowbinder. Shadowbinders wear masks in a Shire. That's a thing. That's not necessarily weird. But some people wonder if Quaithe might actually be Shiera Seastar, who was the friends with benefits of Bloodraven. Back in the day, like 100 years ago. And Shiera was known to be a sorcerer who was said to have bathed in blood to keep her youth. And so since she is a sorcerer, you know, maybe she used that sorcery to extend her life, became Quaithe, uses the mask to hide her famously beautiful face, and maybe is still in contact with Bloodraven through the glass candle that she seems to have, through Bloodraven's magic, and maybe they're coordinating their machinations and manipulations. That art is by Cosme Art. And so it would be cool if Shiera Seastar was Quaithe, but I do see some problems with that theory. For instance, Quaithe famously has heterochromia. She has 2 different colored eyes. And I think that, you know, since the eyes are the one part of Quaithe's face you can see, I think that if her eyes were different colored, we would have been told that her eyes are different colors. Possibly she's hiding that with a glamour, but like, why would you wear a glamour and a mask? That seems like overkill. Unless the mask is the object that you're using to support the glamour, in the same way that Maynard Plum wears a moonstone brooch to make his glamour magic work. So like maybe, and Shiera Seastar is associated with stars, Seastar, and Quaithe is also associated with stars because she appears to Daenerys in a vision made of starlight in A Dance with Dragons. So it's not a completely crazy idea. I kind of like it. I mostly like the idea of Shiera Seastar having a continuing relationship with Bloodraven into the present. But I don't think it's super likely that Quaithe is Shiera Seastar. Next theory, Arbor Gold is a motif indicating deception. So some people have noticed that a lot of the time, like Arbor Gold is a kind of wine that comes from the arbor. And some people have noticed that Arbor Gold tends to be in the room when people are telling lies in A Song of Ice and Fire. Now, and you know, specifically they're talking about like the small council meetings, all the meetings between like Cersei and the Lannisters and Pycelle and Tywin and so on, all the politicking that goes on. Whenever they lie, there's wine. But I think an argument against that is that, well, those politicians are constantly lying, and they're constantly drinking wine. Especially Cersei. All she does is drink wine and lie. So I'm not necessarily convinced by that theory. I mean, to be fair, there are different kinds of wine. There's also like Hippocras and whatever that they're drinking, and Dornish wine. And so maybe Arborgold is more associated with lies than the other kinds of wine. I'd need to have like a closer look. So, maybe that's a thing. I don't have a strong opinion. Next theory, Valonqar is Tyrion. So Cersei Lannister believes that Tyrion Lannister is the Valonqar, the little brother who will kill her. And I think the more interesting answer is that the Valonqar is actually Jaime, and Cersei's beloved brother will be the one to kill her as part of his redemption arc. But maybe Tyrion is the Valonqar after all. And I think that the interesting way that could happen is if it's because of Cersei's paranoia, because of Cersei's fear that Tyrion is the Valonqar, that makes Tyrion the Valonqar, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because Cersei goes crazy trying to protect herself from Tyrion by, having a bounty for any dwarf to be killed, and like really going after Tyrion and antagonizing him. So much of Cersei's hate for Tyrion comes from this prophecy of the Valonqar. So it'd be cool if it was the prophecy that Tyrion would be her enemy that makes Tyrion her enemy. That would be cool. Next theory, the North remembers. So what does the North remember? I mean, that could refer to the Grand Northern Conspiracy. Wyman Manderlys says that the North remembers when he declares his secret opposition to the Boltons and his plan to bring Rickon Stark over to Winterfell and to get a Stark back in Winterfell. That's what the North remembers. The North remembers all the Bolton crimes. The North remembers all the wrongs that were done against them. But the other interpretation of that phrase is that maybe the North remembers ancient secrets about the White Walkers, ancient secrets about the Stark's duty in Winterfell. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Maybe what the North remembers is some kind of ancient peace pact between the Starks and the White Walkers. Maybe the Night's King, who married a White Walker in legend, was a Stark and represents a marriage alliance between the Starks and the White Walkers, and that's how the Starks have survived as an unbroken lineage ruling the North for 8,000 years, which seems a little bit implausible. So maybe that's what the North remembers. Different interpretations of that phrase. Speaking of Freys, next theory is the Frey Civil War. So, I mean, this isn't really a theory. It's just true that, like, there's a bunch of Freys who hate each other and want to kill each other so that they can move up the line of succession. Walder Frey had a lot of kids and a lot of grandkids, and they all want to inherit the twins, but they can't all inherit the twins, so a lot of them are against each other. Like, there's theories that, like, little Walder Frey killed big Walder Frey, or vice versa, actually. And Black Walder is a pretty murderous dude, and Ryman Frey gets killed by Lady Stoneheart, I think, and like there are Freys dropping left, right, and center, and you can't tell which of them are being killed by like Lady Stoneheart and her vengeful resistance, or if they're being killed by other Freys because the Freys want to inherit the twins. It would be very appropriate if the Freys just fucking ate themselves at the end, if they destroyed themselves as much as they were destroyed. I think would be appropriate. Next theory, Sweetrobin is Littlefinger's son. So Littlefinger has a relationship with Lysa Arryn. He doesn't really love her, but he uses her for her political power. And she has a son called Sweetrobin, little baby Robert Arryn. And some people think that he might actually be the son of Littlefinger. Littlefinger and Lysa did have sex years and years ago, but that was too long ago, I think. I think the theory is that Lysa and Littlefinger must have had sex while Lysa was like in King's Landing with Jon Arryn. And I know that there's like other bits of evidence to support that theory. I don't know them off the top of my head. There's like the whole fertility thing is a bit weird because like Lysa was forced to have an abortion after she had sex with Littlefinger. And she only produced one child while she was with Jon Arryn. I don't know. I'll have a think about that one. Next theory is it's literally just the War of the Roses. So George R. R. Martin has been inspired by real-world history in writing A Song of Ice and Fire. And one of his main inspirations was the War of the Roses. The War of the Roses involved a conflict between House Lancaster and House York, which, if you know how to speak words good, That sounds a whole lot like House Lannister and House Stark, right? House Lancaster and House York. Come on. And there's also like specific characters like Percy Hotspur was the inspiration between Fireball, Quentyn Ball. So like there's a lot of like, and like the princes in the tower. I haven't read histories of the War of the Roses, so like I'm not an expert on this, but people who are have said that yes, like there are huge parallels between many characters in the War of the Roses, and A Song of Ice and Fire. So, and George Martin has admitted as much. So theory confirmed. Next theory: Mormont's raven was warged. So Jeor Mormont has a raven that sits on his shoulder and talks a lot about corn. And a lot of people suspect that it is being warged and controlled by a blood raven from afar. Which is a pretty good theory because this raven often says stuff that's like, hang on a minute, you're not just a bird, there's a little person hiding in that bird brain. Because the raven says things like, King, Jon Snow King, and the raven like helps Jon win the election as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. So this raven seems to be sort of up to stuff. And it is very appropriate that Bloodraven would be spying with ravens because Bloodraven, as Hand of the King, was believed to use ravens to spy. Like that line specifically in the Mystery Knight is mentioned, I think. So Bloodraven does use his skin-changing powers to spy on people, and since he's interested in, like, you know, defending the realm from the White Walkers and so on, it makes sense that he would have a raven at Castle Black, at the Lord Commander's shoulder. So yeah, I think it is very likely that that the raven is used by Bloodraven to spy. And indeed, the raven is used to give Jon a dream about fighting White Walkers on the wall, or fighting the dead on the wall. So yeah, I think that's almost certainly true. Next theory, Bloodraven killed Bobby B. So, if you recall, King Robert Baratheon was killed by a boar, by a big furry pigu. And Bloodraven can control animals. Like, one popular theory is that Bloodraven sent the direwolves south. Like, it was quite weird that there were direwolves south of the wall when the Stark kids found them. And so the theory is that, you know, maybe as well as doing that, Bloodraven sent the boar to kill King Robert, pictured here, colorized. And the question is why? Like, why would Bloodraven want Robert Baratheon dead? Like, all it really does is, you know, sort of destabilize the realm and under the Lannister regime, and arguably that just sort of distracts everyone from the White Walker threat. So I tend to think that Bloodraven probably didn't kill King Robert. Like, I kind of like the idea that Robert just destroyed himself through his self-destructive drinking and so on, and also through his trust of the Lannisters who fed him that drink, because it was partly Cersei and Lancel Lannister. Like, you know, if it's a combination of Robert's self-destructiveness and Cersei's hatred of her husband and Lancel's servitude of Cersei and Bloodraven's magic and a big pork sandwich on the end of a tusk, you know, a boar, that's what we call them. That seems like a lot. Like, how many perpetrators do you need behind one goddamn murder? I don't know. So, I don't know. I think my take is that it's unlikely that Bloodraven sent the boar to kill Robert. But hey, like, when in doubt, Bloodraven did it. Thanks for the super chat from Larpa, who says, you want to do Bloodborne videos? I feel like if I'm going to do Bloodborne videos and Elden Ring videos, I'm probably going to have to, like, play Dark Souls first. So maybe we'll do, like, an AllShiftX plays Dark Souls stream. That'd be fun. Although I suspect it might take more than one stream. Thanks for the super chat from Greg, who says, love your stuff. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, have you seen the stay too long where you don't belong theory on our fan theories? It's very show focused, but easily the most convincing Bran equals great other theory I've seen to date. I haven't read that, but I'm guessing it's something along the lines of, if Bran stays warged outside of his body for too long, he becomes something inhuman, and maybe he became the great other. He warged and looked into the heart of winter, and he became disembodied, and he became an evil god, and maybe he's time traveling, so he wraps back to the start of the long night. Is that sort of where we're going with that? I don't know, maybe. I'm kind of tepid on the time travel, but I think that Bran is definitely playing with powers beyond his ken, and yeah, the show does talk about, if you stay too long, you'll drown under warging. So I don't know. Next theory: the significance of black stone being everywhere. So, in the World of Ice and Fire world book, there's a lot of mentions of a creepy, oily black stone or greasy black stone. There's an example of it on the foundation of the Old Town High Tower, which you'd think it's fused black dragonstone because the Valyrian dragon lords could make special strong stone by breathing fire and melting stone and forming it into something really strong. Except this particular foundation is singularly un-Valyrian in style. We are specifically told that it is unlike what the Valyrians would build. And so some people think that maybe one suggestion in the text is that it was built by the Deep Ones, the Lovecraftian fish monsters who were mentioned a few times. And maybe it was them. Or maybe it was built by like the Great Empire of the Dawn, like Azor Ahai flying over with his dragons, building some of this shit, just like the 5 forts. That's possible. And there's also like the Seastone Chair of the Ironborn. Their throne is made out of this greasy black stone. There's also this toad stone, this statue of a stone in Sothorios that is made of this greasy black stone. So like most of this is just straight up ripped out of Lovecraft. Like H.P. Lovecraft wrote stories of cosmic horror about dark gods who had these like artifacts of like black stone and stuff like that, trapezoids and hexagonozoids, and it was all a bit weird and racist. But Lovecraft did a lot of crazy stuff that George Martin was into. And Lovecraft wrote stuff about, like, you know, men breeding with fish and people discovering these ancient, horrifying secrets in their genealogy. And George Martin has said that he has borrowed from that a lot. So, like, one interpretation of all the black stone that's in the world is that it was built by these Lovecraftian monsters. But I think another interpretation we can have is that this black stone might have been built by the Great Empire of the Dawn, because I think one of the most important examples of black stone, and again, like it's sort of blurry whether like the greasy black stone and the oily black stone is quite the same as the fused black stone, which is made with dragons. But the really interesting thing about the 5 forts, this art is by Martin Honley, the interesting thing about the 5 forts is that, and this art is made by Martin H. Mathis, the interesting thing about the 5 forts is that they are made of fused black stone, which suggests that they were made by dragon lords, but they predate the dragon lords of Valyria. We are specifically told that they can't have been made by the Valyrians. So therefore, someone was building stuff with dragons before the Valyrians, and so the Great Empire of the Dawn seems like a pretty good candidate. If only someone was working on a YouTube video about Ashai and the Great Empire of the Dawn to sort all that stuff out. Okay, next theory, Summerhall theory. Okay, so Summerhall was a bit of a doozy. It was a gender reveal party gone wrong, as everyone in the YouTube comments likes to say. And it was King Aegon V gathering his family together to celebrate the pregnancy of his granddaughter Rhaella, and also just, you know, by the way, also performing a horrific, possibly sacrificial magic ritual to birth dragons from eggs. And it didn't end well, everyone burned. So there are a lot of different theories about what happened here, and I think that a pretty good theory is that Egg had visions of a dragon hatching from Summerhall, at Summerhall. And so he tried to make it happen, possibly using a little bit of human sacrifice, because he was researching dragon lore. And turns out he misinterpreted the prophecy, because like so many others before him, he didn't realize that the prophecy was more of a metaphor. And the dragon hatching was actually a metaphor for a Targaryen dragon, Rhaegar Targaryen, being born. Just like in the Mystery Knight, how, you know, and the Hedge Knight, you know, a dragon is not a literal dragon in a dream, it's actually a metaphor for a Targaryen. So I think that's a pretty good theory of what happened at Summerhall. But there is an Alt Shift X video if you want to check that out. You know, not that I would, you know, endorse that Alt Shift X wanker or anything. Next theory, identities of the 6 dragons. So, like, when I read that, I was like, what are you talking about? 6 dragons? What the fuck is that? All right, so it's a reference to this bit of the book, Jon 5, A Storm of Swords. They're talking about how Jaehaerys the Conciliator, Jaehaerys the First, King Jaehaerys, and his wife Alysanne went to Winterfell. He visited the north. And Jon says that Jaehaerys and Alysanne went to Winterfell and he brought 6 dragons to Winterfell. And then while the king was talking with the Warden of the North, Queen Alysanne flew up to the wall on Silverwing, and then that's why they named Queen's Gate after her, one of the castles on the wall, and so on. So that's just this little historical anecdote that Jon mentions in Book 3. And so a lot of fans have, torn out their hair trying to figure out who are these 6 dragons. Like, we know we got Silverwing. Who else we got? Fucking Vermithor and Sunfire and Hazu. I don't remember all the names of the dragons. Some people have tried to figure out which 6 dragons would have been around at this time. The problem with all of that is that the Fire and Blood history book retconned this whole thing. They just changed the whole thing. Instead of Jaehaerys and Alysanne going together, they went separate. Alysanne went first, and then Jaehaerys came up later. And there was no mention of 6 dragons in Fire and Blood, the history book. So, it didn't happen like this. And so, I think the real reason is that this is a retcon. But we can interpret it as just Jon is wrong. He's just remembering his history lesson incorrectly. And also, this story was told by Old Nan. And Old Nan might have, spiced up the history lesson a little bit and exaggerated things. So that's probably the in-universe explanation of all that. But yeah, the identity of the 6 dragons, I think it's a non-mystery. It was retconned out of existence by Fire and Blood, so I wouldn't even worry about that. Thanks for the super chat from Ty Farnsworth. Thanks for the super chat from King Incarnate, who says, "Love you, Swifty. Never stop stopping. You're a true legend." Thank you so much for the generous super chat, King Incarnate. Next theory is Sansa Stark is the younger queen. So Maggie the Frog tells Cersei Lannister that you will be killed by your Valonqar, your little brother, and she says you will be cast down by someone younger, more beautiful. It doesn't actually say younger, more beautiful queen, it just says someone younger, more beautiful, and sort of implies that she's a queen. So there's a lot of different interpretations. Maybe Daenerys is the queen who was younger and more beautiful, who will cast Cersei down. Maybe Arianne Martell is the younger, more beautiful queen if she marries young Griff. I kind of like the idea that Brienne is the one who is younger and more beautiful. She's not literally, factually more beautiful than Cersei, but she might be symbolically more beautiful in terms of her inner beauty. And maybe that's a little bit too... what's the word? Little bit too sweet, little bit too cute. But Sansa Stark is also a good possibility. Sansa Stark might end up being Queen in the North, I suppose, if the show is anything to go by. And maybe Sansa Stark will play a role in Cersei's downfall. But I tend to think that the biggest, the real queen who will cast down Cersei is Queen Cersei. I think her story is a story of self-destruction. So, maybe it's more her fear of the younger, more beautiful queen that gets her. She thinks it's Marjorie. She thinks that Marjorie Tyrell is the younger, more beautiful queen, but I think she is mistaken. Next theory, Hodor is descended from Duncan the Tall. So Duncan the Tall is one of the protagonists of the Dunk and Egg novellas, the stories, and he's a notoriously tall sort of a fellow. And so's Hodor, so they must be related, right? Well, no, there's also a vision that Bran has in A Dance with Dragons of a tall knight kissing a girl at Winterfell, and the girl gets on her tiptoes to kiss him. And the theory is that that girl is none other than a young old Nan. Old Nan before she got old. And maybe Dunk and old Nan had a romance, old Nan got pregnant with Hodor, or with Hodor's father. I think there might be an extra generation in there somewhere. But yeah, I think it is plausible that Dunk is Hodor's father or grandfather. Because, Dunk gets around. He has that, romance with Rohan, and he's searching for Tanzel. And we know that he goes to Winterfell at some point, because George almost finished writing a novella set in Winterfell with Dunk and Egg called The She-Wolves of Winterfell. So yeah, I think it is quite possible that Hodor is descended from Dunk. I'm not sure how that would ever be revealed. Maybe, well, no, in the Dunk and Egg books, it'll probably be sort of implied in his romance with Nan. Yeah, young Nan would be a rapper name. Next theory, Septa Lemore equals Ashara Dane. So we talked about Lemore before. Nevermore. And I don't think she's a Sharadane, because a Sharadane famously had beautiful purple eyes. And I think if Lemore had beautiful purple eyes, then it would have been mentioned in one of the many chapters where Lemore appears. So I don't think that Lemore is a Sharadane. The reason why people think this is because Ashara is a intriguing and mysterious character. We don't know exactly who she hooked up with. We don't know exactly why she committed suicide. We don't know exactly what happened to her, because George has said that Ashara's body was never found. So we don't even really necessarily know for 100% certain if she's dead necessarily. I tend to think that Ashara probably is dead, but I think there are definitely some big revelations to be found about who she is. Some people think that she's Jon Snow's mother, so A plus B equals J over here is the theory that Ashara and Brandon Stark are the parents of Jon Snow, because Brandon was a fuckboy, and he, among everybody else, wanted to hook up with Ashara at the tourney of Harrenhal, and maybe he did, and because Barristan thinks that Stark dishonored Ashara, so maybe there was some kind of hookup going on there. We don't know. Maybe one day we'll find out. Next theory, Merlings. So, as I said, like, there are these deep ones going on. There are these fishy creatures in the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire. And there's also talk of Merlings. There's also talk of squishes in Book 4, these strange, fishy human creatures who steal women and breed with them, which is like a Lovecraftian thing. It's always about the breeding with Lovecraft and George Martin sometimes. So Merlings could be a thing. The real question is Varys one? Because we never see his feet. Maybe he has flippers. I don't expect to see, an army of Merlings emerge from the sea. I think that it's possible that, like, Euron Greyjoy with his crazy Lovecraftian sacrifice might bring squids and sea creatures and monsters to the surface. Maybe that will include Merlings. But Merlings might not be like, cute Ariel the Mermaid type people. I don't think we're going to see any Little Mermaid Disney type Merlings. I think we're more likely going to see some horrifying Lovecraftian monstrosity type Merlings. Like, I think that all of, it's not like the songs is one of the great lessons of A Song of Ice and Fire. It's always darker and more horrifying than you think. And that's, the Lovecraft thing as well. So if we do see some friendly fishy fellows in the next book, I think they're going to be of the more horrifying end of the spectrum. Thanks for the super chat from Brian, who says, I think Dany will accidentally set off the wildfire in King's Landing and will redeem herself by sacrificing herself for Lightbringer. Thoughts? Yeah, that is pretty similar to what I think. Because I think that Daenerys, like, deliberately murdering thousands of innocent civilians in King's Landing is absurd. I think that the wildfire will be involved, because we're told that there's all this wildfire under King's Landing that was never removed. I think that I think that doing it by accident is a little goofy. Like, it would be like one of the climactic moments of the series if the capital of the Westeros is accidentally destroyed. That's a bit goofy. I would prefer if it was like, maybe she's taking a risk. Like, she knows that there's a risk of fire, and she knows that, ooh, this might burn innocent people, but she takes the risk because she wants the throne, and that blows up in her face. Something like that, or Cersei, like, trying to burn down the city might be involved, and Jaime tries to stop her by strangling her. And, young Griff and Arianne might be the king and queen in King's Landing at that time. Maybe they'll play a role. Maybe the Sand Snakes. There's a lot of different things going on there. But yes, I think Dany will be involved in fire burning King's Landing. And in the TV show where Jon just, like, put down Daenerys for being a crazy Nazi, I thought that was pretty fucking underwhelming as an ending for Daenerys. I would like it more if, it was something of a deliberate choice where it was to defeat the White Walkers. She was sacrificing herself, because there's all this mythology about Azor Ahai killing his beloved wife Nissa to create the sword Lightbringer that defeats the White Walkers. So maybe Jon will kill Daenerys, and she will be, to some extent, a willing sacrifice to defeat the White Walkers, which is also, like, slightly lame that she has to die, but I think that's better than what we had in the show. Next theory. Shave Pate poisoned the locusts. So one of the mysteries in the Game of Thrones books, Book 5 in Meereen, is a plate of poisoned locusts that was a delicacy in Meereen, and which was meant for Daenerys, but she didn't eat it, and then her bro, Strong Belwas, ate the poisoned locusts and had a very bad time. And if it wasn't for the fact that Strong Belwas is the most resilient motherfucker in Essos, he would be dead. But he passed his fucking endurance roll. What's it called in D&D? When you're like resisting a poison and you got to roll for your... Oh, what's the word? You know what I mean. The question is, who poisoned the locusts? Was it Hizdar Zolorak? Was it the Green Grace? Or was it the Shave Pate trying to divide the conservatives from the Targaryen loyalists in Meereen? And was the Shave Pate trying to create conflict? Is the Shave Pate the very own Littlefinger of Meereen? I don't have a strong opinion. I haven't read and I haven't done a deep reading of like the Meereen plot in a while, so I don't really have an answer here. But I do understand that the Shave Pate is like one of the most popular answers to that mystery. A lot of people say there's the Shave Pate. Next theory: Cersei accidentally poisoned Joffrey. So I think the idea is that Cersei was trying to poison, like, bloody Marjorie Tyrell or someone at Joffrey and Marjorie's wedding. But the poison that was intended for Marjorie got drank by Joffrey instead. And that would be like, I think that works thematically for a lot of reasons. Because it's Cersei's paranoia and attempts to prevent the prophecy that causes the prophecy of her children dying and her downfall coming true. Like, I think that's definitely where things are going. But I think if Cersei literally gave the poison that killed Joffrey, that would have been revealed in her POV by now. So I don't think that's true, but I think that's, it makes some sort of thematic sense. Next theory: Sam is in possession of the Horn of Winter. So there is a legend about a magical horn in the Game of Thrones books called Joramon's Horn, or the Horn of Winter, which is said to have the power to bring down the wall, or possibly to wake giants from the earth, depending on who you ask. It is very ambiguous, but interestingly, Jon Snow and Sam and Ghost find a old horn on the Fist of the First Men, buried with a cache of dragonglass. It seems to be very ancient, maybe important. And Sam takes that horn to Old Town. And he doesn't seem to realize that it's important, but like, it seems likely that it is the horn, because there's like this whole subplot about like Mance Rhaegar was searching for the horn, and then he claims to have the horn, and then Melisandre burns the horn, but then he reveals that it wasn't the real horn, and it's all horn, horn, horn. Where is the real horn? I think that it makes sense that it's this horn. It fits. And a lot of people suspect, specifically fan writer Paul Quentyn, talks about how he reckons that Euron Greyjoy, he's attacking Old Town with his tide of blood. Maybe Euron will go in, grab the horn from Sam, blow it from the top of the high tower, and the Horn of Winter will bring down the wall and let all the White Walkers in. And that's sort of like the cooler Song of Ice and Fire version of the Night King breathing fire to break down the wall in the show. I think that this Horn of Winter will be used to bring down the wall in the Winds of Winter, and I think it'll be fucking sick. So yes, I agree with the theory that Sam has the Horn of Winter and doesn't even know it. Next theory: why Wyman Manderley snuck in a mayhaps. Okay, so there is a game that is played by Riverlanders, by Freys. Little Walder and Big Walder teach the Starks this game called Come Into My Castle, or Lord of the Crossing, or whatever it's called. And the game is that you've got to talk to the Lord of the Crossing who's standing at the place, and you got to say, it's a bit like Simon Says, where you have to sneak in the word mayhaps and make sure the other person doesn't notice it. And if you say the word mayhaps, you're allowed to betray the person and knock them off the thing, and then you win. And interestingly, Walder Frey, the grandfather of these kids who played this game, says the word mayhaps when he's welcoming Robb Stark and Jane Westerling to his castle when he's about to betray them. So the idea is that he says mayhaps as like a sneaky little fingers crossed sort of a way of justifying his betrayal in like a sort of playful, symbolic, silly way. And Wyman Manderley may have done the same thing. I don't actually remember if he does say mayhaps or if the theory is just that maybe he said mayhaps. But like when Manderlys killed those 3 Freys and baked them into a pie, maybe he said mayhaps before he welcomed them into his hospitality. Because in the North, there's this whole tradition of hospitality where you can't welcome someone into your heart and hearth and let them have your salt and bread. If you murder them when they have guest right, that's the most abominable crime there is. So maybe Manderlys said mayhaps, as a little fingers crossed, before he killed the Freys. I think that's very cool, it's very possible, and it's certainly what Walder Frey was doing when he said mayhaps. So, yeah, I think that's true. Next theory, perfumed seneschal equals Tyrion's ship. So Quaithe gives a bunch of warnings. Let's get rid of that. Let's put back that. Quaithe gives a bunch of warnings to Daenerys that are very cryptic and symbolic and strange. She says the sun's son and the mama's no, not the mama's dragon. She lists all these different symbolic people who she is warning Daenerys against. And the end of this long warning is beware the perfumed seneschal. So who is the perfumed seneschal? A seneschal is like a kind of a servant or something, some kind of person with a aristocratic sort of a job or something. And some people think that the shave pate, Resnac, is the perfumed seneschal, and maybe Daenerys should beware him because maybe he poisoned the locusts. But you could also think that maybe Varys is the perfumed seneschal, because he wears perfume, and he is a seneschal of sorts, I think. But also, there is a ship called what Tyrion translates to as the stinky steward, is one translation of the term, the name of this ship in Valyrian or some language. So there's multiple different possible interpretations of what the perfumed seneschal is and why Daenerys should be afraid of it. And this theory that it's Tyrion's ship is one possible one. I think that ship sinks, though, doesn't it? So I don't think that Daenerys needs to beware of it anymore. I think that Daenerys should beware of the shave pate, if he's the one who poisoned the locusts. And I think that she should definitely beware Varys, because Varys and Illyrio are manipulating Daenerys and lying to Daenerys, pretending to support her when they actually support young Griff. So I think that's what the perfumed seneschal refers to. Next theory, Littlefinger endgame. So Littlefinger caused the War of the Five Kings by lying about Tyrion's dagger, or lying about his own dagger, and saying it was Tyrion's. And Littlefinger is deliberately causing war and causing chaos so that he can find opportunities to gain power. And it's working pretty well for him. He's marrying Lysa, and he's got influence over Sansa, influence over the Vale. He could potentially get influence over the North by getting Sansa ruling the North. He's become Lord Paramount of the Riverlands and the Lord of Harrenhal for his role in brokering the alliance with the Tyrells. It's a whole thing. The question is, what is Littlefinger's endgame? In the TV show, Littlefinger says that I want to be the king of Westeros. I think that in the books, Littlefinger is not trying to be the king of Westeros, because that's just a bit too unrealistic for such a low-born person to become the king of Westeros. That just has never happened, and I don't think it's realistic, and I think Littlefinger knows that. But maybe he wants to be the power behind the throne. So, maybe he wants Sansa to be queen of Westeros. That might make more sense. And for Littlefinger to be the power behind Sansa. Or maybe Littlefinger's just fucking making it up as he goes along. Like, I like the idea that Littlefinger, he's not just trying to empower himself. He's trying to punish everybody for the way he was treated when he was a kid. He was scarred, literally and metaphorically, when Brandon Stark defeated him in combat for the hand of Catelyn, or whatever it was that happened. He's mad at the aristocracy for keeping down people like him. And I think that he's trying to be defiant, and he's trying to vindictively cause harm to the whole realm by causing war, by causing people to suffer. And, I think that that's as much the goal for him as his own empowerment. We should do a big, deep character dive video into Littlefinger one day. But yeah, I tend not to think that Littlefinger wants to be king. I think that he wants to cause chaos, he wants to cause suffering, he wants to empower himself, and he wants to have Sansa. Whether he wants Sansa to be his wife or his daughter, I don't think he's quite worked out. But either way, I don't think it's going to work out for him. I think Sansa is going to kill and defeat Littlefinger probably using the Valyrian steel dagger that he used to start the war, because we had that vision by the ghost of Highheart, I think, who says that she saw a maiden slaying a savage giant in a castle made of snow, I think. And the giant could be Littlefinger, because not only is there an irony to, like, little giant, but also his father's sigil was a giant, that it was the head of the Titan of Braavos. So I think it's pretty much confirmed that Sansa will defeat Littlefinger in a not entirely dissimilar way to how Sansa and Arya and Bran killed Littlefinger in the show. So I think that is the real endgame for Littlefinger, is his death. Next theory, friends in the Reach. So young Griff invades Westeros with the Golden Company, and they reckon they're going to have some alliances. They're hoping to work with the Dornish. They've taken over a bunch of the Stormlands, and one of the Golden Company characters, I forget who, maybe homeless Harry Strickland, says we have friends in the Reach. And so some people think it might be the Tarleys, or some people think it might be the fucking... who are those rivals of the Tyrells in the Reach? What house is that? Because the Gardeners got taken over by the Tyrells, and I forget the name of the house, but the idea is that there are houses in the Reach who will help young Griff against the current Lannister regime. Next theory, Ramsay and the Frey in the Snow? I don't know what the fuck that is. Next theory, Jon Snow will remain as Ghost. So in the books, Jon Snow is dead as a doorknob, and he is pending resurrection. And one of the theories about how this will happen is that... okay, so you know how... Alright, you know how Bran is a warg? Bran is a skin changer who can enter the body of his wolf Summer. And all of the Starks have that power to some extent. Like, Robb Stark had a bond with Grey Wind, and many people theorize that Robb Stark warged into Grey Wind when he died, because we know that's something that can happen from the prologue of Book 5. And so maybe Jon did the same thing. Maybe when Jon died, his soul and his spirit went into his direwolf ghost, because the last word that Jon says when he dies is ghost. And interestingly, Melisandre has a vision of Jon where he changes from a man to a wolf to a man again, is the line. And some people interpret that as when Jon died, his spirit went into ghost, and he will become a man again when Melisandre resurrects him by transferring his spirit from ghost back into his body. And I think that's what's going to happen. Because in the show, they simplified it. They just made Melisandre resurrect Jon and he saw nothing. But we know that wargs can go inside the body of their animals, so I think it makes perfect sense that Jon will go inside Ghost. We might have a very exciting point of view chapter from the perspective of Jon in Ghost's body, like similar to how we've had chapters where Bran is inside his wolf and we have that point of view. So yeah, I think it's very likely that Jon will walk into Ghost on his death, then come back as a man. This theory is that Jon will remain as Ghost, which would be hilarious if, Kit Harington would be in his fursuit for the remainder of A Song of Ice and Fire. I think that would be funny. I'm not sure what role Jon could possibly play as Ghost. He can't talk, he can't do anything when he's Ghost. So I don't think it'll happen, but I think that's a fun idea. Next theory, the Hooded Man equals Septon Chael. So the Hooded Man is a mysterious figure who Theon meets once in A Dance with Dragons, and it's all very confusing. Is this person the person who's been murdering people in Winterfell? Is this simply a delusion from Theon's tortured mind? Is this Harwin or Hallis Mollen or Robert Glover? Secretly trying to murder some Freys and some Boltons to help the Northmen. Or is it Septon Chael? I don't fucking remember who Septon Chael is, if we're being entirely honest. I think he's like the drunk Septon. There's like a drunk Septon on the wall. Alright, let's just look it up. God damn it. Septon Chael. Chael. Septon Chael. The Winterfell. Alright, he's the Winterfell Septon. So could he be the Hooded Man? I guess. I mean, we don't really know anything about him. He was thrown into a well by Theon Greyjoy, so you'd think he's dead, but then a dripping Chael appears in Theon's nightmare, but that was all dead people. Yeah, I think Septon Shale is dead, guys, so I don't think he's the Hooded Man. I think the Hooded Man is mostly like an embodiment of Theon's guilt from his mind. Thanks for the super chat from Larpa, who says, do you think we're going to get the Winds of Winter in 2 years realistically? 50-50. I think that we might. George Martin said that last year was his best year of progress on the Winds of Winter ever. That's kind of promising. But also he's been saying encouraging things for 10 years now. So I think it's possible that we'll never get the Winds of Winter. I'd put the odds at 50-50 in the next 2 years. If you want like a bold prediction, I'd say that if we don't get it in the next 2 years, we might never get it. How's that for a prediction? But no, I'm optimistic. I reckon we'll get wins. Sarang says, in A Clash of Kings Tyrion 10, we actually get a description of Varys's bare feet when he visits Shae and Tyrion. Don't ask me why I know. So I guess that disproves the whole Varys is a mermaid theory if he has feet. But clearly Varys was using a glamour to hide his flippers. We know that he's a master of disguise. He could just get some prosthetic feet like the hobbits in The Lord of the Rings. Thanks for the super chat from Andrew, who says, maybe some of Cersei's treatment of Sansa stems from her fear of the younger, more beautiful queen, since she knows that Sansa would be the beautiful queen when she married Joffrey. Just a thought, love your work. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. I think that might be part of why she doesn't like Sansa. I mean, I don't think Cersei needs a prophecy to hate other women. Like, Cersei is just like a female misogynist. Like, she is really hateful towards a lot of women. And I think the reason for that is that Cersei's whole identity and pride and ego comes from being the most beautiful and powerful woman in the world at all times. So I think Cersei feels threatened by many beautiful and powerful women. And that's part of why she hates Sansa and Marjorie and everyone else in the room. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, I think the chapter with Varamir Sixskins pretty much confirms that Jon will go into Ghost. Yes, because that's what happens in, the prologue of A Dance with Dragons. We see that, like, person goes into their animal. The warg goes into their animal when they die. So I think that is what Jon will do, for sure. I think that's why that chapter is in Book 5. Thanks for the super chat from Monty, who says, Frey in the Snow is a theory that Roose and Ramsay collaborated to kill Little Walder to create conflict between the Freys and Manderlys to force them out of Winterfell. Okay, so yeah, there is this mysterious death of Little Walder. A lot of people think he was killed by Big Walder, his brother, to get ahead in the Frey line of succession. But this theory is that, Roose Bolton and Ramsay Bolton did it so that they could divide the Freys and Manderlys, because it looks like the Manderlys killed the Freys. Because when that happens, when Little Walder's body is brought in, the Freys and Manderlys start fighting, and one of the Freys cuts some of Wyman Manderly's abundant chins, and then that leads to Bolton ordering the Freys and the Manderlys out of Winterfell. It's not a bad theory, but I don't think the Boltons need to use Little Walder to make that happen. I mean, Roose could have ordered the Freys and the Manderlys out to attack Stannis any time. He could have just done that if that was his goal. So I don't think that the Boltons killed Little Walder. But, hey, it's mysterious. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, Reek versus Gollum. I think George was actually being heavy-handed on the split personality thing. So, the way Theon calls himself Reek is sort of similar to Gollum calling himself Smeagol calling himself Gollum. So maybe Theon has a split personality like Gollum, like Jekyll and Hyde, and maybe the Hooded Man is his other personality. Because, the theory is that maybe Theon, unknowingly becomes the Hooded Man, murders the people who are getting murdered in Winterfell, and then changes back to Theon and doesn't realize it. I tend to think that's not true, because I tend to think that the Wildling women are the people who are killing people in Winterfell. But anything's possible. Next theory. Daario is Euron. Oh, we're really getting deep down in the iceberg now. So Daario Naharis has a number of interesting similarities to Euron Greyjoy. Euron Greyjoy calls himself the Crow's Eye, and Daario Naharis is in a sellsword group called the Storm Crows. They're both fighters, they're both charismatic, they're both a little bit evil, they're both sort of inclined to murder to solve their problems. And they both want to fuck Daenerys, because Euron wants to marry Daenerys, and Daario Naharis becomes Daenerys' lover. So, it's not crazy to think that there might be a connection there, especially since Euron is magical and so on. And so there is this tinfoil theory that maybe Daario and Euron are one and the same. Maybe Euron is using a glamour to appear as Daario, or maybe he's just, dyeing his hair and they just have the same face. Euron does wear an eye patch, and Daario doesn't, but we are told that Euron has an eye underneath his eye patch. It's just a creepy eye, at least in one of Theon's visions. So, I mean, is it definitely impossible for Daario to be Euron? No. Is it likely? No. Because I think that they're not the same person. I think that they just play a similar narrative role in Daenerys' arc. They're both these sort of villainous men who tempt Daenerys towards brutality and villainy and weird sex. So I think that's what's going on. I don't think Daario is Euron. Next theory... Littlefinger Endgame appears twice. Next theory, Ramsay flayed Lady Hornwood's fingers. So in the books, there's a lord called Lady Hornwood, and she rules is it just called the Hornwood? Well, she's the ruler of a chunk of land in the north, and Ramsay wants that land. So he goes to her castle and he forcibly marries her to take her land, and then he kills her by locking her in a closet until she starves to death. And Lady Hornwood gets so hungry that she eats off her own fingers while she's in there. Or possibly she scrapes her own fingers off while she's clawing at the door. Something really horrible happens to Danella Hornwood. And this theory is that, maybe Lady Hornwood didn't eat her own fingers off. Maybe they were actually flayed off by Ramsay. Is, I suppose, the theory, because Ramsay does love flaying, and I suppose that's plausible. And I don't really want to think about it that much. I mean, flaying is just removing the skin. So, if Ramsay just flayed them, there would still be bones. There would still be finger bones attached, but not flesh, you would think. Whereas if she ate them, that to me kind of implies the bones came off. I don't want to think about someone eating their own fingers. I don't recommend it. I've tried it and it wasn't worth it. So let's move on to the next theory. Stannis is Azor Ahai. So Melisandre thinks that Stannis is Azor Ahai. And the whole point of that is that she's wrong. She constantly... There's all this talk about how Melisandre misinterprets her visions sometimes. And she does have visions of Stannis, facing the darkness with a flaming sword held above him. So I think that will happen. I think that Stannis will take Winterfell. But I think that'll end badly for him. I think that maybe Stannis will find himself having to fight against the White Walkers as they invade Westeros, and Stannis defends Winterfell from the White Walkers, probably dies and fails. And when that happens, Melisandre is going to go, ooh, I did a boo-boo. Stannis is not Azor Ahai. Maybe it is that Jon Snow fellow. So I don't think Stannis is Azor Ahai, no. Melisandre argues that he's Azor Ahai because he is at Dragonstone, which is the place of salt and smoke. And she gives him Lightbringer, and she tries to make him hatch dragons from stone with human sacrifice, but none of it works. And the Lightbringer sword is not the real Lightbringer, Aemon says. So I do not believe that Stannis is Azor Ahai. Next theory. Southern Ambitions is the alliance between the Starks, the Arryns, the Tullys, the Baratheons that ultimately brought down Robert's Rebellion. It's the marriages between Ned and Catelyn and Jon Arryn and Lysa, and the betrothal of Lyanna and Robert Baratheon. And the term Southern Ambitions comes from Barbary Dustin. She said that Lord Rickard Stark, the father of Ned Stark, had Southern ambitions and that's why he made these marriage alliances. So there's an implication that the Maesters are involved there, because Barbary Dustin says that the Maesters were involved in Rickard's Southern ambitions and might have suggested these marriage alliances. But the other suggestion is that the Starks and the Tullys and the Arryns and the Baratheons were planning to rebel against Aerys from pretty early on, even before Rhaegar ran away with Lyanna, and even before Aerys demanded the heads of Rickard and Ned and Robert and whatever. So yeah, I think it's very possible that a lot of people didn't like Mad King Aerys, and so they created political blocks to oppose him, and Southern Ambitions was that. I think that's true. Next theory. Tywin was aware of Joffrey's poisoning and purposefully let it happen. Tywin sees that Joffrey's a piece of shit and would be a terrible king. And Tommen would be a much more pliable and easy to manage king and would give him the time to raise him to be everything that Joffrey isn't. So I'm not that against that theory. I mean, Tywin wouldn't like a Lannister king. I mean, a Baratheon king. But Tywin wouldn't want to see his grandson die, because that is against his, family pride and honor. And, I mean, that's why he didn't kill Tyrion, right? Like, Tywin didn't kill Tyrion because despite hating him, he was a Lannister. So he spared him. So I would think that Tywin would probably not want Joffrey to die for basically the same reasons. So, I guess I'm sort of in two minds about that. I mean, there's no evidence of it in the books that I'm aware of, so I don't think it's likely. But I think, I guess it's like semi-plausible that maybe Tywin, was aware that, Olenna and Littlefinger were planning to poison King Joffrey and decided to let it happen. I don't think it's likely, but I guess it's possible. Next theory, Clegane Bowl will still happen. So in the show, there was a climactic battle between the Hound and the Mountain. It was foreshadowed pretty heavily for a while that would happen in the show. And there's not really a lot of evidence for it in the books. Here's a pretty cool artwork of it by Chase Stone of what it might look like in the books, because, the Mountain is calling himself Robert Strong, and he's not speaking, and he's portraying himself as a champion of the Faith of the Seven, and even the Hound here is wearing, like, the Faith clothes, because this is a trial by combat to decide Cersei's innocence under the auspices of the Faith of the Seven. So, could Clegane Bowl happen? I mean, if the Hound is the champion for the Faith in this trial by combat, then yeah, that is one way that it could happen. I'm not sure why the Faith would choose the Hound to be their champion in this trial, given that the Hound is, a weird dude on the other side of Westeros who, people would recognize him as the Hound and would probably want to put him to death for betraying the king earlier and so on. But, we know that the Hound is with the Faith at the moment because he's on Quiet Isle, seeking atonement, digging graves, is what the Hound is doing in the books. So, I mean, maybe the High Sparrow will be like, hey, we really need a powerful warrior to defeat the Mountain, Robert Strong, and I don't think Lancel Lannister is cut out for this, so maybe we need to go and get the Hound. And it would be cool for, the Hound to defeat the Mountain with fire to overcome his own fears. And I think that, Robert Strong will be revealed to be the Mountain, and that'll discredit Cersei, and people will realize the corruption and the horror in her reign. So, like, yeah, I think that's possible, but, like, I don't think it's likely that the Hound will be involved in this trial by combat. Maybe that Clegane Bowl will happen later, if at all. But I mean, we saw it in the show, and I feel like maybe we got enough Clegane Bowl to last us a lifetime. Maybe we don't need Clegane Bowl in the books as well, because it was always mostly just sort of like a fun fan idea. It's not something that's really, like, necessarily all that foreshadowed. I think that personally, I like the Hound's ending. I like the Hound's ending to his story on Quiet Isle, seeking redemption. I think that for everything to be about violence being how you solve the problem is lame, so I kind of hope that Clegane Bowl doesn't happen in the books, if we're being honest. Next theory. Arianne Martell is the younger queen. So yeah, Cersei fears a younger, more beautiful queen, displacing her, casting her down, and I think it's quite possible that Arianne will be that younger, more beautiful queen. Because Arianne Martell is going to meet young Griff, the supposed Aegon Targaryen, at the moment, and some people speculate that she will marry him because she is pretty... she wants to be queen. She doesn't want her brother Quentyn to be king. She wants to be the ruler of Westeros, and one way to do that is to marry young Griff and join his conquest and become his queen. So I think that young Griff and Arianne might lead to Cersei's downfall and will take the Iron Throne from her. I think that's very possible. Thanks for the super chat from Jarek Reifer, who says, off topic, but any clue whether or not that Alt-Shift-X nerd will make any more The Expanse videos? Well, you didn't hear it from me, but I did hear a rumor that Alt-Shift-X was potentially getting maybe an interview, maybe potentially, with the authors of The Expanse, and that might happen. And then, who knows, maybe that incompetent Alt-Shift-X will actually have an episode on the Alt-Shift-X podcast that was announced 2.5 years ago. So that's what I heard, but you know, who knows with Alt Shift X. Matthew says, are words even real to you anymore this far in? I mean, we're almost halfway. We're almost a third of the way, so like, how much longer can it take? Sarang says, Gregor unmasked at the trial at Baelor's Sept, then Cersei emergency detonates the Sept, then Sandor digs graves for the remainder of his life, blissfully unaware. Yeah, that's what I would like. I would like a peaceful end for the Hound. This artwork is by Bella Bergholtz, by the way. Next theory. L plus J equals J. Oh boy, we're getting into the alternative R plus L equals J theories. So I believe this would be... Well, who's the J? Who is Lyanna and... What? John Connington? Lyanna and Diana Reed? Who's the J meant to be? I don't even know what that theory is meant to be. J. Is it a John or is it... Yeah, I don't know what that theory represents, but I don't know. It's probably dumb. Someone tell me in the chat what L plus J equals J is meant to be. Next theory. Darkstar is a secret Targaryen. Okay, so I don't think that Darkstar is a Targaryen. He does have Valyrian features, which is extremely interesting. He does have the purple eye and that blonde hair. But I think the reason for that is that, you know, the Danes all share those features. That's not an evidence for being Targaryen, that's an evidence for being Dane. And what's interesting about the Danes is that they are meant to be first men. They are not descended from Valyrians. They predate the Valyrians, and yet they have Valyrian features. So I think the likely explanation for that is that the Great Empire of the Dawn might have founded the Danes, or Azor Ahai might have founded House Dane. And the swords of the morning are meant to be like the inheritors of the whole Azor Ahai lineage. So I don't think Darkstar's a Targaryen, but I think there's definitely some fucky stuff going on with the Danes. People in the live chat think that Joffrey is the father of Jon Snow, or Jizz Lemon. Don't recall that character. Jory, Jaqen, Joanna. Yeah, look, there's a variety of opinions on who the alternative father of Jon Snow is here. Okay, next theory. Jon Snow was really Tormund Giantsbane. What? I have no fucking idea what Jon Snow is really Tormund Giantsbane is meant to mean. Is that in reference to like some of the... Oh, okay, alright. I think... yeah, no, I know what this is. So, in the end of Book 5, Jon Snow was killed. But some people think that it wasn't actually Jon Snow who was killed. It was actually Tormund Giantsbane magically disguised as Jon Snow. Now, yes, that is crazy. But what if... here's the thing, because Mance Rhaegar is supposedly killed in Book 5. But we find out later it actually wasn't Mance Rhaegar, it was actually Rattleshirt, the Lord of Bones, disguised as Mance Rhaegar with magic. So maybe the Jon Snow who was killed in A Dance with Dragons wasn't Jon Snow, he was Tormund Giantsbane, glamoured as Jon Snow, like Melisandre set up like a decoy Jon Snow for his protection. Which is not all that crazy because, you know, Mance was faked out like that. And Melisandre does warn Jon against daggers in the dark and says, like, hey, like, you need to watch out for these dark daggers, bro. So maybe Melisandre did that. The reason why I think that's untrue is that we see Jon's death from Jon's perspective. Like, the chapter said Jon Snow at the start of the chapter. So, like, unless George is, like, straight up lying to us, and Tormund needs to believe, like... Are we saying that Jon chapter is actually a Tormund chapter, and that like he doesn't even know that he's like Melisandre's indoctrinated Tormund into thinking that he's Jon Snow, and like he doesn't even, you know, and his 3-foot member has disappeared and everything. All right, all right. Need to have a drink because we're getting deep now. Next theory: Illyrio was trying to get rid of Daenerys and Viserys. So Illyrio Mopatis arranged the marriage between Drogo and Daenerys. And that doesn't seem like something you would do if you really cared about the well-being of Daenerys and Viserys. Like, supposedly, this was a marriage alliance intended to bring the Dothraki army to help Daenerys take over Westeros. Is that too racy for YouTube? Maybe. Let's find Yeah, that's a bit better. And so maybe Illyrio was actually just trying to get rid of Viserys and Daenerys by giving them to the Dothraki, because like that whole sort of marriage alliance to invade Westeros never quite happened. I mean, Illyrio did want Viserys to invade Westeros with the Dothraki, because like that was the plan, as Varys describes it at the end of A Dance with Dragons. They wanted Viserys and the Dothraki to like tear up Westeros, soften up the target, so that then young Griff can sweep in and he'll seem like the hero and the good guy against the villainous, crazy Viserys and the Dothraki. So Illyrio was certainly using Viserys and Daenerys when his real intention was to help young Griff. If he wanted Viserys and Daenerys to be dead, he could have just killed them. Illyrio could have easily killed Viserys and Daenerys, no problem. So I don't think it was about like getting rid of them per se, but I think that Illyrio definitely didn't care all that much about the well-being of Daenerys and Viserys, and his main goal was to use them as a tool to help young Griff. Next theory. Cold Hands equals the Night's King. Okay, so we talked about Cold Hands before. He's a mysterious, friendly zombie, and he helps Bran and co. And in the TV show, he is Benjen Stark, but in the margins of a draft of A Dance with Dragons in a library, George Martin wrote that Cold Hands is not Benjen. So, some people think he's the Night's King. The Night's King was the person who, according to legend, thousands of years ago, married a White Walker and did terrible, evil things at the Night Fort. And maybe that was actually secretly a marriage pact with the White Walkers, and, you know, the Starks descend from the White Walkers as a result. We don't know. But I think it's maybe possible that the Cold Hands is the Night's King. Or, well, actually, it's probably more likely that Cold Hands is like the son of the Night's King, right? Because there is talk about like half-human, half-non-human creatures in A Song of Ice and Fire. And so I think that Cold Hands could be a half White Walker, half human, who was descended from the Night's King and the Night's Queen. Half human, half White Walker. I think that's actually not even a terrible theory. And, you know, we are told that the Cold Hands has been along for a very long time. He's been around for a long time. And that's said by Leaf, who's an ancient child of the forest. And a long time for her might mean thousands of years. And also, you know, Cold Hands wears the clothes of a Night's Watch ranger. And the Night's King was the leader of the Night's Watch. So, you know, I don't think it's likely that Cold Hands is the Night's King, but I do think it's a pretty cool idea. This art is by Gay Stannis. This art is by Jonathan Westland. Next, theory. Grand Dornish Conspiracy. Okay, so it sort of depends what you mean. I mean, there is a theory that's popular that's by Preston Jacobs. I think it's what he calls the Dornish Master Plan. And he believes that Oberyn went to King's Landing deliberately planning to poison Tywin and kill the Mountain, which I think is not a terrible idea. And then also the Brave Companions, and specifically Qyburn, are secretly working for Doran Martell, which I think is a bad idea. And then also that Quentyn Martell was not burned by a dragon, he's actually secretly still alive, which I think is not true. So, you know, it depends what you're talking about with the Dornish conspiracy, but I think that I don't believe some of the more tinfoil stuff. I think Quentyn's dead. I think Qyburn's working for Qyburn. I think that Oberyn might have been planning to poison Tywin. I've actually kind of been convinced by that idea. But I think that the point of the Dornish plotline is about Doran's failure as much as anything. He was too patient, he was too slow, and his whole idea of wanting vengeance is ultimately self-destructive. So I think that the Dornish plot, I think Doran really is kind of as incompetent as he seems. He really fucked up. He really did a big boo-boo, and I don't think Doran Martell's story is gonna end with a ha-ha, everything worked out as I planned, it's victory for Doran Martell. No, I think that his desire for vengeance will turn to ashes in his hands. And I think Arianne will burn. I think the Sand Snakes will burn. I think that it'll be a very bad time for House Martell, possibly leading to their extinction, is I think what will happen. Next theory, Shireen's true purpose. Ooh, what is the true purpose of Shireen Baratheon? So in the TV show, Shireen gets burned by her father Stannis, and it's horrible. And he does it to like clear the snows so that his army can march. But I think in the books it's going to be something a lot more eldritch and terrifying. Melisandre wants to burn people to wake the stone dragon, What is a stone dragon, you may ask? Does it mean hatching a dragon from a petrified stone dragon egg? Or does it mean awakening the grayscale from within Shireen? Because Shireen has this disease grayscale, and it's like, it's inert with her, it's no longer active, it's no longer dangerous, or so we are told, because Val, the wildling, says that she is unclean. The girl's grayscale is still a danger, is what she says. So maybe when Shireen is burned, the grayscale will somehow become infectious again, and maybe Patchface will have a role in this, and maybe that's why he's seen surrounded by skulls in Melisandre's vision. So maybe that is the true purpose of Shireen. Whether it's grayscale or whether it's something else, I think that something terrifying and horrifying and magical will happen as a result of Shireen's burning, and it'll be a hell of a lot more dramatic than the goddamn melting snow that happened in the TV show. That's what I reckon. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, thoughts on Jojen calling Cold Hands Bran's monster. Cold Hands tells Bran that Bloodraven is your monster too. Well, I think that reflects Bloodraven's overall, moral outlook, which is that he's willing to do monstrous things for the sake of the greater good. That's what Bloodraven does throughout his whole backstory. And Cold Hands is monstrous because he feeds human flesh to Bran. That's an abominable evil thing. And yet it was necessary to survive, doing evil for the greater good. I think that's the monstrousness of Cold Hands and Bloodraven. That's why he's Bran's monster. Next theory. Oh boy, this is a good one. The children of the forest can cause earthquakes via human sacrifice. And I am thrilled to tell you that I think that's true. So the children of the forest are magical pixies who can do shenanigans with sorcery. They are one of the ancient original indigenous species who lived in Westeros along with the giants for thousands of years until the goddamn dang humans came in and started messing everything up, as they do. Look at that. Average human taking out an innocent child of the forest. It's fucked up, I tells you. So, the children of the forest resisted by doing magic. Like we're told in the books that they did this thing called the Hammer of the Waters. They performed some kind of magic ritual, and they destroyed the land with a massive natural cataclysm that destroyed the land bridge from Dorne to Essos to stop the humans from coming in. And then they did it again at Moat Cailin. They at this great giant castle, they performed this ritual to make the Hammer of the Waters descend on the neck. And that's why the neck is like a big marshy, no man's land, gross place, because the children of the forest used their magic to destroy that land. It didn't entirely work. They wanted to sever the north of Westeros from the rest of Westeros, presumably, to stop the encroachment of the humans and to defend their shrinking territory. But in any case, we know that the magic of the children of the forest can cause these cataclysms and these disasters, these natural uprisings. It's described more as like a water magic in the books, but you could call it an earthquake as well, I think. And the interesting connection with the earthquake magic is that Jormun's horn, or the Horn of Winter in the books, is described as something that can bring down the wall. It can wake giants from the earth, which sounds like a metaphor for an earthquake, bringing down the wall with giants, earthquake. And so maybe the Horn of Winter, Jormun's horn, was created by the children of the forest as a weapon. It's interesting that the Horn of Winter is in the form of a horn that's banded by bronze, which implies that the First Men might also have been involved in the creation of the horn. Maybe it was humans and children of the forest working together to create this weapon that can cause earthquakes and bring down the wall. Very interesting. But the point is that, yes, that magic exists. The other component of this theory, as described here, is that human sacrifice was a part of it, which I think is likely, because we are told that the First Men used to give blood sacrifice to the weirwood trees. They used to hang corpses in the branches and blood down onto the roots. So human sacrifice was a part of the magic of the old gods, and there's no reason to doubt that the children of the forest did that too. Just like they mashed up Jojen into a paste and fed him to Bran, probably. So yeah, I think that the children of the forest can cause earthquakes via human sacrifice. And I think that Jormun's horn embodies that. And I think that, yeah, ironically, that magic of the children of the forest will be used against everyone by bringing down the wall. Next theory. Varys and the Antler Men. Okay, this is obscure. So in book 2, there's a group called the Antler Men who support Stannis Baratheon against Joffrey, I believe. It's like a conspiracy of a bunch of like common people or like merchants or whatever who like get together to secretly support Stannis and help him invade King's Landing and take the throne from Joffrey, if I remember correctly. And I think the theory is that Varys might have been behind this to like sort of undermine Joffrey. I don't know of like any evidence for that, but maybe, who knows. Next theory, Quentyn Martell is alive. No, I think he's dead. He's crispy. We saw Missandei nurse him as he died with his eyes burned out and he was all fucked up. Could that be, someone else in disguise? It's Garrus Drinkwater in a glamour or something. I don't know, maybe, but I don't think Quentyn Martell is alive. Next theory, N plus W equals J. Oh, so Ned plus Wyler equals Jon. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the red herrings that were given early on. The idea that Ned Stark and the what's it called again? The wet nurse. And the wet nurse Wyler are the parents of Jon Snow. But that seems to be obviously like a lie of convenience to hide the truth. Because like Wyler was involved because she was a wet nurse at Starfall and she was available to look after Jon when a wet nurse was needed. Saying that Wyler was the true mother of Jon is just a convenient thing you could say to cover up his true parents, Lyanna and Jon. So, and also, like, we're told that very early on. It's obviously a red herring. So no, I do not believe that Wyler is the mother of Jon Snow. Next theory. Lightbringer is the Night's Watch. So, it's prophesied that Azor Ahai will have a burning sword called Lightbringer that he'll use to defeat the darkness. There's some theories that dragons are that fiery sword. They are the perfect weapon to defeat the army of the dead, yes. So maybe that's what the metaphor means, but maybe the metaphor also refers to the Night's Watch, because the Night's Watch are a group who fight against the dead, or, they used to, presumably, and they use fiery weapons, or at least I hope they would. I mean, when they fight the wildlings, they use, like, fiery arrows and stuff. So maybe the Night's Watch will be a fiery weapon used to defeat the darkness, thus Lightbringer. Supposedly the Night's Watch was founded by the last hero to defeat the White Walkers and the others and the Whites. So yeah, I think that metaphorically it could be the Night's Watch. And I don't think it's exclusive. Like, Lightbringer could be the Night's Watch and the dragons and, Jon Snow, and so on. I think all those things are possible at once. Next theory, Hardhome was destroyed by Valyrians. So there was this settlement, this wildling settlement north of the wall, like a little town, and then mysteriously it blew up. Why did it blow up? No one knows. Some people think that the Faceless Men blew it up as like a practice before blowing up the Doom of before doing the Doom of Valyria. I think that's vaguely possible. Some people think that it was some kind of sorcery gone wrong. Why the Valyrians would do it, I don't know. Maybe they were just flying some dragons over there and they didn't like wildlings. Not sure why Valyrians would destroy Hardhome. Next theory, Sam will kill Euron. Sam is in Old Town and Euron is descending on Old Town, trying to take over it with his tide of blood and evil magic. And so they will be in the same place at the same time, but I don't think it's Sam's job to kill Euron. I think that Bran might kill Euron in magical combat. I think that Sarella could kill Euron with a well-placed arrow. No, that's not too likely. I think that Theon could kill Euron, his evil uncle, the drowned god killing the storm god. I think that Daenerys could kill Euron, rejecting his evil sorcery. I think there's a lot of different people who could kill Euron and it be like really meaningful for the character arc. I don't really see how Sam killing Euron would make as much of like an impact for those characters. I mean, it would be cool if Sam killed the evil Lovecraftian Dark Lord, but he already killed a White Walker. Like, is that not enough? I think Sam is enough of a slayer. So I tend to think that Sam will not kill Euron. Next theory, Stone Snake equals Cold Hands. So we're doing another sick Cold Hands theory. We talked about Cold Hands probably not being Benjen, maybe being the Night's King, maybe being Duncan the Tall. Some people think that he's Stone Snake. So Stone Snake was a Night's Watchman who went scouting north with Jon Snow and Qhorin Halfhand and Dalbridge the Squire, or whatever his name is. And that scouting went wrong, and they got separated, and Stone Snake disappeared, and no one knows what happens to Stone Snake. The other Night's Watchmen they were with disappeared, were killed, it's confirmed, but Stone Snake is not confirmed dead, so what happened to him? Maybe he became Cold Hands. In some ways it fits. They are, Night's Watchmen. Cold Hands wears Night's Watch clothes. He is a ranger of the Night's Watch in his past life, apparently. But I don't think it's long enough. Like, I don't think Stone Snake could have developed a relationship with Bloodraven and the Children of the Forest in the short, year between Stone Snake's disappearance and the appearance of Cold Hands. And also Leaf says that, he's been that way for a very long time. So, no, I do not think that Stone Snake is Cold Hands. But he's got to be somewhere, right? Like, why else would his location be unknown to this day? I think there will be a resolution to that. Maybe he'll, hook up with Benjen Stark. Because Benjen, I think, if he's not Cold Hands, he's out doing something. So maybe he's with Stone Snake. Next theory, Rouge and Biter are also Faceless Men. So Jaqen H'ghar meets Arya, and he's in a cage with some other ne'er-do-wells who were imprisoned in the black cells of the Red Keep. Not big mystery why Jaqen was locked in the black cells of the Red Keep, by the way, but that's where they were. And Rouge and Biter are his two friends. And they are both quite mysterious because they seem loyal to Jaqen. Like, they follow Jaqen and go with Jaqen when he, joins one of, the Lannister war parties and stuff. And they just seem to do what he says. So, are they intimidated or ensorcelled or controlled by Jaqen H'ghar somehow? Maybe. Are they even people at all? They seem monstrous. Biter has no nose, and he's got filed teeth. He's animalistic. I don't think he even speaks. He's really horrifying in the books. He's a lot scarier than he appears in the show. Rouge is the one without a nose, I think. But yeah, no, they're all fucked up. So are they even human? What are they? We don't know. Maybe they are other Faceless Men. Maybe that explains what their deal is and why they're loyal to Jaqen. They're part of his crack Faceless Men assassin team off on whatever mission they're on. Their mission might be to steal the Death of Dragons book from Old Town as the Alchemist with Pate and so on. But where are Rouge and Biter while the Alchemist's doing his thing? We don't know. So yeah, Rouge and Biter are mysterious. I don't think we need an answer to that necessarily. If that was going to be developed, I think that might have been explored, 3 books ago when those characters were super relevant. So I don't know if we're going to get an answer there, but hey, maybe they're Faceless Men. Not a crazy idea. Thanks for the super chat from Philip. Next theory, Joffrey poisoned himself. So we're told that Olenna Tyrell and Peter Baelish poisoned King Joffrey at his wedding to Margaery Tyrell. But maybe Joffrey was trying to poison Tyrion or someone at the wedding, and he accidentally drank his own poison wine like a goddamn idiot, because that's exactly the sort of thing that Joffrey would do. Honestly, I don't think it's true. Is it possible? Maybe. I don't know, I guess Littlefinger just decided to take credit for murdering the king, even though Joffrey, accidentally oopsied drank the poison. I guess that's possible. But I don't think Joffrey poisoned himself. Next theory, Mad Queen Cersei and Jaime's destiny. So Cersei has a certain interest in wildfire, which is interesting. She burns the tower of the tower of the Hand of the King in book 4, I think, and she was the one who originally got the alchemists creating wildfire in book 2, which was eventually used to defeat Stannis. Tyrion sort of took over that operation and took all the credit, but Cersei was the one who got the wildfire cooking in the first place. And she also has, self-destructive tendencies and destructive tendencies, and she's the sort of person who might decide to burn down King's Landing to stop Daenerys from getting it. So some people theorize that maybe as Cersei's enemies close in on her, she might decide to burn the city down so that no one else can have it, much like King Aerys did all those years before. And just like Jaime killed Aerys to stop him burning the city, maybe Jaime will kill Cersei to prevent her from burning the city. And maybe he'll strangle the life from her as her Valonqar, as prophesied by Maggie the Frog, and maybe that will redeem Jaime. He'll destroy the evil within himself by murdering his dark half, his twin sister. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. I mean, we're told in the books twice that Cersei and Jaime think that they will die together. And I think Cersei destroying herself in fire is a very appropriate end to her character arc. So yeah, I think Mad Queen Cersei could absolutely happen. And I think the context of it will be the death of Tommen and the death of Myrcella. I think once Cersei's children are dead, then she will truly have nothing to live for, and that's when she'll really go mad and start getting all murdery. Next theory, Lightbringer is Drogon. Well, we're told that Azor Ahai will be reborn amidst smoke and salt, and will draw a fiery sword from the fire to defeat the darkness, or something like that. Daenerys is reborn, metaphorically, amidst smoke and salt, the smoke of the fire, the salt of her sweat and tears. And I think that the dragons are the fiery weapon that she'll use to defeat the darkness and the White Walkers. So yeah, symbolically, I do think that Daenerys' dragons are Lightbringer. And that could also be the Night's Watch as well. That could also possibly be the Sword Dawn, which might be the original Lightbringer. I think that Lightbringer could mean many things, and I think the dragons are one of those things. Next theory, Weirwood/Children Net. So I think that's referring to the general idea that the Weirwoods are the old gods. And what the old gods are is that whenever someone dies who is in some way connected to the old gods, they become part of that hive mind network. Their souls go into the trees and they become part of that network. And that's what we see with like Bloodraven and all those other green seers like wired into the Weirwood network. And like the physical location and network of Weirwoods throughout Westeros is part of how that power manifests itself. Like the Weirwoods are like the wires through which the old god's internet can run. And you know, the ADSL 2+ is slower in places where those Weirwoods don't exist, and that's why it's such a travesty for the Children of the Forest and for the old gods when the First Men came along and cut down all the Weirwoods, or most of the Weirwoods in the south. And you got to wonder what's going on the Isle of Faces, which is an island on the God's Eye Lake where a bunch of weirwoods still grow in the south, which is tended to by a group of mysterious green men. It's super interesting, and nothing has been revealed about it yet, so I think it's almost certain that we'll learn a lot about the Weirwoods and the Children of the Forest at the Isle of Faces. Maybe that's where Bran will be crowned as Weirwood King in the end of the books. Anything's possible. Next theory, N+A=J. So that's a theory that Ned Stark and Ashara Dayne are the parents of Jon Snow. That seems to be what Edric Dayne thinks. Edric Dayne says that Ned and Ashara were in love. And so... But doesn't he also say that Wyla is the mother of Jon Snow? Yeah, Ned Dayne says some confusing things, but he does allege that Ned and Ashara were in love, and Barristan thinks that a Stark had a hookup with Ashara at the tournament at Harrenhal, and maybe after as well, additionally. But Ashara killed herself. Maybe possibly partly because big mean Ned Stark abandoned her after knocking her up and then went and married Catelyn instead, so maybe that's why Ashara killed herself. And maybe that's why Jon Snow, maybe he still has like a prophetic destiny. Maybe he still has like Valyrian blood through the Danes, because maybe the Danes descend from the Great Empire of the Dawn, which is sort of Valyrian and magical. So, maybe Ned and Ashara are Jon Snow's parents. It makes you wonder what the hell Rhaegar and Lyanna were doing at the Tower of Joy and who Lyanna Stark gave birth to. I think that the theory traditionally is that Daenerys is actually the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. And that makes you wonder what the hell Rhaella was giving birth to on Dragonstone on that stormy, stormy night. The more of these, like, tinfoil alternative parenthood theories you come up with, the more additional tinfoil alternative theories you have to come up with, because you've really got to twist the text sideways to make this stuff work, in my opinion. In my opinion, Rhaegar plus Lyanna equals Jon Snow makes a lot more sense. But these alternative theories do exist, and there is some sort of, textual basis for some of them, because there certainly was something going on with Ashara. And I don't know if it was Brandon Stark or Ned Stark or Big Baz of the Bold himself, but someone hooked up with Ashara, and something happened there, so there's a mystery. Next theory. The three swords of Azor Ahai equals Rhaegar, Aegon, and Jon. So this is actually cool. So we're told a legend about how Azor Ahai, the hero, created the sword Lightbringer. We're told that he tried 3 times to forge the sword. And so he labored day and night, and he forged this great steel sword, and then he plunged it into water to cool it. But then the sword broke. It didn't work. So then Azor Ahai tried again. He labored day and night, and then to temper his hot sword, he plunged it into the heart of a lion. And the lion died, but the sword broke. It didn't work. So the third and final time, Azor Ahai, he forged this sword, the greatest sword ever, and he plunged it into the heart of his wife, Nissa. And all of her love and her strength went into the steel, and that is how the sword Lightbringer was forged. And people have pointed out that that process kind of mirrors the process of Rhaegar Targaryen doing his thing. Because Rhaegar Targaryen believed for a while that he was Azor Ahai. But then he was killed in the Trident, at the Battle of the Trident, by Robert Baratheon, and he fell into the water and died. The first sword died in the water. The second sword, Rhaegar's son Aegon Targaryen, he believed was Azor Ahai. He thought that he was Azor Ahai. He later decided that his son Aegon was Azor Ahai. And Azor Ahai, Aegon, was killed by Armory Lorch and Gregor Clegane under the orders of Tywin Lannister, who is symbolically a lion of Lannister. So the second attempt to make Azor Ahai was tempered in a lion, but failed. Aegon died. The third and final attempt, Rhaegar had sex with Lyanna Stark, because he said there must be one more, and it seems very likely that Rhaegar had a relationship with Lyanna because he was trying to birth a prophecy baby, the Song of Ice and Fire, Ice, Fire, Targaryen, Starks. He thought that his son with Lyanna would be Azor Ahai. And metaphorically, Rhaegar plunged his sword into Lyanna Stark by having sex with her, and that birthed Jon Snow, who is the third and final and successful attempt at forging Lightbringer. So you could interpret that as Rhaegar Targaryen is Azor Ahai, Lyanna Stark is Nissa, and Jon Snow is Lightbringer, the weapon who will save the world from the White Walkers. I think that it's an interesting one, because like it's a little bit weird, like, you know, Tywin and the mountain representing the lion and the waters of the Trident representing the water. Like, maybe that's just a coincidence. Maybe George Martin didn't intend that. But I think it's a very interesting and very legitimate interpretation that Rhaegar inadvertently recreated the legend of Azor Ahai forging Lightbringer and ultimately successfully created Jon, who will save the world from the White Walkers. I think that's very possible. Next, theory. The battle for the Dawn ended in a truce. So the legend is that the last hero defeated the White Walkers in the first long night. He used a blade of dragon steel, which might mean Valyrian steel, might mean dragonglass, might mean dragons. And the theory is that what we're told is that the humans defeated the White Walkers and they built the wall to keep the White Walkers out forever. But some people think that maybe not, because there is that whole story of the Night's King, who was a human, who was a Night's Watchman, like the last hero was. He founded the Night's Watch. And the Night's King had sex with a White Walker, the Night's Queen, and made sacrifices to the White Walkers. And there were strange creatures in the Night Fort around that. There's all these legends about the Night Fort. And maybe what that represents is an agreement and a marriage between the humans and the White Walkers, and maybe they actually made peace. It wasn't a defeat of the White Walkers, it was actually a peace agreement, and that's what went on at the Night Fort, and that's what the Night's King represents. And the Starks embody that alliance and that peace deal, because the Starks descend from the Night's King and they have the blood of the White Walkers in them, and they will and, you know, there must always be a Stark in Winterfell, and like the cry "winter is coming" might actually have been like a threat and a boast, not a warning, but like a threat saying we have the power of the White Walkers on our side. And also, like, maybe the White Walkers built the wall, because we're told that the White Walkers can make things out of ice. So maybe they created the wall. That seems a lot more plausible than, you know, humans and giants dragging giant blocks of ice for centuries and centuries to build this giant-ass wall. This unreasonably giant wall. It's like hundreds of kilometers long and like hundreds of feet tall. I'm mixing my metrics, but you get what I mean. I think it's actually quite an interesting possibility that the Battle for the Dawn ended in a truce. I mean, I think that's maybe not what George Martin's going for. Like, I've gone back and forth on this. I think that the White Walkers, they're not going to turn out to be sympathetic, but I do think that the Night's King represents, like, some kind of, like, cooperation between the White Walkers and humans. Because, like, that's what Craster does, right? Like, Craster sacrifices his children to the White Walkers in return for them not attacking him. So, I think the Night's King was doing something similar. Next theory, Stannis is the Night's King. So Stannis, there is an interesting vision that Daenerys has where, quote, she sees a red sword raised in the hand of a blue-eyed king who cast no shadow. So that's got to be Stannis. He's got blue eyes, and he's got a red sword that he calls Lightbringer. The no shadow part is interesting. Maybe that means that he has no lasting legacy. He has no impact. He has no real power. I mean, he has no shadow because Melisandre took his shadow and used it to assassinate Renly, right? Melisandre had sex with Stannis, took part of his soul. The shadow assassin killed Renly. I guess that's the reason why this blue-eyed king casts no shadow. Melisandre took his shadow. And I think that hydration check. Good. Thanks for the good idea, Matthew Tyler. I will take a hydration check. So Stannis, I think, is the blue-eyed king. I mean, Melisandre mentions she has a vision of Stannis raising his sword against the darkness. And I think that connects to this Daenerys vision, the blue-eyed king raising his red sword. But I think that, like all of her other visions, Melisandre has misinterpreted this vision of Stannis. She thinks that it means that he's Azor Ahai. I think that it means that he'll fight against the White Walkers as they descend on Winterfell. Like, he'll take the castle from the Boltons, then the White Walkers will attack Winterfell, and he'll try and defend against them. And he'll be a sort of a Night's King figure in the sense that he's making terrible sacrifices. He's going to burn his own daughter, Shireen. He'll probably be driven to even more evil things. I mean, it sort of parallels, like, you know, when Stannis was besieged in Storm's End against the Targaryen loyalists. Was that who was attacking? But Stannis has been through sieges before, and he's willing to eat rats, he's willing to eat shoe leather, he's probably willing to eat some soldiers. I think that some dark stuff will happen when Stannis is trapped at Winterfell by the White Walkers, if that's what happens. This is all speculation, but I think that's how Stannis will become the Night's King. I mean, here's the story of the Night's King is that the Night's King married a supernatural creepy woman called the Night's Queen who was like a White Walker. In the same way, Stannis hooks up with this mysterious, creepy, fiery red witch, Melisandre. They both make it sort of deals with mystical forces in order to empower themselves. And they both make sacrifices. We're told that the Night's King made sacrifices to the others, and Stannis makes sacrifices. He burns some of his men as a sacrifice to R'hllor, which seems like a pretty evil thing sort of to do, you know? So I think in that sense, Stannis is a Night's King type figure. He's someone who makes deals with the devil, makes sacrifices, makes magic for his own empowerment, and I think ultimately it's not going to work out very well for him. Thanks for the super chat from Constipated Nincompoop, who says, what are your thoughts on Moorcock's influence? Azor Ahai is Elric, Lightbringer equals Stormbringer. Seems like more people bring up Lovecraft references than Moorcock. Yeah, so I haven't read Moorcock, but he is a famous fantasy author and he has had a big influence on George R. R. Martin. That's most obvious with Bloodraven. Bloodraven's character is very similar to Elric of Melniboné, one of Moorcock's characters, which again, I haven't read those books, but I've read bits. And yeah, there's definitely huge similarities there. And Elric Shadow Chaser, Edric or Elric? Elric Shadow Chaser is mentioned in the World of Ice and Fire book as like a name for Azor Ahai, and Elric is a Moorcock thing. So there's definitely some influence there. Next theory, Daenerys is a Fire White. All right, let's do it. So Daenerys, at the end of season 1 and the end of book 1, walks into a fire that should kill her because Targaryens are not immune to fire in the books, but she emerges unharmed and she has dragons with her. That's a pretty interesting thing to have happened. We're told that Azor Ahai will be reborn amidst smoke and salt and wake fire from the fire. Maybe what really happened is that Daenerys walked into the fire, died, but then was reborn, was resurrected by the magic of R'hllor, just like Beric Dondarrion, just like Melisandre, possibly, because Melisandre in the books mentions that she doesn't eat or drink or sleep. She tries not to sleep. She sleeps sometimes. So some people theorize that Melisandre might be a Firewhite like Beric, someone who has died but then been reborn with the magic of R'hllor, and maybe that's why Melisandre is so old as well. Like, she's been alive for hundreds of years as an undead fire zombie. Maybe Daenerys is the same thing and doesn't even know it. It's kind of a crazy theory. There isn't really a lot of proof, but it's actually kind of plausible because, we've seen Beric do it and we've seen this crazy magical ritual. Maybe Daenerys is a zombie and doesn't even know it. I like that idea. I think it's fun. I'm not sure what implications or consequences it would actually have for the story. Like, does that make Daenerys more powerful? Does that mean that Daenerys doesn't have a soul? Like, I don't know what the consequence of that would be. I mean, for Beric, being a Firewhite is terrible. It means that he starts to lose his memory. He loses his identity. And, being a white can sometimes mean that you're controlled by other people. Like, the whites of the White Walkers who are animated by ice magic are controlled by those White Walkers. So, is Daenerys, potentially controlled by some higher power, by R'hllor or something? I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it is a very interesting idea. Next theory, Great Braavos Conspiracy. So there are some interesting institutions in Braavos. I mean, first of all, the origins of Braavos is as escaped slaves from the Valyrian Empire. And they started their city as like a secret city, as like a refuge from the slavery of Valyria. That's how Braavos started. And there are these two very interesting institutions in Braavos. There's the Iron Bank, which is one of, or the foremost bank in the world of Ice and Fire. And then there's the Faceless Men, who assassinate and kill. And I think it's interesting that, like, the Faceless Men have coins. And the Iron Bank has coins. And the Faceless Men use coins to kill people. Like Arya gets a poisoned coin and gives it to an insurance man to kill him when he bites to test the coin. So I think that you could perhaps speculate that the Iron Bank and the Faceless Men are two sides of the same coin. Hey. I think that's possible. I think that those two institutions might be linked because, there are only two things that are certain in this world: death and taxes. Right? Like, I think death and money are sort of intertwined in some way. Maybe the Iron Bank secretly works for the Faceless Men. The Faceless Men secretly work for the Iron Bank. I mean, they're two of the most powerful institutions in Braavos, no doubt. Maybe there's a alliance there of some kind, and maybe they work together to further the goals of Braavos by preventing dragons. Like, we're told that the Braavosi have no love of dragons, because, they escaped from the Valyrians and so on. So maybe the Faceless Men and the Iron Bank sent Jaqen H'ghar as the alchemist to get the book called The Death of Dragons to find a way to kill Daenerys' dragons, because they don't want dragons back in the world. They don't want Valyrians, So I think it's very possible that there's some kind of shenanigans going on there. I'm not sure how it would be revealed and to what end, but some kind of great Braavosi conspiracy would be a lot of fun. Next theory. Pyat Pree equals Euron. So Pyat Pree is a warlock. He's the one who meets Daenerys and convinces her to come to the House of the Undying, and secretly is trying to steal her life force, and is basically a bit of a douche. Euron Greyjoy has some similarities because Euron Greyjoy likes to drink Shade of the Evening, which is the wine of the warlocks. It's like this hallucinogenic drug that lets them see into the astral plane, as all good drugs do. So I think there is a similarity there, but no, Euron is not Pyat Pree, because we actually know that after Daenerys left Qarth, Pyat Pree and his warlock buddies went out to find her and get revenge for destroying the House of the Undying. And Euron, at least according to the official World of Ice and Fire app, Euron captured Pyat Pree and the Warlocks, and we see Pyat Pree and the Warlocks captured by Euron in the Forsaken Winds of Winter preview chapter, where Euron has all these priests and stuff, and he's like, he's fucked them all up. They're all mutilated and tortured, and he's going to use them as sacrifices in his blood Lovecraftian and crazy ritual. And Pyat Pree is one of his captives. He's cut off Pyat Pree's legs and hung him from the rafters, and Pyat Pree screams pre over and over. It's a very disturbing, horrific image that George Martin writes, and I think it confirms pretty convincingly that Euron is not Pyat Pre, unless you want to theorize that what if Pyat Pre did get his revenge on Euron, did murder Euron, glamour himself as Euron. The person we think is Euron is actually Pyat Pre. The person we think is Pyat Pre is actually Euron with his legs cut off. That would be pretty cool, but I don't think it's true. Next theory. Where are we? R plus L equals D. So there's kind of a companion theory to the idea that Ned plus Ashara are the parents of Jon. You then have to explain what exactly Rhaegar and Lyanna were doing all day in the Tower of Joy, because it wasn't playing checkers. They must have had Daenerys, and then somehow someone snuck Daenerys onto Dragonstone and into the care of who's that knight who looks after Viserys and Daenerys with the plowman on his Darry? Whatever. R plus L equals D. Look, I don't think it's very likely. I think R plus L equals J is more likely. But maybe one day we'll do a deep dive into those alternative parentage theories. Next theory, Peter Baelish is a tragic. Well, Peter Baelish, you can feel sorry for him. Because when he was a kid, and he was in love with Catelyn, and he wanted to marry Catelyn, he challenged Brandon Stark to a duel, because he believed in the songs and the stories, just like Sansa Stark did, and he wanted to be the hero, and he believed that by being virtuous and heroic and being courageous, he could win the heart of his lady love. Spoiler, didn't work out for him. Brandon almost killed him, and Peter did not get the girl. So you can feel sorry for him. There is a tragedy there. But the real tragedy of Darth Littlefinger the Wise is that his reaction to that early failure was to become a megalomaniacal, sociopathic, murdering, spying piece of shit who started a war and tried to fuck a teenager, Sansa Stark. So if you want to call that tragedy, you can. But I don't think Peter Baelish is like a very sympathetic dude. I think he's understandable, but I don't think he's a good dude. And, you know, if you want to call that tragedy, that's up to you. Next theory, the Valonqar is Sir Robert Strong. So, Sir Robert Strong is the reanimated corpse of Gregor Clegane. Let me bring up a good picture. Gregor Clegane. And Cersei, it has been prophesied, will be killed by her Valonqar, which means little brother. And so she thinks that Valonqar means Tyrion will kill her. A lot of fans, me included, think that it means that Jaime will kill Cersei. He's the little brother. But some people think that Robert Strong is the little brother, because he is the brother of the Hound. And little, I suppose, has to be just an ironic joke because the mountain is so goddamn big. And so maybe Robert Strong will be the person to kill Cersei. And I suppose, you know, the appropriateness there would be that Cersei's destroyed by her own monster, you know? Like, Cersei, through Qyburn, created the monster, the mountain, and he's a horrible abomination. And so maybe she will be destroyed by her monstrous creation and her lies and her bullshit and her corruption. I can see that, but I don't think it's likely that Robert Strong will kill Cersei. Next theory. Hooded Man equals Hallis Mollen. So the mysterious Hooded Man appears at Winterfell to Theon, and no one's quite sure what he is or what he's up to at Winterfell. Some people think that he's like a manifestation of Theon's guilt and his tortured mind, but some people think that he's an agent of the Starks working to work against the Boltons and so on. And one possible person who could be doing that is Hallis Mollen, because Hallis was one of the guards for Ned Stark in Winterfell. And so Hallis Mollen was then sent north by Catelyn with Ned Stark's bones to inter Ned Stark's bones in Winterfell, but we never see Hallis Mollen again. So what happened to him? Barbary Dustin has been watching for Hallis Mollen, never saw him. So where is Hallis Mollen? Maybe he's the Hooded Man in Winterfell kicking Bolton ass. I don't think it's very likely, because I think that it's the wildling women who are killing people in Winterfell, but who knows. Next theory, Melisandre has Davos's luck. I'm not sure what that refers to. I know that Davos has that bag of finger bones around his neck, which is from the fingers that were cut off by Stannis as punishment for being a smuggler. And I know that Melisandre talked about how a glamour, like the magic that she uses to disguise people, a glamour can be made more powerful by having an object that is like special to that individual. Like to disguise Mance Rhaegar as Rattleshirt, Mance wears Rattleshirt's bones. He's like clothing made out of bones. And Melisandre says that, all sorts of objects can work like this. A bag of bones, perhaps. So maybe Melisandre uses Davos's bag of bones to give someone a Davos disguise, I guess. Or maybe we're just saying that Melisandre took Davos's bones for some reason, and Davos will be unlucky as a result of no longer having those bones, and he's going to need some luck when he goes to Skargos, I would think. So I'm not sure exactly what that theory refers to, but Davos's luck is his finger bones, and Melisandre has mentioned them. Next theory, Varys is a bright flame. So there's a character called Tyrion Targaryen, and he appears in The Hedge Knight, which is the first Duncan Egg novella. And Tyrion is this villainous figure, and he's really set up as this like horrible dude. Except he sort of disappears from the story after that. He gets exiled to Essos, and then later he dies by drinking wildfire, thinking it'll transform him into a dragon. But after Tyrion disappears, the Blackfyres appear. And the Blackfyres are the sort of new adversaries for House Targaryen, and they become this ongoing rebellious force against the Targaryens. And some people speculate that maybe originally, when George Martin was writing The Hedge Knight, he originally planned for Aerion to be this villainous Targaryen branch, because he called himself Aerion Brightflame as his name instead of like Aerion Targaryen. So maybe the Bright Flames were going to become the like villainous Targaryen adversaries instead of the Blackfyres. Because it's super weird that the Blackfyres aren't mentioned in The Hedge Knight, even though The Hedge Knight is set shortly after the first Blackfyre rebellion. Like, it looks as though some weird sort of retcon thing happened around this time. So I think it's a decent theory that the Brightfyres might have originally been set up as Targaryen adversaries. And maybe Varys is a descendant of Aerion. When Aerion went into the east to Essos, was exiled, George R. R. Martin has said in A So Spake Martin that Aerion might have had some bastards when he was on Essos. Maybe Varys was a descendant of Aerion, one of those bastards. That might explain why the sorcerer cut off Varys' balls, because maybe Varys had king's blood through Aerion. And so that made his magic sacrifice powerful. And, there is also that line about only the blood of the dragon would ever know the secrets of the Red Keep, and Varys knows the secrets of the Red Keep, so maybe he's the blood of the dragon through Aerion. So, there's some cool theories there. And Varys being a bright flame, like, I think that it's, if anything, he's more likely to be a Blackfyre, because that explains his loyalty to young Griff, with the whole Blackfyre conspiracy with Illyrio. But yeah, Bright Flame's as good as any to give Varys a secret Targaryen heritage, and God knows there's going to be a lot of secret Targaryens this far down the iceberg. Thanks for the super chat from Sarang, who says, thanks for going through all of these. You're a totally hoopy frood who knows where his towel is. You too, Sarang. Keep an eye on that towel. Next theory. The others are misunderstood and are simply fighting for their survival. So, I like the idea that the White Walkers, they're not totally villainous, they're just trying to survive. And, maybe the reason why they're coming south is that they are threatened by some other enemy that's threatening them to their north, Like, the whole thing is that, like, the wildlings are the northern enemies of the humans. But turns out that, the reason why they're marching south and attacking the southern Westerosi is because they are being attacked to their north by their enemies, the White Walkers. Well, hell, maybe the White Walkers have their own goddamn northern enemies further up, and it's White Walkers all the way north, with the turtles. You know what I mean. I tend to think that, is not true. Like, I sort of thought that a long time ago, but I think increasingly, the White Walkers are meant to represent just, like a natural force of death, just like an unstoppable tsunami that, like, humans just have to team up against. Check out this art by Lewis Jones. Isn't this badass? This is like the Night's King. This is like the White Walkers if it was, like, in Warhammer 40k. Look at those, like, sea of whites he's riding on. Jesus Christ. Art by Lewis Jones. So I don't, I don't think that the White Walkers, like, I don't think it's going to be like the humans were the real monsters all along situation. No. I think that the White Walkers will be defeated. They might not be wiped out totally. But I think they will be defeated, and I don't think we're going to feel all that sorry for them. I mean, the White Walkers are intelligent to some extent. They have language, they laugh, they make things out of ice. And so, maybe they have a right to survive, like any intelligent creature has the right to survive, or any unintelligent creature. I don't discriminate. So maybe the White Walkers are not super evil. But, also they were created by the Children of the Forest as a weapon against humanity. So, like, can something that's created as a weapon ever be, good or peaceful? I don't know. I think that there's a comparison here to be made to Lord of the Rings. Because, George Martin says that he wrote Song of Ice and Fire partly as a response to the Lord of the Rings, asking questions like, what was Aragorn's tax policy? Like, what was the real long-term aftermath of the end of Lord of the Rings? Like, all those orcs, like, we're told at the end of the Lord of the Rings that the millions of orcs, the armies, they just sort of ran off and died. But it's like, really? Like, you're saying that all the orcs just conveniently died? What if King Aragorn had to, like, hunt down the orcs? Did he commit an orc genocide? Or did he make peace with the rest of the orcs and allow them to integrate with the rest of human society? Or did he hunt down the orcs and kill even the baby orcs in their little orcish cradles, Like, I think George Martin has raised those issues about Lord of the Rings, so we have to raise those issues about the White Walkers. Will they be hunted to extinction and crushed? Or is there some kind of good in them, or some kind of possibility to find some sort of redemption or meaning or sympathy other than just genocide? Next theory: the children are the bad guys. I mean, honestly, like, kind of confirmed. I mean, the weirwoods are creepy. George Martin has written a bunch of stories about terrifying, creepy hive minds, alien hive minds that suck in everyone's consciousness, and it's just this terrifying, evil thing. This art is by Mo Ballinger. The Children of the Forest are creepy. They grind people up into paste and feed them to crippled boys. They take blood sacrifice. The old gods are hard and cruel and harsh, it seems to me. And so the children could be seen as manipulators. The children and the old gods, they seem kind of inseparable. I think that it's possible that they're up to something sinister. I'm not really sure what that sinister thing would be. The revelation that the White Walkers were created by the Children of the Forest, which happened in the show, hasn't happened in the books yet. I mean, that makes them pretty sinister. But, the children aren't happy about the White Walkers now that they're out of control. Like, I think the children are kind of sympathetic now because the children are, like, going extinct. I think the children are a dying race. I mean, you could hypothesize that the children are actually secretly supporting the White Walkers, and they want the White Walkers to wipe out the humans so that the Children of the Forest can reclaim Westeros. Because it used to be that before the humans, the Children of the Forest and the Giants, they had the run of the continent. They had Westeros. And so maybe the children want to wipe out the humans and, bring back the time of the Children of the Forest. But I think it's like the elves in Lord of the Rings. I think the Children of the Forest know that they are going extinct, and they are sort of accepting that. I think there's a melancholy to that. I mean, Leaf says that to Bran, I think. Like, Leaf says that all the old races are going out of the world and soon we'll all be gone. And, it's sad, but it's not, like, angry. It's not like, we're going to get you back, you gosh darn humans. So, I think that the Weirwoods should definitely be viewed with suspicion. And I think creating the White Walkers was a pretty big boo-boo. But I don't know if it's going to be, the Children of the Forest are evil in the end. I think Bloodraven is pretty evil, the way he manipulated Bran, the way he manipulated everybody. And I think Bran will turn against Bloodraven. But I don't know if I would quite say that the children are the bad guys. Thanks for the super chat from Carter, who says, The New Shadow, the sequel to The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien stopped writing because he said it was taking too dark of a turn. That sounds very cool. Yeah, I have heard of that. Tolkien was writing a sequel to The Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it needs it. Like, The Lord of the Rings is so perfect, but I would love to see what dark Tolkien looks like. Because, like, The Hobbit is, like, cartoonishly childish. The Lord of the Rings is more serious. And then The New Shadow. Oh my, how dark would it get? Thanks for the super chat from Mod Mary, who says, I can't believe it. I finally found a YouTuber that I agree with every word you say. We'd park our car in the same garage, my friend. Thank you. Are you me, Mod Mary? Maybe that's why we agree with everything. Next theory. Sam is the main character. So George Martin has said, I believe, that Samwell Tarly is the character most like him because, he's fat, he's cowardly, he's not sexy, but he's studious and smart and good-hearted, and who couldn't love that face, He always wanted to be a wizard. He's grooming you for command. Samwell Tarly's such a sweetie. And there is the theory that Samwell Tarly will write the book A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, maybe it'll turn out at the end that A Song of Ice and Fire was written by Sam, just as in the real world, A Song of Ice and Fire is written by George Martin. And so, in that sense, if Song of Ice and Fire is told, through Sam's perspective, through George's eyes, maybe in that sense he is the main character. But you can't ignore the fact that, most of the chapters are either Daenerys or Jon or Tyrion or Cersei or Jaime or Arya or Sansa chapters. They are the main characters, not Sam. But Sam definitely does have a central authorial sort of a role. Next theory, the wall protects itself. So, am I tripping, or was there that moment in the battle for the wall when the wildlings attack the Night's Watch, and chunks of ice fall off the wall, and so the wildling climbers climbing up the wall fall down? Or maybe that didn't happen during the battle. But yeah, like the wall seems magical. It's protected by wards. It's protected by spells. It was created by Brandon the Builder. Maybe the wall has some capacity to protect itself. There are weird theories about weirwoods frozen inside the wall, or the White Walkers created the wall, or what if the wall flooded? What if the wall melted and it created a flood of salt water that washed over the world? All sorts of interesting theories. The wall is certainly a magical thing. Melisandre calls it one of the hinges of the world, so it's a thing. Next theory, snowmen. So in A Dance with Dragons, well, actually, there's actually multiple possible meanings of that. So first of all, in one of the books, they describe the White Walkers as some child's snow knight, which is low-key a hint that the Children of the Forest created the White Walkers, because a child, as in Children of the Forest, created a snowman or a snow knight, an icy warrior, the White Walkers. So maybe that's a hint that the Children of the Forest created the White Walkers. But snowmen can also refer, in Book 5, in Winterfell, some of the squires and stuff, they build a bunch of snowmen. And at one particular point, Theon looks at 4 snowmen in particular who are shaped like Wyman Manderly, Barbary Doston, Hothor Umber, and Horsebane Umber. No, Hothor... Horsebane Umber and the one-armed guy. What's the one-armed guy's name? The servant of Barbary Doston? Whatever. Those 4 snowmen might represent a conspiracy within Winterfell, part of some sort of grand northern conspiracy, possibly working with Wyman to install Rickon Stark, or possibly working with Howland Reed and Galbert Glover to install Jon Snow, possibly working with some of the people in Stannis' army. Grand northern conspiracy is very ambiguous, but I do think that those 4 snowmen, Horsebane, Barbary, Wyman, and the other bloke, represent some kind of conspiracy in Winterfell for sure, or at least people of very dubious appearance. Thanks for the super chat from Mike, who says, "Where are the lions? I've only ever heard lions mentioned in reference to the Lannisters." I believe the Lannisters, ironically, hunted the lions to extinction in the Westerlands. Remember there was that story about one of the Lannisters was almost killed by a lion, but then a Clegane saved the Lannister from the lion, and that's where House Clegane came from. So yeah, there used to be lions in the Westerlands, but they no longer exist. Next theory. Humanoid races are the result of divergent evolution. So maybe the giants and the Children of the Forest and the humans and the squishes all evolved from a common ancestor. I mean, probably. The world of Ice and Fire is a globe. It's a round Earth. It's a place governed by physical laws and science to some extent. The seasons are magic. There is magic in the world of Ice and Fire. But there's also some real sort of natural laws going on there. So maybe evolution happens in the world of Ice and Fire. I don't think that there's a creator god in the world of Ice and Fire. I don't think that there's a creator god who created all of the humans as they exist now and created the children of the forest. I think evolution makes sense in the world of Ice and Fire. I mean, that's why there's wyverns and dragons, right? They evolved from a common ancestor or were created by Valyrian blood magic. But I do think that evolution could be the explanation, sure. I don't see why not. Targaryen and Blackfyre alliance theory. So Illyrio says... So like, Illyrio supports young Griff, who is supposedly a Targaryen, and young Griff is supported by the Golden Company, who historically supported Blackfyres. And Tyrion says, why would the Golden Company support a Targaryen when they used to support Blackfyres? And Illyrio says, red or black, a dragon is still a dragon. So I guess the theory is that young Griff's faction, with Illyrio and the Golden Company, includes both Targaryens and Blackfyres who have decided to work together because, fuck it, a dragon is still a dragon and we want to take back Westeros. The question is who are the Targaryens and Blackfyres in this alliance? Like, young Griff could be a Targaryen, could be a Blackfyre. Illyrio and Serra and Varys could all potentially be secret Targaryens or Blackfyres or Bright Flames for that matter. No proof, but possible. The Golden Company are aligned with the Blackfyres. Daenerys is a Targaryen. Maybe she could potentially get in on the alliance. But yeah, I'm not sure who's a part of this alliance. I tend to think that it's really a Blackfyre thing. I think the Varys or Illyrio or Serra are a Blackfyre, and young Griff is a Blackfyre, and that's why this alliance with the Golden Company is happening. Next theory: Varys framed Cersei. How? Like for the adultery stuff? I think Cersei kind of framed herself there, pal. I don't know about that one. Next theory: Aegon is the rightful king. So Aegon, if he is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, is the rightful king. Yeah, because he's born before Jon, and he's born before Daenerys, and he is trueborn. So yeah, if young Griff is the son of Rhaegar, he is the rightful king. But I don't think he is the son of Rhaegar. Next theory: Bloodraven has been manipulating everything for hundreds of years. So Bloodraven has done a lot for the Targaryen bloodline. He's constantly fought against the Blackfyres. He has murdered a bunch of Blackfyres. He's protected the Targaryens. He's raised Bran Stark to be a psychic warrior against the White Walkers. He possibly sent the direwolves to the Stark children to awaken their psychic powers. Bloodraven might have, if we want to speculate, made Egg king by influencing the Great Council, although we're told that that Lannister guy did that. But then Bloodraven, one can speculate, might have gotten Aegon to marry Blackbetha Blackwood, so to combine the blood of the Targaryen dragons and the First Men Old Gods through Blackbetha, just like Bloodraven. And maybe Bloodraven got the ghost of Highheart, who's connected to the Old Gods, to bring Jenny of Oldstones to Aegon's firstborn son Duncan, so that Duncan would abdicate, so that Jaehaerys and then Aerys would inherit the throne instead, because there's a prophecy that the line of Jaehaerys and Aerys will give rise to the prince that was promised. So, like, if you want to get really tinfoil, like Bloodraven, like the fucking Bene Gesserit in Dune, could have been manipulating the bloodline to create the prophesied hero who'll save the world. Maybe Bloodraven has known for 100 years that this specific, Jon Snow and/or Daenerys will save the world, is the prophesied figure, and that's why Bloodraven constantly put down the Blackfyres, manipulated the Targaryens to make a particular bloodline king. I think that's honestly possible. Like, I mean, it is true to some extent. The question is just to what extent. The real question is, did Bloodraven send the bear, by walking into the bear, that Tormund fucked? That's the real question. Thanks for the super chat from the Mr. Saxy, who says, been a big fan for a long time. Do you think Lady Stoneheart will ever see her children again? I hope not. Ooh, that is a great question. I think if Arya saw Lady Stoneheart when she returns to Westeros, that might make Arya question a few things. Because if Arya is so dedicated to killing and vengeance, and if she saw Lady Stoneheart, who is an embodiment of killing and vengeance, maybe she'll realize, oh god, maybe killing people all the time is not a great idea, and maybe I should try and be a human being again. That could be cool. I think that a Lady Stoneheart Jon Snow interaction would be very interesting, because Catelyn was not a big fan of Jon in life, but Lady Stoneheart now holds Robb Stark's crown, and Jon Snow is probably the heir to Robb Stark's crown, since Robb Stark probably named Jon Snow his heir in his will. But I don't think that Stoneheart is likely to see any of her children again. I think that it would honestly make sense if Brienne killed Lady Stoneheart, to sort of put her to rest. Like, I think Lady Stoneheart will embody a lot of Jaime's past sins, and that facing Lady Stoneheart will be about Jaime, like, facing his past and stepping towards redemption. So I think Lady Stoneheart will probably not survive the Jaime-Brienne showdown that is set up for the next book. But I don't know. She might also orchestrate a Red Wedding 2.0. There's a lot of possibilities. Thanks for the super chat from Carter, who says, not meaning to distract from the theories, but on the conversation of Dark Tolkien, I feel like covering some stories from the Silmarillion on your channel would be awesome. Well, you didn't hear it from me, but I think the YouTube channel AltShiftZZZ might be doing some readings from the Silmarillion at some point soonish. I think that would be cool. Hugo in the super chat says, did the First Men work bronze? Yeah, if memory serves, yeah, they did work bronze. It was the Andals who brought steel, and that's why they defeated the First Men. And that's why it's interesting that the bands around the Horn of Winter, the horn that Sam has, are made of bronze, which suggests First Men plus Children of the Forest made the Horn of Winter. Next theory. Jon Snow ain't coming back. Oh boy. That would be hilarious if Jon Snow died and stayed dead. I don't know how that would help the story. Like, Jon Snow's arc is so significant. If it just ends, it would be stupid, in my opinion. He might come back different. He might come back changed. I think that is very likely. But not coming back at all, to me, is absurd. Next theory. The Hound raped Sansa. So I suppose the idea here is that when the Hound came to Sansa during the Battle of the Blackwater, the Hound offered to take Sansa away with him, and she said no, and then he left. In Sansa's memory, chapters afterwards, she thinks, and then the Hound kissed me before he left. So Sansa misremembered what really happened. She thinks in her head that the Hound kissed her when he actually didn't. And so, since there is some kind of strange memory stuff happening around that scene, I suppose this theory is that the Hound actually raped Sansa, and Sansa just doesn't remember it because she suppressed the memory or something. Because the Hound does later say, I should have raped Sansa when at that time. He says that to Arya out of anger. So I don't think it's true. I don't think it would add anything to the story. I can see why someone might think that, but no, I don't think that's true. Next theory, Septa Lemore equals Lyanna Stark. I mean, that's fun. So Septa Lemore is one of the people raising young Griff and teaching young Griff, and she's a little bit mysterious. She's got stretch marks, like birthmarks, on her body that suggest she might have had a child at some point, despite the fact that she's supposedly a nun. And lots of the people on that boat have secret identities, like Griff is John Connington and so on. So maybe she's Lyanna Stark. I mean, Ned Stark saw Lyanna in a bed of blood dying. I guess the theory is that he helped her survive and take on a new identity in the East as Septa Lemore. You can believe that if you want. I won't stop you, but I don't think it's likely. Next theory, the children caused the doom of Valyria. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, I guess they might cause the doom of Valyria because the Children of the Forest wouldn't like dragons, because dragons burn, and people who worship trees don't like fire, I'm guessing. And how could they do it? Well, the Children of the Forest are connected to the Old Gods. The Old Gods can send dreams into people's brains, like Bloodraven. Maybe the children just convinced someone in Valyria, like across the sea, to make the Doom of Valyria happen, whether by assassinating the fire mages, or blowing up some dragon eggs, or, pressing the self-destruct button. I don't know. I don't think it's likely or plausible, but maybe the children, seeing as they are psychic, They could have fucked with someone enough to make the Doom of Valyria happen. Next theory, Septon Reed. We're getting into some of the dark and deep corners of the iceberg now. So there's a character called the High Sparrow who leads this uprising of the faith in King's Landing and holds Cersei to account. And some people think that the High Sparrow is actually Howland Reed, because I don't fucking know why. Because they both have bare feet and they have a ponytail. I can't for the life of me remember why anyone would believe this. Like Howland is trying to like punish the Lannisters who killed his friend Ned, I suppose, trying to undermine the Lannisters. Seems dumb to me. Here's a theory that isn't dumb. Song of Ice and Fire is a post-apocalyptic story. Let me show you why. So, if you look at the official world map of Song of Ice and Fire, you will see a lot of ruins. Alright, check this out. So, the legend on the world of Ice and Fire, it says that these dark cities here, they are cities, but these white cities are ruined cities specifically. And you'll notice that there's a lot of these goddamn white dots all over the goddamn world. They're everywhere. So many fallen civilizations in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Look at them all. And yeah, like a lot of them were just wiped out by, the Dothraki or whatever. But like half of the goddamn... There's as many ruined cities as there are non-ruined cities. Now, the reason for a lot of this is, Long Night, Doom of Valyria, Dothraki. I mean, those are the apocalypses. We know there have been, like, quote-unquote apocalypses that have happened in A Song of Ice and Fire, namely the Long Night and the Doom of Valyria. So in that sense, yes, A Song of Ice and Fire is post-apocalyptic. There have been apocalypses that have happened that have been terrible. The question is whether you want to take that from more of a science fictional point of view. So, like, I mean, maybe the best argument for that is Asshai. There's this ruined city here of Stygai, and there's also Asshai itself, which looks like a goddamn science fiction post-apocalyptic city, because this river called the Ash, it glows in the dark. It glows with a green phosphorescence, the book says. And the fish that swim in this river are deformed and blind, and like anyone who drinks the water dies. I'll pull up a picture of Stygai that really sort of evokes this feeling of like nuclear contamination, is what I think it evokes. Which makes it think like maybe there was a goddamn nuclear explosion and that was the apocalypse that they're recovering from. This art was by Deziga Kaiser. And yeah, look at this green river. I don't think in the books it's meant to be quite that green, but it seems post-apocalyptic. There's also like mutant creatures around the world and stuff like that. So maybe the Long Night was caused by some kind of nuclear explosion that threw dust up into the air and caused a nuclear winter, and that's what the Long Night was. There's also this whole like comet that hit the moon and the moon broke, and asteroids might have come down. Lucifer means Lightbringer is a fan theorist who talks about this. And maybe those comets coming down and hitting the Earth caused the Long Night, and that was the apocalypse that happened. And maybe the black stone, that's the mysterious black stone that's scattered around, are the chunks of this comet or this moon that hit the Earth and caused this apocalypse. And it definitely seems as though something apocalyptic happened in Asshai, because Asshai is the biggest city in the world of Ice and Fire, and practically no one lives there, and it's this weird fucking dark, blasted, cursed, poisoned ruin, and it's like, what the hell happened here, Probably a goddamn apocalypse. So is A Song of Ice and Fire post-apocalyptic? Yeah, it is. The question is, like, what was the nature of that apocalypse? Next theory, the Seven equal Jaime, Brienne, Sandor, Gendry, Dany, Cat, and Davos. So in the Faith of the Seven, God has 7 aspects. What is it? The warrior, the maid, the crone, the smith, the stranger, and the other ones that I can't remember. And I think this theory is that each of those 7 gods correspond to one of these characters. I don't really see the point. Like, yes, there are characters that fit certain archetypes, and the Faith of the Seven Gods represent archetypes. So, like, I don't think that's, like, a great revelation. I mean, I guess the theory would go a little further and suggest that these characters together might do something significant. But, I mean, I don't think that's all that. I don't think that's a big deal. Next theory, Aegon is legitimate. It would be funny if young Griff really is Aegon Targaryen the Sixth, son of Rhaegar and Elia. And maybe that would be the tragedy if he gets killed by Daenerys. Like, maybe Daenerys will think that young Griff is fake and will kill him, and then we'll find out that he's actually legit, and we'll go like, oh, fuck. That would be hilarious, but I don't think it's likely. Next theory, B plus L equals J. Does that mean that Brandon plus Lyanna equals Jon? Or Barristan equals Lyanna equals Jon? Yeah, I don't think Brandon fucked his sister, no. Next theory, the old gods love Starks. Well, look, the Starks ruled in Winterfell as Kings of Winter for 8,000 years. How the fuck does that happen, man? I think a bit of divine intervention. I think the gods have got a smile on you if you're going to rule someplace for 8,000 years. I mean, for me, that just evokes, like, what if the Starks descend from the Night's King? What if the Starks have White Walker blood? What if they've got a deal with the White Walkers? Like, that makes sense to me. And the old gods, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no one more loyal to the old gods than the Starks, I suppose, because, you know, the North is the only region that has stayed totally true to the old gods for all these years. So I could see some sort of relationship between the old gods and the Starks happening. I mean, the Starks, many of the current Starks have connections to the old gods. They are skin changers, like Bran, like Jon, like possibly Sansa and Arya and Rickon. So yeah, there is a relationship between the old gods and the Starks. It's in their blood. It's in the blood of the first men. So I guess the old gods would favor them to the extent that the old gods can. Next theory, Robb was given a love potion. So when I first heard this theory, I was like, that's stupid. But then I read about it a bit more, and then I was like, that's stupid. But then I read about it even more, and I was like, you know what? I think Robb might have been given a love potion. All right, so listen up. So Robb Stark, he was waging his war in the south, trying to be a cool king, and he betrothed himself to marry Rosalind Frey, to form a marriage alliance with the Freys, so the Freys would let him use their bridge and their men and their support. But then Robb got wounded in a battle, and he went to the Crag, and he was looked after by the Westerling family. And he was looked after in an even more specific way by their daughter Jane Westerling, who's a pretty teenager. And so Jane nursed Robb while he was wounded. They ended up having sex. Jane ended up getting pregnant. And so Robb, out of a misguided sense of honor, decided to marry Jane, which broke the marriage alliance with the Freys, which offended them, which led to the Red Wedding, which led to Robb's death. Now, here's the thing. Sybil Spicer, or Sybil Westerling, is the mother of Jane Westerling, and she is a scheming, conniving, power-hungry woman. In the words of Jaime Lannister, she is, quote, a scheming turncloak bitch. Because as it turns out, Sybil Westerling had an understanding with Tywin Lannister that was developed at some point. She agreed to make sure that Jane Westerling would not get pregnant in return for Tywin promising various marriages and ambitious marriages that would empower her house and her children, in return for helping Tywin and joining his side and turning against Robb. The question is, when did that happen? At what point did Sybil Westerling start working for Tywin instead of for Robb? Now, the official World of Ice and Fire app, like, shockingly, says, quote, Sybil plots with her brother to trick Robb Stark into marrying her daughter Jane, thus breaking his alliance with the Freys. And then under Rolf's entry, Rolf conspires with Sybil and the Lannisters to use Jane Westerling to break Robb Stark's alliance with the Freys. So the official World of Ice and Fire app, written by the co-authors Elia and Linda, says that was the plan from the start, was to get Robb Stark to hook up with Jane as a plan with Tywin Lannister to break the Freys from the Starks to cause the Starks' downfall. Now, look, supposedly the World of Ice and Fire app is canon, but like, no, it's not as canon as the books. And so I don't know if I even it seems kind of crazy to me, because like if Sybil Westerling and Jane Westerling were working for Tywin Lannister, they would have just killed Robb, you know? I mean, maybe they thought they couldn't get away with killing Robb, but they could get away with, you know, like Sybil using her daughter as a pawn to like break the alliance with the Freys for Robb. It seems like such a crazy scheme to me. So, you know, but that's what the app says, and the app supposedly is canon, so there you go. But specifically, this whole love potion Michigos, here's the bit where your brain is going to start leaking out your ear. Because Sybil Westerling is the granddaughter of Maggie the Frog. It's hinted a couple of times in the books, and it's confirmed in the app. Sybil is Maggie the Frog's granddaughter. Maggie the Frog is that witch who does that prophecy about the Valonqar to Cersei. And Maggie the Frog, according to Kevin Lannister, she made love potions. Quote, half of Lannisport used to go to her for cures and love potions and the like. So we know that Sybil Westerling's grandmother made love potions. Maybe if she was conspiring with the Lannisters to get Robb Stark to hook up with Jane Westerling, which is what the official app says, maybe she used love potions like her grandmother did to make Robb fall in love with Jane. It's actually not that crazy. It's actually maybe possible. I don't know if love potions even work in a World of Ice and Fire. Like, it's mentioned that like young Aegon the Fifth mentions that his sister gave him a love potion to try and make him fall in love with her. That didn't work. I don't know if love potions are meant to be a real thing in this world, but I mean, magic is, so fuck, why not a love potion? It's some crazy shit. I mean, personally, I think it's like, I mean, Robb never loved Jane. I mean, he liked her, but he married her out of a sense of honor. It's not like what happened in the show. Like, in the show, he married that girl Talissa Maegir instead. But, like, it's not like that in the books. Like, in the books, it's more like he just had, like, a one-night stand with this girl, and since she got pregnant, he felt honor-bound to marry her, because he didn't want, you know, the child to be a bastard, like Jon. He didn't want to be dishonorable. His father, Ned, wouldn't have wanted him to be dishonorable, so he got married. So I don't know if the love potion thing takes away his agency and choice from the situation, but it is very interesting. Next theory, Daenerys is a dragon seed. So the dragon seeds are Targaryen bastards. Like, specifically on Dragonstone, the Targaryens had a habit of hooking up with random peasants from time to time, and the bastards would be called dragon seeds, because they're not like trueborn Targaryens, but they do have Targaryen blood. So I guess the idea is that Daenerys is a Targaryen bastard somehow. So I guess that means that she's not the son of Aerys and Rhaella, she's the son of Aerys on some random peasant, I suppose, is the theory. I don't know how or why, because like Rhaella gave birth to someone on Dragonstone during that storm. That's why Daenerys is called Stormborn. I guess maybe that it's around the other way, and maybe Rhaella hooked up with some random peasant man, and so Aerys is not the father of Daenerys. I don't know what that could possibly add to the story, so I don't think it's a great theory. Thanks for the super chat from Hugo, who says, the Westerlings did the love potion because just killing Robb wouldn't destroy the movement around him the way self-sabotage would. I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea, I guess. Maybe they assumed that, you know, Jon Snow would just pick up Robb Stark's mantle if Robb was killed. But it just seems like such a huge risk for the Westerlings. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, like Sybil Westerling, like she's not very nice to her daughter Jane in the books when we see her. But would she really risk her daughter's life by marrying her to this rebel king who she is trying to cause the downfall of? Like, she couldn't possibly assure her daughter's safety. I mean, I guess, well, her daughter was staying with her, I guess. So I guess that doesn't endanger her family, but I don't know. It just seems like such a elaborate conspiracy, because the whole purpose of the love potion and stuff would be to alienate the Freys from the Starks. But you can't even know for sure if that would have worked or if that even would have led to Robb Stark's downfall. So it seems like such a crazy plan to me. But who knows? Next theory. The others built the wall to mark their territory. I mean, the others make things out of ice, George R. R. Martin said in an interview. So seems like they'd be the prime candidates to have built the giant magical wall, right? Like, how fucking long would it take to drag blocks of ice to build that in the human way? Then again, George Martin massively misestimates. Jesus Christ, Alt-Shift-X. George Martin constantly misunderestimates how long it takes to do things like, writing books. So maybe George Martin does think it's reasonable for a bunch of humans and giants to build the wall. But I like the idea of the others. Like, it wasn't the humans trying to keep the others out. It was the others trying to keep the goddamn humans out. Those goddamn humans getting up in their grill. And, maybe there was some kind of Night's King agreement going on there. So, maybe the others did build the wall. But I guess if I'm being honest, I think it's unlikely. Just because I think the others were defeated. I think the humans won the Long Night, the War for the Dawn. And I think that probably the Night's King, working with the White Walkers was probably something that happened later and wasn't part of the original deal necessarily. So I tend to think that the humans built the wall to keep out the White Walkers. But I mean, it's so ambiguous and so explicitly ambiguous and mysterious. Like, the characters say, we don't know what happened 8,000 years ago, so who knows? Next theory, Valyrians equal First Men. Well, the Valyrians famously have purple eyes and blonde hair, and the First Men don't. I think that the interesting example here is House Dane, because House Dane supposedly are First Men who predate the Valyrians, but they also have Valyrian features of purple eyes and blonde hair. So what the fuck is going on there? Is there some kind of great Empire of the Dawn at work here? Is Azor Ahai the ancestor of the Danes? I don't know. Next theory. Tyrion is a Targaryen chimera. So Tyrion is a chimera in the sense that he's got two different colored eyes, he's got two different hair colors. He's what Conchita Jones say? He's all these different things fucked into one person. Tyrion is a chimera in that sense, and some people say that Tyrion is the son of Aerys Targaryen and Joanna Lannister, making him a half Targaryen, half lion chimera. I tend not to believe that Aerys is the true father of Tyrion, because I think Tyrion and Tywin's father-son relationship is so much more interesting when they are literally father and son. But, it would be interesting if Tyrion had the blood of the dragon, because that might give him the ability to ride dragons. And hey, he didn't design all those custom saddles for Bran for just horses. Next theory. Oh boy, I hope you're ready for this. Khal Drogo's master plan. So, Khal Drogo, you don't think of him as someone who is a master strategist. Which honestly I think might just be the language barrier, partly. We don't get to hear a lot of eloquent speeches from him, but I'm sure in the Dothraki language he was perfectly eloquent. Even if, his speech is mostly resolved around killing and plundering and, grinding his enemies' bones into the dirt beneath the hooves of his horses. But some people theorize... all right, here's the question. Why did Drogo want Daenerys? Drogo agreed to this arranged marriage between him and Daenerys Targaryen through Illyrio, which straight away is just weird. Why? I mean, Drogo also has a mansion in Pentos, by the way. He has a pad. He's got a bachelor pad in Pentos, which Illyrio or the Pentoshi gave to him as a gift, as a please don't invade us gift. Here, have a penthouse, have a loft. Do something with turquoise, just hang, just don't conquer, please. And so that kind of, to me, in my mind, makes Drogo a sort of more interesting character right away. He's not just a barbarian, he's a politician. And so probably the simplest explanation as to why he wanted Daenerys is because Daenerys is a status symbol. She's beautiful, she's Valyrian, she's from a foreign royal bloodline. And she's hot, so they're all good reasons to want to marry her, I suppose. But the Dosh Khaleen say that Drogo and Daenerys' son is the stallion who mounts the world, some prophesied conqueror who seems to be like the Dothraki equivalent of Azor Ahai, their sort of cultural hero. And so one might speculate that Drogo was led to believe that Daenerys Targaryen specifically, or a Valyrian or a Targaryen specifically, would be the mother of Azor Ahai, which for all we know, maybe she will be if she and Jon hook up. So maybe that's why Drogo married Daenerys. He believed that she would give birth to the prophesied conqueror, and he wanted to be that baby daddy. So maybe that's why that happened. That'd be cool. It's hard to know because we don't get a whole lot of POV chapters from Drogo's perspective, and he's dead before he really learns the common tongue. But it's not even a terrible theory, because I mean, all these different cultures, they have their visions and their dreams and their prophecies about Azor Ahai, the hero, being born. So the idea that the Dothraki and Drogo might also have been a part of that, why not? Next theory. Ramsay is not Roos's son. So that would be weird, because why would Roose keep Ramsay around if not for the fact that he's his blood? I mean, there is the theory that Roose wants to steal Ramsay's skin and identity and inherit the Dreadfort from himself if he's an immortal skin-stealing vampire. We covered that. That's easy stuff, man. That's top of the iceberg shit. We're in the deep shit now. Ramsay is not Roos's son. I mean, what? Is he a bastard of someone else? I actually don't know what this theory is meant to be, so I'm going to skip it. We're going to try and finish this thing. Next theory. I've been talking for 4 hours and 20 minutes straight, so like hashtag 420. Next theory. Tyrion really did poison Joffrey. If he did, then he doesn't seem to know it, because it's not in his POV chapters. I'm sure Tyrion would like Joffrey dead. There's no doubt about that. But I think it's more likely that Olenna and Littlefinger did it, as said in the books. Next theory: humans evolved on the Summer Islands. Sure, I don't see why not, but I don't see why. I don't know what the significance of that would be. I would imagine that like humans would not have evolved on like a distant island, because like if humans evolved on the Summer Islands, which is like far away from everywhere else, they would have had to invent boats to spread to the rest of the world, right? And I doubt like technology preceded human inhabitation of the world. So I don't think it makes sense that humans evolved on the Summer Islands, but like maybe they did. I don't know. Next theory: Starks are descendants of the others. I've already mentioned this. I actually think it's quite believable that the Night's King was someone who made some sort of pact and bred with the White Walkers, and the Starks are descendants of his children. Old Nan says that, maybe the Night's King was a Stark. I think Old Nan might have been right. Next theory, I mean, what does that mean? Like, Starks have magical blood. Maybe that's what entitles them to Winterfell. Maybe that's why they ruled the North for so long. And maybe that's why the White Walkers are coming south, is because they want the Starks. They want to take Jon. Jon is the prince that was promised to the White Walkers. Like the Stark blood is owed to the White Walkers as part of their ancient agreement. And the Starks' failure to uphold that agreement is why the White Walkers are returning. So the ending of the series will be Jon Snow saying, "All right, I sacrifice myself to the White Walkers. I will make peace again with the White Walkers. I will become the new Night's King. I will go north. It'll be great." Although someone commented once that apparently that's the plot of World of Warcraft Frozen Throne or something. So maybe George Martin just ripped off World of Warcraft. Next theory: Mance Rhaegar equals Arthur Dayne. Well, we never saw Arthur Dayne's body. Supposedly he was killed by Ned Stark and Howland Reed and the boys at the Tower of Joy, but, well, maybe he escaped. And maybe he became a Wildling King. Look, I think that this theory is absurd. I think that Arthur Dayne's death is meaningful. I think it's about like the death of the noble, idealized hero, and it represents a real symbolic change, and it's what the Song of Ice and Fire is about. It's about the death of that like knightly, courtly, perfect archetype and the birth of something more complicated. And I think if Arthur just ran off and became a Wildling King, that would sort of undermine that. And also, like, I don't see what it adds to Mance Rhaegar's character. Like, Mance Rhaegar is a perfectly good character in and of himself. Like, he's a man who represents, like, everything the Wildlings stand for. Freedom and, like, self-governing and playing songs and being a cool dude and not having to kneel to anyone. That's great. What's that got to do with Arthur Dayne? You know? So, next theory. Lemoncloak equals Richard Lonmouth. So this is a theory that was developed by Lady Guinevere of Radio Westeros, I believe. Richard Lonmouth was the squire to Rhaegar Targaryen at the time of the Battle of the Trident, and we don't know what happened to him. Lemoncloak is one of the leaders of the Brotherhood Without Banners, and he is a knight. He mentions Robert's Rebellion. Doesn't say which side he fought for. And there's all this stuff about, like, he kisses the ghost of Highheart because she requests a kiss. And bones are mentioned when they kiss because the ghost of Highheart says that she'll taste like bones. And as it happens, Richard Lonmouth's heraldry was lips and skulls, bones and kisses, right? So, look, I don't think this is a super convincing theory. It seems more circumstantial than anything to me. But Lemoncloak is a little bit mysterious. We don't know who he is. Like many of the Brotherhood Without Banners, like, we know what their background and their origin is. But Lem is a fairly important Brotherhood guy, and we still don't know where he's from or what his deal is. We don't know what happened to Richard Lonmouth, so I think that's a decent theory. There are lots of minor characters in this series who are secretly other minor characters. It just doesn't necessarily come to the fore and be revealed in the books. So it's possible. I don't know if it's likely, and I don't really know what it would reveal. I mean, I guess if Jaime Lannister, if he meets Lady Stoneheart and the Brotherhood with her, he would meet Lemoncloak. And if Lemoncloak is Richard Lonmouth, Jaime would recognize him. And so maybe they'd sort of reminisce, have a reunion, whatever that would entail. So it's possible. Thanks for the super chat from Common Mushroom. Thanks for the super chat from Carahella, who says, "Hi Shrift, this is the first time I made it to a stream, but unfortunately I gotta go. Loving this convoluted mess of theories." Well, it's about to get a lot more convoluted and messy. Thanks for the super chat from Tasha, who says, "Currently working on a long overnight shift. Just wanted to say thanks for keeping me entertained." No worries, Tasha. Next theory. Benjen equals Daario. So Benjen's missing. Benjen disappeared. Where did he go? Where did he come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Where is Benjen Stark? Where in the world is Carmen Benji Ajo? Dear Lord, we're deep down now. Maybe Benjen disappeared and decided to become a pirate with a blue beard who has a crush on blonde girls. Maybe that's what Benjen Stark did. Maybe Benjen became Daario. Why would he do that? I don't know. Maybe Benjen got bored of, like, sitting on the wall all day with a bunch of men being cold. Maybe Benjen decided that he wanted a sea change, you know? He wanted to shift gears, take up a different career, become a sellsword instead of a Night's Watchman. I don't think it makes sense because Benjen seemed committed to the Night's Watch. Like, didn't Yoren say that Benjen's blood ran black? That's how much of a loyal Night's Watchman he was, you know? I don't think he would abandon the Night's Watch. Unless he's on some sort of secret mission, like maybe Benjen met Bloodraven in the far north, and Bloodraven said, "Hey, you got to check up on this Daenerys person for me, because I think she might be, like, part of the Azor Ahai thing." So Benjen was like, "Okay, cool, bro. I'll let me just dye my mustachios and sail east. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail." Maybe that's what Benjen said to Bloodraven. Is it likely? No, it's really not. Unless he's also Euron. Next theory. Rhaego was Azor Ahai. Well, I think that sort of ties into Khal Drogo's master plan, because Rhaego, if you'll recall, was the son of Drogo and Daenerys, who was never quite born because of the spells of Mirri Maz Dur that sort of used the baby's life essence to give life to Drogo as a vegetable instead. And so Rhaego was born with the wings of a dragon and full of grave worms and all fucked up. That's what happened to Rhaego. And maybe Rhaego was Azor Ahai, / the prince that was promised. Maybe he was going to be the hero that was going to save the world, but it didn't quite work out. And maybe the world is doomed because of the death of Rhaego. That'd be a bit of a downer. Like, it'd be really funny if at the end of A Song of Ice and Fire, like, Mirri Maz Dur just walks in and she's like, "Hey bro, I recovered from the burns, and I'm just letting you know that the reason why the White Walkers are going to win is because Rhaego died." Huh. I think that'd be pretty lame. But I think multiple people can be Azor Ahai. Like, maybe if Rhaegar survived, he would have become Azor Ahai. Maybe multiple things are possible. Maybe multiple Azor Ahais are possible. I don't know. Thanks for the super chat from Matthew Tyler, who says, sanity check. The sanity is decreasing. You know, like those Lovecraft board games where you have like a sanity meter, where like as you go on, you get crazier and you start losing your marbles? Yeah, well, look, I've been talking for 4.5 hours. We're getting pretty deep in the iceberg. I'm starting to lose some marbles, so let's just try and cling in here. While we're talking about marbles, let's talk about the multiple moon theory. So, I mean, this, again, not as crazy as it sounds. Let me just pull up the text. Let me find the text, because this is something that I think it's Jiqui says to Daenerys. Yeah, Doria. All right, here we are. So she heard from a trader that the moon was an egg. Once there were 2 moons in the sky, but one wandered too close to the sun and cracked from the heat. 1,000 dragons poured forth and drank the fire of the sun. And one day the other moon will kiss the sun too, and then it will crack and the dragons will return. And then Eerie says, you are a foolish strawhead slave. Racist. But the point is that, yeah, there is a legend that there were multiple moons, and dragons originated when the moon cracked and the dragons flew out. And that parallels the story of Azor Ahai, because Azor Ahai supposedly forged Lightbringer by stabbing his beloved wife Nissa, and then the fire of Lightbringer came out. Because like, remember, Drogo and Daenerys call each other son of my life and moon of my life. My sun and stars and moon of my life. So if a man can be a sun and a woman can be a moon, and them coming together can create fire, just like the dragons coming out, or like Azor Ahai stabbing Nissa, or like Jon stabbing Daenerys, or like Rhaegar stabbing Lyanna with his sword to create Jon. Like, over and over, there's like this Hegelian synthesis of the sun and the moon coming together, literally coming together, and then resulting in a fire, or a hero, or a sword, or a dragon. YouTuber Lucifer Means Lightbringer talks about this all the time. It's this sort of repeating pattern that George Martin uses. And you can take this moon thing literally. Like, maybe there literally was a second moon and it cracked, and the comets and the asteroids and the pieces of it fell on the Earth, and that caused the long night because it threw up dust and crap, and the Bloodstone Emperor worshipped one of the fallen things, one of the fallen black stones that he worshipped. You can go real far with it. I think there's truth in it. Like, was there a literal second moon? Probably no, I tend to think, but the symbolism is what's important. Like, I think what the multiple moon thing is about sacrifice. It's about a man and a woman who love each other very much, who do something together that results in death, but also fire, darkness, but also light. And I think that's the basic like arithmetic of magic in this world. And I think that, you know, in the distant past, the Long Night was caused by some kind of sacrifice. Like, we're told that Azor Ahai killed Nissa to create Lightbringer to prevent the disaster, but people like Lucifer Means Lightbringer argue that, well, no, maybe actually Azor Ahai was kind of more of a baddie, and maybe his sacrifice of his wife is what caused the Long Night, because that's what we're told in the World of Ice and Fire. The Bloodstone Emperor killed his sister, the Amethyst Empress, and that caused the Long Night. And he also worshipped a black stone, which might have, you know, fallen from a moon or something. And there's also, like, House Dane. Like, House Dane say that Dawn, the sword Dawn, was forged from a stone that fell from the sky, which sounds like a comet or a chunk of a moon or something, right? And so that sort of leads us into the more science-fictional aspects of A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, are there, like, you know, scientific, physical explanations for the magical things that happened? Was it a moon that happened? Honestly, one of the reasons why I don't want to believe that a literal second moon caused the Long Night is that I like the idea of the Long Night happening multiple times in the past, like a cosmic cycle, because it's about the seasons, right? And like the balance of ice and fire. I like the idea that the Long Night has happened over and over thousands of years. I mean, George Martin has evoked the Wheel of Time in his series. That's what House Toland is. And also, like, Roderick the Reader says that, time is a circle and, what has happened before will happen again. I like the idea that the Long Night has happened over and over and over. And if the Long Night is caused by a literal rock moon cracking, then, well, that can only really happen once or twice, can't it? Because there's a limited supply of moons, one would think. There are not infinite moons. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. So I tend to think that there wasn't like a literal second moon that cracked, but that symbolism of Azor Ahai, Nissa Nissa, Bloodstone Emperor, Amethyst Empress, Jon Snow, Daenerys, that's definitely super relevant. And I think that the takeaway, if anything, is that sacrifice is required to make light and fire. Next theory, Jaime and Cersei are secret Targaryens. There is mention of like Aerys taking certain liberties with Joanna Lannister on her wedding night. So Aerys was into Joanna. The question is, did they actually have sex, and did she actually give birth to twins and say that they were Tywins? I tend to think no, because I think that if they actually like conceived a child, I think that people would know it, and Tywin would not accept it, and no one would accept it, and it would be a big issue. Like, it would at least be known, Like, there couldn't be a big secret like that in the Red Keep, I think. And, Tywin and Joanna, they loved each other. They truly loved each other, it sounds like. And I think that Joanna would tell Tywin if the children weren't his. And if that was true, Tywin would react accordingly, one way or another. So I tend to think that this is not true. I also don't know what it adds to the story. I mean, it sort of does explain, like, Cersei's obsession with wildfire, Like, maybe if she's a Targaryen, that might explain that. And, Jaime has some weird dreams about, like, fiery swords and connections to Azor Ahai, maybe. So maybe he's a secret Targaryen. But I think we've got enough goddamn Targaryens in the story. So I don't think so. This artwork is by Kethrin, and this artwork is by Wolverine. Next theory. The Age of Heroes are prophecies for what is currently happening. So the Age of Heroes was like this mythic time in Westeros. All these legends about heroes like Garth Greenhand, and the Grey King, and Lan the Clever, and Brandon the Builder. And so this theory is that, maybe these figures foreshadow things that will happen to characters in the story now. Like maybe Bran Stark parallels Brandon the Builder. Ned Stark does say that, maybe one day, Bran, you will build castles like Brandon the Builder, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. So maybe if Bran Stark does become some kind of king at the end, like a Greenseer king, maybe he will direct to have certain things built, rebuilding after the destruction in Westeros. Maybe Tyrion Lannister parallels Lan the Clever, because Lan took Casterly Rock from the Casterlys, and Tyrion says that he wants Casterly Rock to Tywin. He says that Casterly Rock is my birthright and I want it. So maybe Tyrion will sort of trick and scheme his way into getting Casterly Rock like Lan the Clever. So, you can definitely argue that. I mean, I think that the myths of the past definitely are there to, shed light on the present. I don't know how literal they're necessarily going to be. I mean, you could say that, like, I don't know how relevant it'll be, but it's certainly interesting. Next theory, N plus L equals J. So I guess that is Ned Stark plus Lyanna Stark equals Jon Snow. I don't think that Ned and his sister had sex and had Jon. I don't think so, no. Next theory, Far East civilizations are just references to other works and should not be taken seriously. So let's have a look at some of those Far East civilizations, shall we? I agree that some of them are just straight up Easter eggs and have no bearing on anything. George Martin has said as much. Like, if you look at the map, in the far, far corner, you got Carcosa. And Carcosa is a place from, I forget the name of the guy. It's not Lovecraft, it's like Lovecraft adjacent. But the Yellow King, or the Yellow Emperor, resides in Carcosa in some of those stories written by another author. And George Martin straight up references that in The World of Ice and Fire. So that is just straight up a reference. And I mean, Leng is a name from H.P. Lovecraft stories. And, Eldritch Shadow Chaser and whatever from Moorcock, and So some of these places are just definitely Easter eggs that only exist for the amusement of George R. R. Martin. But other ones are relevant. Like Asshai, I think is too interesting to not be relevant somehow. Like, I think that Asshai is most likely like the capital of the old Great Empire of the Dawn, and whatever disastrous thing happened in Asshai was what caused the first long night. Lucifer means Lightbringer has talked about that. So I think that, is relevant. Like, I don't expect anyone to go to Asshai. I mean, George Martin has said that, Asshai will appear in memory or flashback, if at all. So I don't expect any of this Far East stuff to be super directly relevant, but I think there's definitely foreshadowing and stuff there that is relevant. Next theory. The Night's Watch's true purpose. Well, the Night's Watch's true purpose is obviously to protect the White Walkers from the humans, and to maintain the peace agreement that was made with the Night's King. And, the Black Gate at the Night Fort, the purpose of that spooky door is to allow for Night's Watchmen to carry human sacrifices, little babies, to give to the White Walkers so that they can continue to reproduce, to uphold the peace deal. That is the true purpose of the Night's Watch. Look, we're deep in the Iceberg. I'm not even going to be too skeptical at this point. Song of Ice and Fire is a sci-fi story. Well, obviously, it's full of psychic people. It's full of post-nuclear explosion wastelands in Asshai. I think Preston Jacobs is into some of this stuff. There are science fictional aspects here, for sure. You can explain stuff with science, if not with the fantasy. And the comet, the red comet, is actually a Vulcan spaceship. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I just know that Preston Jacobs thinks it's true. Next theory: Missandei is a faceless man. Well, if the Faceless Men are opposed to Valyrian dragon lords, and they are opposed to dragons as part of a grand Braavosi conspiracy, then maybe the Faceless Men sent Missandei to keep an eye on Daenerys, and perhaps to assassinate her, if need be. And maybe that's why Missandei is so goddamn smart and competent for such a young girl. Maybe she's actually a Faceless Man. Next theory: Val is Jon's twin. So Val is the wildling princess who lives in the north, and I don't know why she would be Jon's twin. I mean, I guess when Ned Stark took Jon north, he secretly also had a little girl twin, and he decided to take her beyond the wall. Yeah, for her protection. Sure, that makes sense. And I guess Val has blonde hair because she's the daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen. And I guess Val will be the queen of Westeros after everyone else dies. Yeah, sure. Alright, next theory. Azor Ahai does not equal the prince that was promised. Does not equal the last hero. Does not equal the dragon with 3 heads. Does not equal the stallion that mounts the world. So, the popular theory is that a lot of different people, all these different cultures, myths about Azor Ahai, they all point to the same person. They're all similar stories because they're all about the same thing. And this theory is that they're actually all different people, which might be more realistic, because, like, seriously, like, how could one human being possibly defeat the Long Night in both the Far East and the Far West and be known and recognized by all these different cultures all over the world of Ice and Fire? That's too much work for one dude. Maybe it was a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of heroes from a bunch of different cultures who went out, worked together, defeated the darkness, then returned back to their cultures and brought their stories with them. And that's why all these different places have all these different myths. That could make sense. I think maybe what makes more sense is like a lineage of people. Like maybe Azor Ahai had a child and they had a child and they had a child, and that sort of lineage or house or organization or institution, origins of the Night's Watch maybe. Maybe they are what all these different heroes are. I think that's possible. Next theory, Robert Strong has Jaime's hand, making him the ultimate Valonqar. So what happened to Jaime's hand? We know that it was kept on a necklace around Jaime's neck for a while when he was with the Brave Companions. Maybe he brought that hand with him to King's Landing. Maybe Qyburn took that hand just out of scientific interest. He's basically the Krieg from Archer of Game of Thrones. And then maybe when Qyburn was looking for parts to assemble his mountain zombie, he didn't go digging in a graveyard. He just used the parts that he had on hand, like Jaime's hand. I mean, he used up those women, like Felice Stokeworth. He definitely used other people. Some people believe that Joffrey Baratheon's head or Robb Stark's head is attached to Robert Strong's shoulders. That would be horrifying. Maybe he has Jaime's hand. And since he has Jaime's hand, it would fulfill the Valonqar prophecy for Robert Strong to kill Cersei in the end. He's not only the brother in the sense of being Sandor's brother, but he's also Jaime. Jaime is the brother of Cersei, strangling Cersei with one hand that's Jaime's and one hand that's the Mountain's. It's deranged, but it's fun. Next theory, Theon is becoming the drowned god. Well, the drowned god, I mean, they say that what is dead can never die, but only rises again, harder and stronger. And no one has been beaten down and been killed symbolically and metaphorically and spiritually as much as Theon Greyjoy. He's been tortured, he's been castrated, he's had his identity ground out from him, but now he's maybe on the upward swing, and he's maybe gonna like start to reclaim some strength, and maybe he'll be stronger and harder than he ever was before. That's sort of what the TV show did with Theon anyway. So maybe in that sense, Theon will become the drowned god. Will he literally become the drowned god? Will he become a squishy Lovecraftian monster with magic powers who controls Patchface? Probably not. Next theory, cannibal dragon on Skargos. So in the time of the Dance of the Dragons, there was a dragon called Cannibal. And it was out of control. No one could control it. It ate other dragons. It ate people. It was terrifying. And there were even some stories that claimed that Cannibal... Cannibal was on Dragonstone, by the way, I think. Was it? Was it on Dragonstone? I think it was on Dragonstone. And people said that it was there before even the Targaryens arrived. So maybe this cannibal dragon wasn't even a Valyrian dragon. It was like a native Westerosi dragon. It is mentioned that that was a thing at some time. So maybe Cannibal was a totally unaffiliated, different, separate dragon doing its own goddamn thing. At one point it disappeared. No one knows exactly what happened to it, but Cannibal disappeared. No one knows if anyone killed it. Like, no, they never saw a body, but Cannibal disappeared. So where did Cannibal come from? Where did Cannibal go? Cannibal, Cotton Eye Joe. I'm going to take another drink. The theory is maybe Cannibal fucked off to Skargos. Now, Skargos is an island just to the east of the north, if you catch my drift, that is home to the Skargosi, who call themselves the Stoneborn. And so maybe the reason why Skargos is this sort of weird... primitive, fearsome, ill-omened place is because they've got a goddamn dragon there that eats people. Maybe the Skargosi feed people to the dragon, Cannibal. The Skargosi are said to be cannibals. Maybe what they really do is feed people to Cannibal, the dragon. That'd be funny. And since Skargos is associated with stone, because Skargos means stone in the Old Tongue, maybe like all those... legends and prophecies and visions we've talked about of stone dragons refer to Cannibal, the dragon on the Stone Island. And maybe waking a dragon out of stone means bringing forth the dragon Cannibal from the Stone Island Skargos. So what I'm trying to say here is that I think that Rickon Stark will ride the dragon Cannibal with Shaggy Dog sitting on the dragon as well. And will defeat the White Walkers. And all this Jon Snow, Daenerys Azor Ahai shit will be irrelevant. Rickon Stark will save the day on Dragonback with Cannibal. High five. Next theory. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Why must there always be a Stark on Winterfell? Why do they keep on saying that? What ancient secrets does that imply? Is there some kind of deal with the White Walkers that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell? And the reason why the White Walkers are attacking is because the Starks are no longer in Winterfell? Maybe the Starks are there to, be the half-White Walker representatives of the White Walkers because they've got the White Walker blood through the Night's King. And maybe they have a secret in the crypt. Deep down in the crypt, there's the Great Other, or there's something that the Starks must defend from the White Walkers. Maybe the true Horn of Winter is down there, and there must always be a Stark in Winterfell to defend it and uphold that ancient peace deal. Next theory. B plus A equals D. Brandon plus Ashara equals Daenerys. So this is just like an even more deranged alternative parenthood theory. So it's like the idea that instead of Brandon and Ashara being Jon Snow's parent, which is one of the more common alternative parenthood things, Maybe Brandon and Ashara are Daenerys' parents. Why would that be the case? What does that add to the story? Christ, I do not know. Next theory, Rhaego is still alive. So Rhaego is the son of Daenerys and Drogo, who came out all fucked up because of Mirri Maz Duur's magic. Came out with like dragon wings and full of grave worms and stuff. At least that's what we're told by Mirri Maz Duur and Jorah. We never actually see the body. So maybe Mirri Maz Duur just told Daenerys that the baby was dead and all fucked up in order to mess with her, to punish her because she hated her because the Dothraki destroyed the Lazarene. So maybe the child actually survived. And that vision that we have of Rhaego as an adult, it wasn't like an alternate future. It was like just the present. It was just the truth. Let me pull up that quote, because Daenerys in the House of the Undying, she has a vision of Rhaego as an adult, and so maybe that was like a true vision of the future because Rhaego secretly actually survived. Let's pull up that. Yeah, I don't have it on hand, but yeah, there was a vision of Rhaego as an adult. Maybe he's out there. Maybe he's Azor Ahai. Maybe Khal Drogo's master plan that we talked about before is in motion. And maybe Rhaego will save the day. And it'll be great. Next theory, like 7 different people poisoned Joffrey because he was a fucking cunt. Yeah, so, I mean, some people believe, the books say that Olenna Tyrell and Peter Baelish poisoned Joffrey. Some people think that Tywin secretly knew about it and wanted Joffrey dead. Some people think that Tyrion poisoned Joffrey. Some people think Sansa poisoned Joffrey. Some people think that it was Moonboy, for all I know. This theory is that all of these people poisoned Joffrey simultaneously because he was such a piece of shit. And honestly, that makes perfect sense to me. Alright, guys, are you ready for the final section? We have gone all the way from the top of this iceberg all the way down to the bottom. We are seeing into the untempered schism right now. Turn back now if you don't want to know the deepest, most terrifying truths of A Song of Ice and Fire. We've been talking for almost 5 hours. We're on the final lap now. You better be ready for this insanity. Press like and subscribe, for Christ's sake. Let's go down to the bottom of the iceberg and have our minds blown. So, Tyrion is the time-traveling son of Daenerys and Drogo. Yeah, time-traveling fetus is the way it's usually phrased. This is an old, popular Reddit joke theory. So the idea is that... So Tyrion is a Targaryen, but he's not the son of Aerys Targaryen and Joanna Lannister. He's actually the son of Daenerys and Drogo, because when Mirri Maz Duur performed her magic on Daenerys' fetus, which did happen, came out as a dragon, right? Well, no, that was a lie to cover the terrifying truth. Mirri Maz Duur, as a witch, as a magi, she had secret knowledge of Azor Ahai and all that, and she knew who was going to save the world. It was going to be Tyrion. And the only way that it could happen was by time-traveling Daenerys' fetus out of her uterus and transferring it through time and space into the womb of Joanna Lannister. And yeah, we do know that time travel is a thing in A Song of Ice and Fire because Hodor in the TV show was created by Bran warging back in time into Willis, who turned into Hodor. Therefore, time traveling was achieved by Mirri Maz Duur. Tyrion is the son of Daenerys and Drogo and is going to save the world because Rhaego was prophesied to be the stallion that mounts the world, which is probably equivalent to Azor Ahai. So Tyrion is Azor Ahai by virtue of being Rhaego, by virtue of being the son of Drogo, with the blood of the dragon from Daenerys, which means he can ride a dragon just like the Dothraki ride horses and will trample the White Walkers into dust beneath his dragon hooves. Confirmed. Next theory, Joffrey and Tommen are the rightful kings. Well, maybe Robert was a master schemer, and actually Cersei didn't cuck him. She actually... Okay, well, I'm not sure how that would work. Okay, no, Jaime. No, Jaime is secretly a Targaryen, okay? So Jaime and Cersei are the children of Aerys and Joanna Lannister. Therefore, they are the blood of the dragon. Therefore, Cersei and Jaime's children, Joffrey and Tommen, are the rightful kings. And the reason why Jon and Daenerys aren't is because Daenerys is actually the son of Brandon and Ashara Dane, and Jon is actually the son of Howland Reed and Gatehouse Amy. She's real, look it up. So, therefore, since there are no true-born Targaryens, there's only bastard Targaryens, therefore Joffrey and Tommen are the rightful kings of Westeros. Myrcella is not the rightful queen because she's actually Shiera Seastar. Next theory, N plus C equals J. Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister are the actual parents of Jon Snow. Because, you remember that scene, what of my wrath, Lord Stark, that face-off that they had before everything went tits up in Book 1. Look, I don't know about you, but I thought that was fizzling with sexual tension, that scene, because Ned Stark and Cersei, when they were very young, they had a relationship. They had a one-night stand. They fathered Jon. Jon pretended that it was Rhaegar and Lyanna's child, but Rhaegar was impotent and Lyanna spontaneously combusted, and that's why Jon came into being. The shameful one-night stand of Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister, and that's why they hate each other, because they just couldn't make the relationship work, tragically, and that's why everything blew up. But it was a great one-night stand, so it was worth it. Next theory. Euron will become Daenerys. Well, we have established that Euron is a skin changer. Euron can walk into the minds of other people. Euron skin changed into the Dusky Woman so that he could have sex with his brother on the boat to Meereen. And so Euron, as a skin changer, much like Bloodraven is planning to take over Bran's body, and much like Roose Bolton is planning to take over Ramsay's body as a skin-changing immortal vampire, Euron is planning to make Daenerys Queen of Westeros and then will skin her and wear her skin and skin change into her and will take over her body and her identity and will live forevermore as the Amethyst Emperor and will rule Westeros immortally as some sort of horrifying eldritch monstrosity, half dragon, half man, half thing. It's going to be great. Next theory, Sir Pounce is Azor Ahai. I think that's the theory from Alt Shift X, that Alt Shift X wanker. It's nice to see that Sir Pounce theory has made an impact on the fandom, perhaps. That's kind of gratifying, or it would be if I was Alt-Shift X, but, Alt-Shift X is a prick. Sir Pounce is Azor Ahai. So, Sir Pounce is the son of Balerion, who was a cat who is mentioned in the books, and Balerion, or the son of Balerion, possibly. And since Tommen made a promise about Sir Pounce, that makes Sir Pounce the prince that was promised, because Balerion the cat was described as a king. I'm not making this up. Balerion was described as a king by a guardsman in the books. Therefore, Sir Pounce is a prince, and since Tommen makes a promise about Sir Pounce, he is the prince that was promised. He was born in the Red Keep, which is by the salty sea and the smoky torches that illuminate the Red Keep, so he's born amidst salt and smoke. He will wield Lightbringer because Littlefinger's Valyrian steel Catspaw dagger will be held in his cute little toothies. And I think that means that Sir Pounce is Azor Ahai. He will slay the White Walkers. The dead dragon skeletons in the basement of the Red Keep, Sir Pounce will resurrect and will ride, so waking the dragon from stone, and will defeat all the White Walkers, thus fulfilling all of the prophecies and having a great time. Next theory, Sam is a George R. R. Martin self-insert. Well, they both love food, and they both love books, and they are dorks, but they have good hearts. George Martin has said in interviews that Sam is the character most like him. So, yeah, Sam totally is a George R. R. Martin self-insert, and I look forward to the end of the series when Sam presents the Song of Ice and Fire book and says, "I wrote it, my name's George, see ya, let's read some wild cards." And finally, the final theory in this goddamn insane Iceberg 5-hour long live stream. Need I goddamn remind you? Fuck me dead. A Song of Ice and Fire original draft. Do not research. So this was something that George Martin wrote in 1993, I think. It was a letter to his publishers saying, "Hey guys, my name's George, and I've got a cool idea for a series of books. It's going to be called Song of Ice and Fire, and here's my plan. It's going to be 3 books long. Tyrion is going to be in a love triangle with Jon Snow and Arya Stark, and Catelyn is going to be killed by White Walkers, and Robb Stark will maim Joffrey Baratheon on the battlefield." I shit you not, those are the things that were going to happen in the original draft of A Song of Ice and Fire, including a goddamn incestuous love affair between Arya and Jon, which, yeah, I can't say I support that. So that was the original draft, and obviously Song of Ice and Fire has changed a whole lot since then. I am glad that it's changed, but I'm also kind of a bit sad because originally it was meant to be a trilogy, and now it's a interminable, supposedly 7-book-long series, but who knows if we'll ever get 7 books. So the Song of Ice and Fire original draft really sort of takes it full circle from the very beginnings of this insanity. Oh, there's also this theory Planetos full map, but there is no canon full map. I think you can speculate that the world is round and connected, and the east is connected to the west, and that's something you can do. But other than that, I think we're finished. Thank you so much for watching this stream. Okay, we're gonna answer the last live chats. If you got a desperate question that you want asked, I'll answer the last few super chats. But thank you all so much for watching. There are 2,300 people watching concurrently. Thank you all for watching. It'd be great if you could press like and subscribe. We're going to do the 100th episode in some amount of time, and it's going to be great. Yeah, Planetos is just the term for like around Earth, where the west connects to the east and, you know, the map connects up. Thanks for the super chat from Anas, who says, what kind of creature maimed and injured Balerion the Black Dread in Valyria? I would think that it's one of those fireworms that was mentioned by the Kindly Man in Book 4. There are some kind of dangerous creatures called fireworms deep down that can fuck stuff up. So I think that those fireworms are probably what got Balerion and Arya Targaryen, although, you know, it probably will never be answered. I think the point is to be mysterious and spooky. Next, thanks to the super chat from Monty, who says, simulation ends when you finish the Iceberg and George releases Winds and Dance simultaneously. I mean, Dance already came out, but it would be great if George would release Winds right now. I'd read it. I'd give it a read. Sure, why not? Thanks for the super chat from Manu, who says Ned plus Cat equals Jon. It would be hilarious if it was actually Ned Stark and Catelyn Stark who were the parents of Jon Snow. I don't know why Catelyn would hate Ned so much if he didn't have a bastard and he didn't cheat on her. I don't know why he'd be so weird about it. I don't know why she'd be so weird about it, but I think it's a fun theory. The timeline doesn't really work because Ned was away at the war, but sure, why not? Thanks, Hugo. Thanks, Aiden. And thank you, huge, for the super chat, who says, hey man, thank you for this super great 5 hours of content. Been here from start to finish. Really liked the first vid and was stoked to see this. Thanks so much for participating. We're going to end it there. It was fun. I'm going to go sleep and have a good time. Like and subscribe and eat your vegetables and call your mum. Cheers.